everyone, and welcome to every episode of Clifford the Big Red Dog Season 2 Reviewed. Now, I have to apologize about something. I apologize that the Season 1 video was 8 hours long. It took about 3 days to complete the Season 1 review video, because I had to record everything I had to say about all of those episodes. Plus, Season 1 had much more episodes than Season 2 had. It had 40 episodes and 80 episode segments total. Now, each episode of Clifford the Big Red Dog has 2 segments of episodes packed in one. And just like the last season, if you have not seen any of the episodes that I'm going to cover, I'm going to let you know that if you wish not to be spoiled, please make sure you watch all the episodes first before you watch my reviews. So that way, if you watch all the episodes first and then watch my reviews afterward, you'll have a much better understanding about what exactly happens in each of those episodes. So without further ado, let's go into Season 2. Episode 41A, That's No Lie. Cleo lies about hurting her paw because she is afraid to go out on the ice. Alright, let's talk about this episode. So, Emily Elizabeth sets the theme at the very beginning of the episode. Emily Elizabeth is afraid to try the round saucer sled. She worries she'll be bad at it and embarrassed. With encouragement, she tries, improves, and ends up loving it. This quietly establishes the episode's message. You get better by trying, not avoiding. This is the emotional blueprint Cleo will follow. The dogs begin skating. T-Bone shows off his hop, hop, and slide. Clifford tries, fails spectacularly, laughs it off, and adapts. Cleo hesitates. Her fear begins here. This is important. Clifford's failure is safe, funny, and non-shaming, modeling healthy risk-taking. Cleo's injury excuse. After a fall, Cleo claims she hurt her paw. Clifford and T-Bone respond with concern, not skepticism. Even Mac is a little concerned with Cleo about it. They build her a snow couch and treat her gently. This is the fear avoidance conflict. Cleo isn't lying to manipulate, she's lying to protect herself from embarrassment. The moving injury gag. Cleo's hurt paw keeps switching sides. This signals to the audience that the lie is fear-based, not malicious. Clifford notices but never shames her. This keeps the tone light and prevents the conflict from becoming harmful. Mac's parallel fear arc. Mac is afraid to try Clifford's spin move. He says he'll look ridiculous. With encouragement, he tries, stumbles, and ends up having fun. This parallel arc is excellent writing because it shows Cleo that fear is normal. Cleo tests her paw and joins in. Clifford gently suggests she try skating. She realizes she's fine and discovers skating is fun. This is the emotional turning point. Confession and repair. Cleo admits she never hurt her paw. She explains she was afraid of looking silly. Clifford and T-Bone accept this instantly and reassure her. They all skate together joyfully. This is a perfect repair scene. Honest, warm, immediate, emotionally complete. Cleo's fear is realistic. She's never skated before. She's afraid of being bad. She's afraid of being laughed at. This is age-appropriate and consistent with her personality. The lie is harmless. It doesn't hurt anyone. It doesn't sabotage anything. It's clearly a defense mechanism. Clifford and T-Bone respond perfectly. They show concern, not judgment. They don't pressure her. They don't accuse her. They give her space and support. The repair is excellent. Cleo confesses voluntarily. Her friends accept it immediately. The emotional tension dissolves cleanly. This is strong emotional logic, exactly what Season 2 is known for. Cleo, her fear is believable. Her lie is small and human. Her confession is sincere. Her growth is clear and earned. Clifford, he is the emotional anchor. Observant, gentle, proactive, and supportive. T-Bone, supportive, kind, and observant. He mirrors the audience's concern without judgment. Mac, his mini-arc, reinforces the theme. Trying something new is scary, but fun once you start. It works better than many episodes from the previous season, Season 1, mainly because Season 1 often had emotional harm and unfairness, broken repair scenes, and distressing escalation. Season 2, for the most part, avoids all of that. This episode is gentle, safe, emotionally coherent, character consistent, and thematically strong. It's a perfect example of Season 2's improvement over Season 1. The episode communicates it's okay to be afraid, it's okay to look silly, friends don't laugh at you for trying, honesty feels better than hiding, trying new things leads to growth and fun. This message is clear without being preachy. It may not be a perfect episode, but I think it is solid enough to be a good episode. With strong emotional logic, a harmless conflict, a perfect repair scene, and excellent Season 2 character work. And this is a great way to start off Season 2. Episode 41B, A Friend in Need. Jetta is afraid to admit she actually needs help. So, for this episode, A Friend in Need. Samuel introduces Keep Birdwell Island Beautiful Day, framing the episode around community service, helping others, and shared responsibility. The tone is cooperative from the start. Miss Carrington needs volunteers for different cleanup areas. Jetta immediately claims the bandstand, the most visible, prestigious location where the ceremony will be held. She refuses help because she wants to be the star and get full credit. This is classic Jetta, but not hostile, just image-driven and proud. Emily, Charlie, and Clifford clean the pier efficiently. Once they're nearly done, Clifford is encouraged to see if anyone needs help. This sets up the contrast. Clifford is naturally oriented toward helping. Jetta is oriented toward being seen. Jetta's task list grows. Finish the sign, pick up leaves, wash chairs, decorate, and generally make the bandstand perfect. The work is clearly too much for one person. She gets physically stuck in paint, makes a mess, and becomes visibly stressed and frustrated. Emily offers help. Jetta refuses again, still clinging to her pride and desire to do it all by herself. Clifford, seeing the mess in Jetta's struggle, begins helping in secret. Emily joins him, and Charlie, initially unsure, eventually joins too. They adopt the secret elves approach, helping without asking for credit, purely to support a friend who can't admit she needs help. Jetta returns expecting disaster and instead finds the bandstand spotless and beautifully prepared. She first thanks Clifford, then realizes Emily and Charlie were involved too. She admits she never could have finished without them and expresses genuine gratitude. So, for Jetta's motivation, her behavior is driven by pride and insecurity, not cruelty. She wants to impress everyone at the ceremony and prove she can handle a big, important job alone. This is believable and consistent with her established personality. Her refusal of help without harm works perfectly here. Jetta's "I can do it myself" stance is stubborn, but not vicious. She doesn't insult Emily or Charlie, doesn't sabotage anyone else's work, and doesn't emotionally injure anyone. Her pride is a soft barrier, not a weapon. The friends' response is when Emily, Charlie, and Clifford respond in a way that models healthy friendship. They respect her initial no instead of forcing help on her. They worry about her and want her to succeed. They choose to help quietly without demanding recognition. They never shame her for being overwhelmed. This keeps the emotional tone gentle and safe. The repair and resolution. The repair is clean and satisfying. Jetta recognizes what they did, admits she couldn't have done it alone, expresses sincere gratitude, accepts that friends helping is a good thing, not a threat to her ego. There's no lingering resentment, no half-hearted apology, and no unresolved tension. The emotional arc closes fully. So this episode showcases Season 2's refined version of Jetta. She's still proud and attention-seeking, but not cruel. She's overwhelmed, but not lashing out as others, not as much as she used to in Season 1. Capable of recognizing her limits, and capable of genuine, unguarded gratitude. The key moment is her line, "I told you guys I didn't want any help, but I'm sure glad you didn't listen to me." That pivot from defensive pride to happy gratitude is extremely rare for her. Season 1 Jetta would typically stay defensive much longer or offer reluctant, half-hearted acknowledgement. Here, the shift is fast, sincere, and emotionally mature. It's one of the clearest signs of her Season 2 growth. Clifford is the emotional anchor, observant, kind, and proactive. He doesn't argue with Jetta. He simply finds a way to support her that respects her feelings while still addressing the obvious need. Emily Elizabeth understands Jetta's pride and explains it to Charlie. She reads the emotional situation correctly. Jetta needs help but can't admit it. Emily's empathy and willingness to help quietly show her own emotional maturity. Charlie initially questions why they should help someone who refused help. Through Emily and Clifford's example, he comes to understand that helping a friend in need can feel good even if the friend didn't ask for it directly. His arc mirrors the viewer's thoughtful thought process. In comparison, in Season 1, Jetta often caused emotional harm, humiliated or belittled others, clung to pride even after being proven wrong, or had weak or incomplete repair scenes. In A Friend in Need from Season 2, none of that happens. The conflict is mild, the stakes are emotional but not painful, and the resolution is warm and complete. It's also important that, unlike the journal reading episode in Season 2, which we will get into about 12 episodes in, Jetta does not cross any serious moral boundary here. No privacy violation, unlike that episode, no betrayal, and no cruelty. This is Season 2 Jetta at her best. The episode's core messages are: it's okay to need help, pride can get in the way of teamwork, friends sometimes help even when you say you don't want it because they care. Accepting help doesn't make you weak, it makes you connected. Community projects are about cooperation, not individual glory. These themes are communicated through action and character behavior, not heavy-handed speeches, which keeps the episode feeling natural and sincere. This is a good episode. Because the emotional logic is strong, Jetta's pride, overwhelm, and eventual gratitude all make sense and flow naturally. There is absolutely zero emotional harm here. She never crosses into cruelty or humiliation. The conflict stays gentle. It has an excellent repair. Her gratitude is explicit and sincere, and the friendship bonds are clearly strengthened. It has season 2 Jetta at her best. She still feels like herself, but with softened edges and real growth. There's clear positive things, and the value of helping and accepting help is shown, not just told. And more importantly, when Clifford helps Jetta when she gets stuck in paint and accidentally spills it onto Jetta while trying to help. Oh yes, she does get annoyed, but more importantly, she does not get annoyed at Clifford. She gets annoyed at herself and doesn't like the mess that she made even at all. She asks, "Do I look okay?" after being covered in paint. And there's no big bad dog elements at all. No unfairness, no distress, no broken repair, because this is the opposite of a harmful episode. It is a really great or close to great story about accepting help when you need it, even if you're afraid to admit it. Episode 42A, Fan Mail. Emily Elizabeth almost loses confidence when Jetta tells her not to mail the letter to Courtney Amber. Before I talk about the episode itself, I would like to mention the fun fact. Courtney Amber is actually voiced by Susanna Hoffs, who, if I'm not mistaken, is a pop singer. Of course, I could be wrong, but it's a pretty good fun fact to mention, nevertheless. And now, let's talk about the episode itself. So, Emily Elizabeth and her friends watch their favorite singer, Courtney Amber, on TV. This establishes admiration, inspiration, the desire to reach out, and is the emotional spark for the episode. It's upbeat, energetic, and immediately engaging. Cleo and T-Bone appear only in the opening scene, but their presence is lively and character-specific. Cleo pushes forward with her usual energy. T-Bone explicitly says he wants to see the TV, showing genuine excitement. Clifford lifts him up so he can watch, reinforcing their friendship dynamic. They are last seen watching through the window, still engaged with the concert. Then Cleo and T-Bone disappear for the rest of the episode, which is normal for Season 2 human-focused stories. Emily writes a sincere, sweet letter expressing how much she and her friends love Courtney's music. Clifford reacts with enthusiasm, reinforcing the positivity. Jetta enters with classic Season 2 snobbiness. "She won't write back. She gets a gazillion letters. She'll think you're silly." But crucially, Jetta is not cruel. Her tone is dismissive, self-important, and comedic, but it is not emotionally harmful. Clifford tries to help and accidentally buries the letter. At one point in the series, this is one of a few times Emily Elizabeth actually believes what Jetta is saying and thinks that Courtney would not come visit her at all. And that's because Emily Elizabeth loses confidence a little bit in this episode. So Emily loses confidence and actually tells Clifford to get rid of the letter. This is a really heartwarming moment in the series. Kind of like what happened with the episode Shortchanged, where Emily made a difficult decision to almost get rid of Clifford himself. But in fan mail, it's different. She tells Clifford to get rid of the letter. So, Emily loses confidence and tells Clifford to get rid of the letter. Clifford buries it and thinks he's helping. This is gentle, harmless misunderstanding and classic Clifford. Mr. Bleakman's portrayal in this episode is really, really positive here. It's calm and warm, and his frustration is extremely light. He has a calm request when he first arrives in the episode, and before anything goes wrong, Mr. Bleakman politely says, "Could you please do your digging in another direction?" This is calm, patient, and respectful. When Clifford obeys, Mr. Bleakman goes, "That's a good boy." It's genuine warmth and pure season 2 Mr. Bleakman. The mud splash scene is when he shows extremely light frustration. When Clifford accidentally splashes mud on him, he doesn't snap or yell at Clifford like you would expect. Instead, he coughs, and then he says, in a very, very lightly annoyed, but very soft and calm, "Clifford." Of course, he's not happy when Clifford accidentally splashed mud on him, but at least he is not explosive, especially compared to Season 1 episodes focusing on Mr. Bleakman. This is the lightest frustration Mr. Bleakman has in this episode possible. Courtney Amber is actually revealed to be Mr. Bleakman's niece later on in the episode. It's a charming, wholesome twist. Courtney Amber arrives and recognizes Emily and reveals Mr. Bleakman forwarded the letter, Clifford helped, and the letter mattered. Jetta's reaction in this episode, when Courtney Amber arrives, is completely priceless. Jetta is stunned and apologizes sincerely. Sometimes dreams do come true. And of course, when she sees Courtney Amber for the first time, she actually faints a little bit. That's pretty funny comedic timing for Jetta in this episode. And Jetta's apology is a complete and clean repair. But my favorite part of the episode is, of course, the musical finale. And it's the first episode in the series to actually end with a full song. It's called Dreams Can Come True. It plays in another episode near the end of the season, but we won't get into that yet until we cover that episode, of course. But the ending to the song has a precise 4-stage structure. First of all, the song plays throughout, with occasional dialogue from Emily, Elizabeth, and Jetta sprinkled in. And then, after the lyrics end completely, that's when Clifford barks. After he barks, and the kids and Courtney Amber laugh briefly, a picture is taken. And that picture freezes onto a red picture frame. You see, when the picture is snapped, it goes inside a red picture frame, but the music is close to finishing up, and we get the last 4 notes of the song played brilliantly to match the style of how the music in Clifford the Big Red Dog sounds like. But only after the song's instrumental finishes does the frame actually freeze onto the book page. This makes the song, Clifford's barking, and the picture snap the true final scene, with the book page freeze functioning as a post-scene framing device. Emily Elizabeth is hopeful, sincere, and emotionally grounded in this episode. Clifford is helpful, loyal, unintentionally comedic, with limited dialogue but continued presence, the correct Season 2 structure. Jetta is snobby but not harmful, and her apology is sincere. Mr. Bleakman has one of his best portrayals in the entire series. It is not like a later Season 2 episode where Clifford has limited dialogue and disappears completely. That is 13 episodes later that we will get into later on. But in this episode, fan mail, Cleo and T-Bone disappear, and that's normal. Unlike the later Season 2 episode, 13 episodes later, while Clifford has limited dialogue, in fan mail, at least he stays throughout the rest of the episode while Cleo and T-Bone disappear. And it's got a great message. Don't give up on reaching out, and you never know what might happen. Friends help each other, dreams can come true, and positivity matters. And, of course, what else can I call this but a good episode? It is a warm, funny, and emotionally coherent episode with strong character work and a unique musical ending. It's solid enough to be a good episode because Mr. Bleakman is extremely positive even during the mud splash, when he is just barely irritated, with a very nice, calm Clifford in very light frustration, but not explosive. Jetta's snobbiness is balanced. She's funny and non-harmful. Clifford has limited dialogue but remains present, avoiding what happens 13 episodes later. Emily's emotional arc is clean and hopeful. The repair is sincere and complete. The musical ending is unique and joyful. The final scene timing is distinctive and emotionally satisfying, and there's absolutely no big bad dog elements at all. There's no cruelty, no distress, and no broken repair. So, of course, it earns its good episode rating, especially because of the musical finale. Without the musical finale, it could have gotten a meh episode, but because the music is there, it elevates the episode from meh to good. And that's all I could say about fan mail. Episode 42B, Hooray for Cleo. Everyone accidentally thinks Cleo is the best beach ball player until Cleo discovers the truth and feels afraid to tell it to the other dogs. Before I talk about this episode, I'd like to take a look at a fun fact, or actually a couple of fun facts. Al and Tanya appear in this episode for the first and only time, and they are voiced by Phil Lamar and Maria Canals. But for some unexpected reason, if you look at the end credits, look carefully at the cast. Cameron Clark is uncredited in the end credits of this episode. But I've watched this episode before, and I know for a fact that Cameron Clark voices Mac in this episode, and he also voices KC in the episode as well. And this is the first and only episode of the show where Cameron Clark voices both dog characters in the same episode. And now let's get back to the episode itself. So, the episode opens with Coach Dog Al's booming narration. What a game, sports fans! This instantly sets a comedic, fast-paced tone. The game includes Clifford's trademark skyballs, Tanya's air spike, Mac's competitive skepticism, and Cleo's over-the-top pep talk. It's one of the most energetic openings in the entire series. The ensemble is unusually large and well-balanced. This episode features Clifford, Cleo, T-Bone, Mac, KC, Tanya, Coach Dog Owl, and several, unfortunately, unnamed dogs. This is one of the largest dog ensembles in the show, and the emotional logic stays clean because each dog has a clear role. The winning shot misunderstanding. Cleo's team wins, but Cleo knows the ball bounced. The dialogue in this episode captures the exact emotional beat. It did bounce. I know it did. This is the moment the conflict is born. Cleo is praised for something she didn't actually do. It's somewhat of a baffling part of the episode, but I don't think it's anywhere near as baffling as Season 1's Captain Birdwell's Treasure, where Jetta was mistakenly given credit for the dog's discovery of Captain Birdwell's lost trunk. The dream sequence is one of the best in the series. Its exaggerated slow-motion replay, bionic sound effects, Al shouting, "What? It bounced? Cleo did not make the winning shot after all!" and Cleo's mounting panic. This is a perfect depiction of guilt mixed with self-doubt. KC arrives, and this is his first episode that actually rises above meh territory. And Casey shows up for summer vacation, and the dogs hype Cleo up. And he says, "Everyone thinks you should teach a beach ball training clinic." And this is the first time Casey appears in a solidly good episode after all his Season 1 appearances were meh episodes. Cleo tries to teach, but her guilt sabotages her. Cleo misses easy shots, fumbles demonstrations, gives excuses, and tries to hide her guilt. Her line, "I was just showing you how not to do a head bop," is classic Cleo deflection. Her guilt is interfering with her confidence. The emotional climax is where Cleo tells the truth. When the dogs finally ask what's wrong, Cleo breaks, "The ball bounced first." The dogs respond with empathy, understanding, forgiveness. KC even says, "Anyone can have a bad day." This is the emotional repair. And the real somersaulting super saver shot, a real one, is what makes this episode work. Once Cleo tells the truth, she's free of guilt, and she nails the move for real. And the dogs cheer, "Hooray for you, Cleo!" This is the emotional payoff. Cleo's guilt is believable, but not harmful. She isn't lying out of malice. She's overwhelmed by praise and afraid of disappointing her friends. The ensemble is supportive, not judgmental. No one shames Cleo. No one mocks her. No one gets angry. This keeps the episode firmly in hip, hip, hooray! Good episode territory.
Hooray for Cleo!
KC's role is especially positive. He encourages Cleo, supports her, and helps her feel safe enough to confess. This is why this is KC's first good episode. And the repair is clean and complete. Cleo apologizes, the dogs forgive her, and the emotional arc closes fully. Cleo is loud and confident, embarrassed, guilty, honest, and full of triumph in this episode. Clifford is supportive, steady, and emotionally grounding. T-Bone is loyal and gentle. Mac is competitive but not mean. And KC finally gets a good episode here. His positivity helps Cleo succeed. Coach Dog Owl is a fun, one-off character who adds structure and humor. Tanya and the other unnamed dogs add variety and scale to the competition. And this is the first and only episode where Cameron Clark voices both Mac and KC together. Their voices shared the same register, but Clark separates them through tone. Mac's voice is clipped, competitive, slightly smug, and a little bit deeper in pitch. KC, however, is warm, open, and friendly, and his voice is a much higher pitch. This episode is the definitive showcase of Clark's dual dog performance. It's got a large ensemble without chaos. It's got a clear emotional arc, no big bad dog elements at all, no harmful discouragement, no unresolved tension, a clean pacing, and a strong ending. This is one of the most balanced Cleo-centric stories. And Hooray for Cleo is a lively, supportive, ensemble-driven confidence story with strong emotional logic. It is, even with Cameron Clark uncredited in the end credits of this episode, it is still solid enough to be a good episode. And that's because Cleo's emotional arc is clean and positive. KC finally appears in a good episode instead of a meh episode. Coach Dog Al is a fun one-off addition. There's no cruelty, no shame, and no emotional harm at all. The ensemble support is strong. Clifford remains emotionally grounding. The episode avoids all big bad dog traits, and Cameron Clark's dual performance is excellent. That's why this episode works. Episode 43A, Nothing to Fur But Fur Itself. T-Bone becomes scared after watching a monster movie, but bravely finds Emily Elizabeth's watch while she looks for it at Jetta's house. Okay, so T-Bone watches a monster movie with Sheriff Lewis. The emotional beats are immediate. When there is roaring, T-Bone yelps. He trembles, and there's reassurance from Sheriff Lewis. There are no such things as monsters. It's a developmentally accurate fear trigger. T-Bone tries to self-soothe. There are no such things as monsters! But nighttime sensory cues overwhelm him, such as the wind, an owl hooting, complete darkness, and creaking. He panics and falls off the porch, one of the most intense fear spirals in the series. Cleo asks what he was saying about monsters. T-Bone lies. There are no such things as monsters. This sets up the emotional conflict. Fear plus shame equals avoidance. Cleo asks T-Bone to get the ball from under the bed. He hesitates because there was a monster under the bed in the movie. Cleo tries to be brave but gets startled too. Fear spreads socially. Emily loses her watch at Jetta's house. The dogs search everywhere, including bushes, holes, the yard, and under the porch. This leads directly to the emotional climax. Cleo crawls under the porch, but gets her bow caught. Clifford and Mac are too big to help. This forces T-Bone to confront his fear. He repeats, there are no such things as monsters. Then, I can. I'll go and help Cleo. This is the true emotional climax. Courage is action despite fear. T-Bone frees Cleo and finds the watch. Emily praises him. You're a very brave dog. It is a complete emotionally satisfying repair. T-Bone's fear is psychologically accurate. He reacts to scary imagery, nighttime sounds, imagination, and shame. This is exactly how preschoolers process fear. Clifford, Cleo, and Mac respond supportively. No shaming, no cruelty, only encouragement. T-Bone's courage is earned. He chooses bravery because he cares about Cleo, he wants to help, and he trusts his friends. This is healthy emotional modeling. Now, this episode shares lots of similarities with the SpongeBob SquarePants Season 3 episode Crabboard, which, believe it or not, aired in the exact same year for both episodes, not too far apart from each other, if you think about it. Because the structural similarity is real. Fear is triggered by media, T-Bone's is due to a monster movie, and SpongeBob's is due to a robot movie. The skeptic role is completely similar. Max says, "There are no such things, Cleo," whereas Squidward goes, "There's no such thing as robots." Fear escalation is through imagination. Both episodes show fear spiraling into misinterpretation. But what's different is that in Crabboard, SpongeBob and Squidward become so convinced that Mr. Krabs is a robot that they destroy almost all of his belongings. Mr. Krabs is awake the entire time, irritated every time Squidward asks, "Where's Mr. Krabs?" and snapping, "I'm Mr. Krabs." They ignore him because they think he's a robot. When he finally sees the destruction, he panics and then breaks down crying before they can destroy his cash register. He stops them just in time, then collapses, emotionally wailing, "No! Not me cash register! I erased it myself! I got it when it was just a little calculator, and I loved it like it was me own." This is older kid absurd comedy, not preschool emotional learning. The only difference is that SpongeBob is aimed at older children due to some language and humor that may be too overboard for young children. And it's not really educational as much as it is a comedy. Clifford, on the other hand, is designed for preschoolers, so fear-based scenes have a much stronger emotional impact on its intended audience. This sets up the caution section perfectly. So, this episode may not be an episode for every child to watch, because younger or sensitive viewers may struggle with monster movie roaring, nighttime wind, an owl hooting, the jump scare sound cues, T-Bone's panic spirals, the under the bed fear, and the under the porch distress. And some children may even hate the episode because it can trigger nightmares, especially if they've recently watched monster films themselves. In some cases, it can cause really frightening and very uncomfortable nightmares because children process fear literally. And watching that as an adult, I find the scary scenes visually cool for their atmosphere. What some children may find frightening, distressing, or uncomfortable about T-Bone's reactions, I find hilarious and perfectly in character. This reinforces the age-dependent nature of the episode. And you may think the viewer cautions would drop the episode lower, right? Wrong. This is solid enough to still be a good episode.
Woof.
Viewer caution affects audience suitability, not episode quality. It's not a meh episode, because a meh episode has weak emotional logic, flat pacing, unclear conflict, and incomplete repair, but this episode has none of those issues. It is not a Big Bad Dog episode either, because a Big Bad Dog episode, as I've said, requires emotional harm, cruelty, broken repair, and distress caused by characters. This episode does contain fear, but no one is cruel, no one harms T-Bone, the repair is complete, and the emotional logic is strong. So it's not a Big Bad Dog episode at all. Nothing to fear but for itself is a frightening but emotionally strong fear management story with a powerful courage arc, which is why it stays a good episode rating. The reason why the viewer cautions do not affect the rating is because there is nothing wrong with the writing, but it can become a genuinely frightening episode for young children who are prone to anxiety. This episode can cause strong emotions in young children because of that. Sometimes they can scream or even cry if the reaction is strong enough and they can't handle those scenes. In some cases, it can even cause really frightening and very uncomfortable nightmares. But this is an age-dependent episode, not a flawed one. And that's why this episode stays as a good episode despite the precautions that young children need to be aware of when watching Nothing to Fur But Fur itself. However, it might not necessarily be suitable for every child, as mentioned. And if young children do not like to watch the episode, then I can say that they can basically be comfortable skipping it, because it is one of the scariest episodes of Clifford the Big Red Dog, and I can't really imagine people becoming really frightened of this episode. So if they do not like to watch the episode, then this would definitely be a great episode to skip, especially if you're very afraid. Episode 43B, Jetta's Project. Jetta wants to win first place for the Lighthouse Project and keeps Charlie and Emily Elizabeth apart. This is not really a good episode. It's a flat, mildly frustrating, and mostly boring story built around a weak conflict, a shallow emotional arc, and a manufactured disagreement that never develops into anything meaningful. The episode's biggest flaw is its lack of narrative energy. Everything about it is slow, repetitive, predictable, and emotionally thin. The conflict never escalates, the stakes never rise, and the emotional beats never deepen. It's an episode where nothing meaningful happens, nothing changes, nothing lands emotionally. This is the structural definition of a low engagement story. The central disagreement is Charlie wants purple with orange circles, Emily Elizabeth wants white with red stripes. This is the closest the episode gets to emotional conflict. The exchange, "Oh, come on, Emily! White is boring! But real lighthouses aren't purple. We can make ours look any way we want." It's the episode's emotional peak, and that's exactly the problem. The argument is shallow, trivial, low stakes, quickly abandoned. It has no emotional consequences, and neither character is actually upset. Clifford is worried about Emily and Charlie arguing, and this is the only emotional pulse in the episode, aside from a pretty good beginning with Emily Elizabeth and Charlie playing the ball. His worry is gentle, soft, low stakes, and quickly resolved. He doesn't feel sad or distressed. He simply doesn't like it when his humans disagree. This adds warmth, but not depth. Jetta's behavior in this episode includes lying to Charlie, lying to Emily Elizabeth, splitting them up, manipulating both, and using them to win. These are big bad dog ingredients, but the emotional impact is tiny, weightless, harmless, and emotionally neutral, and there is no emotional damage, which is actually required for a Big Bad Dog episode, even if it's on the lighter side of Big Bad Dog. It does not cross into Big Bad Dog territory because a light Big Bad Dog episode requires mild emotional harm, mild distress, mild betrayal, and mild broken repair. This episode has none of these. Emily Elizabeth and Charlie are confused, mildly annoyed, never hurt, never distressed. The conflict is too soft to qualify as a Big Bad Dog episode. Meh episodes and light Big Bad Dog episodes can have frustration, but it is always light, never episodes to make you very angry. This episode is a little annoying, a little pointless, and a little tedious, but it's never genuinely upsetting. Jetta's motivation is she wants to win the model contest. Her insecurity drives her to manipulate the situation with low stakes and low impact. Emily, Elizabeth, and Charlie, they are confused, mildly irritated, and never hurt. This keeps the emotional tone soft. Clifford and Mac, they observe but do not intervene until the end. Their role is neutral. The repair is quick, painless, emotionally light, and fully accepted. This prevents escalation. It's not a good episode because a good episode requires strong emotional logic, meaningful conflict, character growth, emotional depth, and satisfying repair. But this episode, unfortunately, has none of those aspects. It is pleasant, but not good. So, low meh episodes like this episode and light Big Bad Dog episodes share lots of similar things. They both are boring, they both have flat pacing, they both have weak conflict, they both have low narrative energy, they both have light frustration, if at all any frustration. Sometimes they have no frustration at all. They both avoid anger or distress. They both end with full repair, and they both feel emotionally soft. This is why Jetta's project can feel like it is on the lighter side of Big Bad Dog, even though it isn't a Big Bad Dog episode. But what separates low meh episodes from light Big Bad Dog episodes is that low meh episodes, any meh episode in general, even on the lower side of meh, still have no emotional damage at all. Light Big Bad Dog episodes, on the other hand, have mild emotional damage for the most part, with a sincere but little apology, or on extremely rare cases, like an episode that also stars Jetta 10 episodes later, severe emotional damage, but a perfect apology. Low meh episodes are harmless, emotionally flat. The conflict is trivial. No one is hurt. No one is distressed. There's no betrayal. There's no emotional stakes. Like Big Bad Dog episodes have mild hurt feelings, mild exclusion, mild betrayal, and mild distress, or rare cases of severe damage and perfect apology. The ending line, "I mean, we won, me and my two good friends," is the emotional anchor that stabilizes the episode. That's why this episode sits at the lowest possible end of meh territory. Episode 44A, Stinky Friends. Clifford, Cleo, and T-Bone get all smelly after they play in an area that Emily told them not to go to, and understand why signs are important. Stinky Friends is one of the funniest gross comedy episodes in the entire Clifford series. It's unpleasant for the characters, hilarious for the audience, and emotionally warm from beginning to end. It succeeds for the same reason the SpongeBob episode Something Smells from Season 2 succeeds. The grossness is exaggerated, silly, and character-driven. Never painful, never graphic, and never mean-spirited. This is Clifford's version of a gross comedy classic. Not a gross-out failure. The episode begins with Emily, Elizabeth, Charlie, and Clifford enjoying a wholesome walk. They stop for water, lap at bushes shaped like animals, and enjoy the day. It's breezy, warm, and emotionally safe. This matters because it sets up the rule clearly. See that sign? It means no one's supposed to go in there. Clifford understands and respects the rule. The emotional logic is clean, the rule is fair, and Clifford follows it. This mirrors the emotional setup of the SpongeBob episode Something Smells, where SpongeBob starts the day with cheerful innocence before everything goes wrong. The dogs enter the picture and the trouble begins. When Clifford shows Cleo and T-Bone the funny bushes, the tone stays playful. They imitate animals, laugh, and enjoy themselves. But here's the hinge. Clifford remembers the rule. Cleo dismisses the rule. T-Bone follows Cleo. Clifford hesitates, then joins. This is the emotional core. Breaking a rule doesn't feel dangerous until the consequences hit. This parallels SpongeBob unknowingly causing chaos because he doesn't realize what he's done. The stinkweed reveal. It's gross for the characters, but funny for the audience. The moments the dogs start smelling something strange, the comedy lands. The characters are disgusted, but the audience laughs. This is the exact same comedic structure as the SpongeBob episode Something Smells. The characters suffer, the audience laughs, the grossness is exaggerated, not realistic. The reactions are funny, not painful. But if you compare it to the SpongeBob episode The Splinter, that episode was gross and upsetting. But Something Smells is gross and funny, and so is the episode Stinky Friends from season 2 of Clifford the Big Red Dog, which is also gross and funny. And yes, PIEGUYRULZ explicitly gave the Splinter a scumbob rating because he considered it a bad SpongeBob episode. The grossness in the Splinter is realistic, painful, graphic, and uncomfortable, and that's why that SpongeBob episode fails. Stinky Friends avoids all of that. What the main character faces in both episodes is a shared emotional blueprint between the two stories. Clifford faces a rule dilemma, a gross consequence he didn't intend, social rejection, confusion about why, embarrassment, and a desire to fix the problem. Clifford's arc is innocent, confused, embarrassed, responsible, and forgiven. SpongeBob, on the other hand, faces social rejection, confusion, a false belief that he's ugly, embarrassment, and a desire to fix the problem. SpongeBob's arc is cheerful, confused, insecure, reassured, and restored. Both arcs are gentle, warm, and emotionally safe. And who gives the main character bad advice in both of those Clifford and SpongeBob episodes, respectively, is the perfect parallel. In Stinky Friends, the bad advice comes from Cleo. That sign only applies to humans. Leads them into the stinkweed field. Let's take a sand bath instead of a real bath. Makes the problem worse. Cleo, I guess you could call it, is the Patrick of Birdwell Island. In Something Smells, the bad advice comes from Patrick Star. You're not ugly, you just need confidence. Leads SpongeBob to behave bizarrely. Let's go out in public and show everyone. Escalates to chaos. Patrick equals the Cleo of Bikini Bottom. Both are well-intentioned, misguided, confident, persuasive, and wrong in a funny way. This keeps both episodes good, not upsetting. The dogs try to fix the problem themselves. Cleo's sand bath idea is classic Cleo. Confident, wrong, and hilarious. T-Bone is confused. Clifford is patient. Their teamwork is sincere, even though their plan is doomed. This is the Clifford equivalent of Patrick's misguided advice in the SpongeBob episode Something Smells. Both episodes use misunderstanding as comedy, not cruelty. The community steps in, warm, supportive, and non-punitive. The final act is where the episode earns its good status. The entire community gathers to help the dogs get clean. No one is upset. No one scolds them harshly. Emily Elizabeth gently reinforces the rule. That sign meant no one was supposed to go in there, and now we know why. This is the perfect emotional tone. Natural consequences, no shame, no fear, no emotional damage. Clifford accepts the lesson with humility. Emily Elizabeth reassures him. The emotional repair is clean and complete. This mirrors the ending of Something Smells, where the misunderstanding resolves warmly and the characters reconnect. And speaking of characters behaving like other SpongeBob characters, not only does Cleo behave like Patrick in the show, Mac behaves like Squidward, because Mac is the true Squidward of Birdwell Island. Dry, serious, easily annoyed, reacts to chaos, and it is never the emotional center. He fills the Squidward slot more accurately than anyone else. Jetta is like a mixture of Squidward and Pearl. In Stinky Friends, she appears only at the end, helping wash Clifford during a bath. She has no dialogue at all, and she does not react to the smell. She is present but not central. This is pure cameo energy. And Mr. Bleakman, he's more like Mr. Krabs. Mr. Bleakman is grumpy, rule-forced, money-focused. That's what Mr. Krabs is like. I wouldn't call Mr. Bleakman money-focused, though. But all three of them are grumpy, rule-focused, and easily irritated, with Mr. Krabs being money-focused. But in Stinky Friends, he is absent, which is correct. His presence would shift the tone toward irritation instead of warmth. This episode, Stinky Friends, along with the sister episode that we will cover next, is also historically important. This episode and the sister episode is also the first episode of the show to use the all-new 2002 PBS Kids fishbowl ident. It features a classic lime green background from the original 1999 Dot Running and Dash Thinking idents, respectively. Dash observes a goldfish with 5 orange polka dots, a close-up where the goldfish gasps, a bubble transition, similar to SpongeBob's bubble transition, into an underwater fantasy, Dash imagining himself as an orange fish, or an orange goldfish, Dot appearing as a lime green fish and swallowing him, and a final bubble transition to the circular PBS Kids logo with Dot. This is one of the 2 idents that were brand new in 2002, alongside the PBS Kids Snow Globe ident that was also used in Season 2 of Clifford the Big Red Dog. Much like the fishbowl ident, the Snow Globe ident also was first used in Season 2 of Clifford the Big Red Dog. But the fishbowl ident is one of the most iconic idents of the era, and Stinky Friends makes its debut in Clifford's broadcast history. So, there's gross out for the characters, it's funny for the audience, it's harmless, it's warm, it has a rule-following lesson, there's no emotional damage, a perfect pacing, great character dynamics, clean repair, perfect cameo placement for Jetta, correct absence of Mr. Bleakman, and it is historically notable for being the first episode using the fishbowl PBS Kids ident. And this is exactly what a good episode looks like. It is gross, funny, warm, historically notable, and emotionally clean. Episode 44B, He's Wonderful, Mr. Bleakman. Charlie and Emily Elizabeth remember all the fun times they had with both Clifford and Mr. Bleakman. He's Wonderful Mr. Bleakman is an episode built around a simple but emotionally rich idea. Even the grumpiest neighbor has a long history of kindness. The structure is strong, the message is warm, and the flashbacks are some of the most charming in the entire series. But the pacing in the middle is uneven, and that unevenness shapes the entire emotional experience. Mr. Bleakman's outburst is one of the most controlled in the entire show. The full line, "Emily Elizabeth, would you and Charlie please take your ball and your king-size canine and go find something nice and quiet to do so I can finish planting my potatoes?" is really interesting because 95% of the line that he gives is polite, and only 4 words are yelled. The frustration is situational, not personal. There is no escalation afterward, and no emotional harm occurs. This is not the Mr. Bleakman we saw in Season 1. This is the improved, emotionally safe version. There are two important pacing dips, however, that keep the episode firmly in the lower side of meh territory. The first emotional dip is immediately after Mr. Bleakman snaps at them, the kids walk away to be quiet and the energy collapses. This moment is slow, flat, and emotionally redundant. It's the biggest slump in the episode. The second dip, this is a much more smaller and much less noticeable dip, but it is still noticeable enough, is what comes after the pogo stick flashback. Charlie's line, "Not like today, when we have to play checkers instead of ball," re-anchors the episode in the same emotional beat. Shorter than dip 1, but still noticeable. The flashbacks are the emotional core of the episode. The flashbacks are where the episode argues its thesis. Mr. Bleakman has always been more than his grumpiness. And here is the flashback order. First, we get a flashback of Mr. Bleakman helping Clifford be rescued after he gets caught with his inner tube stuck in his nose. Then, Mr. Bleakman and Mrs. Bleakman show Emily and Charlie how to ride a pogo stick correctly after they both fell off of the pogo stick. Then, Emily Elizabeth is very, very sick with the chicken pox, and she is especially heartbroken that she can't go to school, she can't play with her friends, and she can't even go outside and play with Clifford until Mr. Bleakman comes up with the idea to play a nice game of checkers. After that, we get a flashback from an episode from the previous season that featured Mr. Bleakman, and it was the Big Bad Dog episode, Babysitter Blues, that we get a flashback of. But this is the last flashback in the episode, and it's the most important and most complex. So, to critique it, we have to understand the exact emotional order of Babysitter Blues. First of all, in that Season 1 episode, before the wind blows Mr. Bleakman's painting, there's unfair behavior. The harmful phase. Mr. Bleakman, in that episode, misinterprets Clifford, blames him unfairly, snaps, escalates, and issues the "don't move a muscle" command. This is the harmful part of that episode, and why that episode got a Big Bad Dog rating. And then, when the wind starts blowing, the fear begins. When he screams, "Hey, my hat, my paints, my masterpiece! Clifford, help! Oh, Clifford, move!" This is not anger. This is fear, panic, and overwhelm. He is no longer mad at Clifford. He is scared with Clifford. Then Clifford helps, and Mr. Bleakman shows lots of gratitude here. Thank you, Clifford. You saved my painting. This is the emotional repair. After the chaos comes joy. When Mr. Bleakman laughs, that was absolutely the most fun I've had in years. This is the emotional capstone, the moment where Mr. Bleakman becomes joyful, appreciative, and connected. So, the flashback from Babysitter Blues begins exactly at the wind moment, the fear, gratitude, and the joy phase of the episode. We don't get to see the emotional harm that the episode had earlier, which is a good thing about this episode. Because this season deliberately avoids, season 2, of course, deliberately avoids the unfair blaming, the escalation, the harmful command, and the emotional damage. And instead, it selects fear, gratitude, and joy. And the music in this episode is about pretty much almost the same, but it is slightly different and rearranged with completely different musical instruments that Mothersbaugh and Mansell used in Season 2. In Season 2, the music was more heavily focused on more pizzicato music compared to Season 1. It's a Season 2 style remix of a cue from Season 1, and it's a musical retcon. So, in Season 1 and Season 2, Mr. Bleakman appeared in both of them, but his behavior in Season 1 was completely different and uncalled for in Season 1. Because in Season 1, Mr. Bleakman was unfair, reactive, escalating, and emotionally unsafe, and harmful when Babysitter Blues before the win. And if I pick between his two Big Bad Dog Season 1 episodes, I'd much prefer Babysitter Blues over the Dog Park, because the Dog Park is the one episode that I literally cannot stand at all. It is the most egregious, abysmal portrayal of him in the entire series, if you talk about the Dog Park, because it's got lots of Big Bad Dog energy. But in Season 2, he is polite for almost the entire time, only yells 4 words, "Finish planting my potatoes!" No escalation, no unfairness, no emotional harm, and the flashbacks show warmth, fun, comfort, gratitude, and joy. And they use the reused clip from the Big Bad Dog episode, Babysitter Blues, but it does not show the emotional harm from that episode in the flashback. We get into the part where the episode gets rescued from becoming abysmal, and that's the beauty about the flashback for the episode Babysitter Blues. In the episode He's Wonderful, Mr. Bleakman. This episode is the proof of his character growth. There are only 3 abysmal episodes in Season 1, with Special Delivery being the absolute worst because Cleo causes the problem, Clifford is the wrongly blamed victim, Cleo is dangerously overcurious, Clifford tries to stop her but accidentally makes the problem worse. And her apology is only, "Sorry I made you open the box." But the apology is rather quiet, minimal, and literally 0 remorse for Cleo. No regret, no repair. To Catch a Bird was the 2nd worst episode of Season 1. Jetta was the problem causer. Emily Elizabeth was the wrongly blamed victim. Jetta lost the medal and then accused Emily of taking it. And her apology is, "Oh, I'm sorry, it just seemed like you did." That's more of a justification. That's not remorse. It's no meaningful regret and no real repair. The dog park is the third worst abysmal episode of season 1, but is the worst episode of the show with Mr. Bleakman in it. But this episode with Mr. Bleakman, I literally cannot stand. Mr. Bleakman causes the problem. Clifford is the wrongly blamed victim. He punishes the entire island. He bans every dog from the park. He humiliates Clifford publicly. He acts out of anger, not evidence. He creates fear, guilt, and shame. His apology is sincere. His regret is instant and triggered by Mrs. Bleakman's story. It is possible that even though we don't really get to see Mr. Bleakman apologize on screen, we do get to see him regret his own mistakes. It is possible that he did apologize off screen, and I can imagine him saying to Mrs. Bleakman, "Oh, I'm really sorry. I didn't know no dogs meant no one came to the park at all." However, unfortunately for the dog park, the damage is still too severe to repair. However, it is the least catastrophic of the abysmal category. But it's still abysmal nonetheless. Babysitter Blues is a severe Big Bad Dog episode, but it's not abysmal because unlike that episode, The Dog Park, Babysitter Blues is a fear shift, a gratitude moment, a joyful ending, and a partial emotional repair. The emotional arc becomes unfair, fear, gratitude, and joy, and this improvement phase saves it from the abysmal category. And in He's Wonderful, Mr. Bleakman, the episode is emotionally coherent and safe in comparison. The snap is short, justified, and contained. The kids are briefly hurt and bored, but never damaged. Clifford's emotional position is stable. The flashbacks convincingly reframe Mr. Bleakman as warm and wonderful. The reused Babysitter Blues material is carefully trimmed to avoid the harmful phase. The only real issue is rhythm, not logic. The two pacing dips slow the episode down just enough to keep it from feeling fully satisfying. He's Wonderful, Mr. Bleakman is an uneven but emotionally safe episode with a strong character growth function for Mr. Bleakman and a beautifully handled final flashback that reframes a Season 1 problem moment into a Season 2 warmth memory. Because of the two particular slumps, it lands on the lower side of meh. And also in Babysitter Blues, Mr. Bleakman yells at Clifford once when he accidentally buries Mr. Bleakman in the sand. When he yells, "Would you please dig somewhere else?" But unlike He's Wonderful, Mr. Bleakman, Babysitter Blues is still a Big Bad Dog episode because while it is very brief, that snap where Mr. Bleakman snaps at Clifford in Babysitter Blues, that was after Mr. Bleakman crossed the line and started becoming a bad babysitter to Clifford in that episode. And that's why the emotional damage was there even before Mr. Bleakman's eventual snap at Clifford. And in comparison, while Babysitter Blues is still a Big Bad Dog episode, and He's Wonderful, Mr. Bleakman's a low Met episode, the reason why they are given those ratings is because Babysitter Blues is a Big Bad Dog episode because while Mr. Bleakman snapping at Clifford is brief, just like in He's Wonderful, Mr. Bleakman, the emotional damage in Babysitter Blues was there even before that point where Mr. Bleakman snapped at Clifford. And he crossed the line way way before that scene had even happened. But in He's Wonderful Mr. Bleakman, the snap is very quick. It goes away after only a few seconds. He's polite for most of the dialogue that he gives at the beginning, except for the last 4 words, "Finished planting my potatoes!" This shows that his anger at Clifford, Emily, Elizabeth, and Charlie was much more justified because he was working very hard to plant his homegrown potatoes. And he couldn't concentrate because of all the noise. That's more justified, and that is a much better scene compared to the scene in Babysitter Blues. And while it can sound a little bit uncomfortable, especially with the loud tone of voice Mr. Bleakman uses at the beginning, it's very brief and goes away relatively quickly. That's why this is a meh episode instead of a Big Bad Dog episode. And here's the truth. Without the flashbacks, it could have gotten a Big Bad Dog episode rating, but because the flashbacks were there, that's what keeps the episode in meh territory. That's all I have to say about He's Wonderful Mr. Bleakman. Episode 45A, Magic in the Air. Charlie gets carried away with too much magic work that he completely forgets to do his diorama for a school project. Magic in the Air is a Charlie-centered responsibility story wrapped in a whimsical early 2000s magic craze aesthetic. It uses fantasy, kid logic, and book series enthusiasm to deliver one of the clearest morals in the entire show. Real people can't use magic to do the work for them. Real people have to be responsible and do the work themselves. And the lesson is delivered directly and perfectly by Miss Carrington. Charlie drives every major beat. His excitement, his imagination, his distraction, his belief in magic, his avoidance of responsibility, his eventual realization. Clifford, Cleo, and T-Bone appear only in supporting commentary scenes, mostly when the humans are off-screen. This is one of the purest human-centered episodes in the series. The fictional Peter Poundstone Magician series is a gentle, kid-friendly parody of the early 2000s magic boom, especially the Harry Potter phenomenon. If you think about it, this episode aired about 6 months, possibly more than that, before Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets hit theaters in November 2002, right in the middle of kids reading long fantasy series, book release countdowns, spoiler panic, wand obsession, and spell-like incantations. The Peter Poundstone books mirror this perfectly. Charlie's incantations, alakazip, zap, and alakazappy zip, are written in the same rhythmic, whimsical, pseudo-Latin cadence as Harry Potter spells, but softened for preschool audiences. And here's the key structural detail. T-Bone says the magic words exactly twice. Once as alakazippy zap, and once as alakazappy zip. Both occur in dogs-only scenes, where the dogs are simply imitating Charlie. Charlie says alakazip zap multiple times, because the spell phrase is central to his arc. Charlie repeats it throughout the episode when he practices, when he shows off, when he tries to impress Emily Elizabeth, when he tries to summon the diorama, when he fully believes he has powers. This repetition makes his growing belief that magic can replace effort. Charlie's new magic kit gives him a cape, a hat, a wand, a sense of power, a sense of possibility. And because he's a kid, he immediately jumps to, maybe I really can do magic. This is emotionally accurate kid behavior, especially in the early 2000s magic craze era. The dog subplot is light, fun, and supportive. Clifford, Cleo, and T-Bone get a few scenes where they cheer T-Bone's tricks, comment on Charlie's magic, at least that's what I think happens, I could be wrong, help find a box, and accidentally create the illusion of magic. These scenes add humor, reinforce the plot, and never overshadow the human story. They're the perfect B-plot or subplot. T-Bone's final spoken line is the structural shift. The line, "Hey Clifford, do you see any boxes over there?" is T-Bone's last spoken line in the entire episode. After this moment, the dogs still appear, they react, they participate visually, but they do not speak again. This makes the transition into a fully human-centered third act. Miss Carrington assigns a diorama, due in 3 days, based on their favorite book, requiring creativity and effort. Charlie knows what he wants to do. Peter Poundstone, Magician, Book 7. But instead of working on it, he practices magic, shows off, gets carried away, convinces himself he has powers, ignores the assignment. This is the core emotional mistake. When Charlie tries to magic his diorama into existence, alakazip, zap, diorama appear. It's awkward, painful, and perfect. Miss Carrington delivers the lesson with calm clarity. Real people can't use magic to do their work for them. Real people have to be responsible and do the work themselves. This is the central moral of the episode. The ball moving trick is exposed. Clifford was pushing it. Charlie misinterpreted it. The magic was coincidence. This resets Charlie's thinking. He admits, I guess I really can't do magic after all. And Miss Carrington responds with compassion. He can make up the assignment and use his imagination to create the best diorama he can. Charlie commits to doing an extra special good job on his diorama. He even wishes for a better box, and T-Bone magically finds one. And the final line, no magic here, just a great little dog named T-Bone, is delivered by Charlie, completing his arc. Now, season 2 is the first season where the boys' actors fully matured. Charlie, while still being voiced by Gary Gray, has a much deeper and more resonant voice. Ulysses Kiradra, who voiced Vaz, also has a much deeper and more grounded voice in season 2. Meanwhile, the girl characters' voices stayed exactly the same because they were voiced by adults who can do talented kids' voices. Cleo, the purple poodle of Clifford the Big Red Dog, she's still voiced by Cree Summer. Emily Elizabeth, Clifford's owner, is still voiced by Gray Delisle. Jetta is still voiced by Kath Soucy. And T-Bone, who was a male bulldog, is still voiced by Kel Mitchell. And that is really interesting because Kel Mitchell was actually in his early 20s when the show began, whereas Gary Gray and Ulysses Kiradra were close to being teenagers. And Magic in the Air is the perfect episode to highlight this because Charlie's deeper voice gives the responsibility lesson more weight. This is a good episode because the moral is strong, Miss Carrington delivers the lesson perfectly, the pacing is smooth, Charlie's arc is believable, the dog's subplot is fun, the Peter Poundstone framing is clever, the early 2000s magic craze parody enriches the story, the season 2 voice maturity context adds depth. However, I will say I can't really call it a great or fantastic episode because the stakes are low and the emotional beats are gentle and the story is slightly predictable, but it's still solid enough to be a good episode. One thing the episode could have done, and would have been absolutely brilliant, is maybe bring in Daniel Radcliffe, the voice of Harry Potter, to voice Peter Poundstone and be a guest star in season 2. This episode, as I said, aired 6 or more months before Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Harry Potter hype was at its peak. Peter Poundstone is clearly a Harry Potter style stand-in and a Harry Potter-like reference in Clifford the Big Red Dog. Radcliffe could have voiced either a book passage narration, a fantasy sequence cameo, or a single line from the Peter Poundstone novels. It would have been a subtle, clever era-defining moment. It's a missed opportunity, but it's a fun one to imagine. Still, Magic in the Air is a charming, responsibility-centered Charlie story that uses early 2000s magic craze imagery to teach a grounded lesson about effort, accountability, and imagination. With fun dog moments, a strong moral delivered by Miss Carrington, a culturally relevant Harry Potter-style parody, and the added richness of the Season 2 voice maturity shift, it earns a good episode rating. And at one point, I even imagined Daniel Radcliffe becoming a major voice actor in Clifford the Big Red Dog in the fan-made 6th season, where he could voice Tammy's teenage son, Daniel, beginning with the episode Clifford's Class Trip, where they travel all the way from Birdwell Island to the UK. That would be pretty cool. Whereas Catherine Beaumont would still continue to voice Tammy the British Green Poodle. In my imagination, of course. In reality, Clifford the Big Red Dog stopped after 2 seasons, but it's still fun to imagine nevertheless. Anyway, Magic in the Air is a good episode. Also, when Charlie wears his magic outfit, it is very similar to Mickey Mouse wearing his Sorcerer's Apprentice outfit from the 1940 Disney film Fantasia. Just thought I'd bring this up. Anyway, that's all I have to say about Magic in the Air. Episode 45B. Everyone loves Clifford. Clifford gets scratched on his favorite spot by Emily Elizabeth because he loves it. But problems arise when he accidentally causes earthquakes as a result. Oh my goodness. Everyone Loves Clifford is one of the funniest accidental chaos episodes in the entire series. It takes a simple emotional truth. Clifford gets really happy when scratched in his favorite spot, and it turns into a chain reaction of library earthquakes, beach sandstorms, tidal wave disasters, hurricane-force backyard winds, flying plums, and a fish landing in a man's hat. It's pure physical comedy, but with a warm emotional core. Clifford always makes everyone else happy, so everyone wants to make him happy. This is also Miss Lee's first season 2 appearance, and one of the rare episodes where Jetta is genuinely supportive, concerned, and helpful. The episode opens with Jetta trying to use Mac to create wind for her kite. This scene establishes the no wind problem, introduces the kite flying festival, sets up the leg bumping gag, and Jetta is unusually warm here. No bragging, no competition, just, that's not a trick, that just means Mac is happy. This is the first sign that Jetta will be a good friend in this episode. Emily Elizabeth and Jetta find Clifford's favorite scratching spot, and immediately the library shakes, books fall, people panic, Clifford is thrilled. This is the first escalation of the episode's central gag. Clifford's happiness is too big for the environment. The comedic cue does not play here. It's saved for the bigger disasters. This episode contains two distinct Jetta modes. Light teasing, when she goes, I guess maybe your idea wasn't such a good idea after all, Emily Elizabeth. Classic Jetta, lightly snobby, lightly proud, but harmless. And genuine concern when she says, Emily Elizabeth, I think your dog is just too big for this kind of scratching. And I told you, Emily Elizabeth, Clifford is just too big for this kind of scratching. These lines are not bragging. They are reasonable, caring, and accurate. This is one of the few episodes where Jetta is supportive, helpful, protective, and emotionally grounded. It's a standout moment for her character. At the beach, Clifford thumps, sand erupts, Charlie gets buried, beachgoers panic, and I'm not sure Charlie actually gets buried or not, but nevertheless, lots of people get buried in this episode. And here's the key detail. The comedic cue plays after the sandstorm has already caused a massive problem right before the chaos ends. This is the first of the two cue uses in the episode. And yes, the cue debuted earlier in That's No Lie and Jetta's Project, but this is the first episode where it's used more than once. The water disaster is bigger, funnier, and perfectly staged. This is the comedic peak of the episode. Clifford thumps in the water. Everyone thinks this will solve the sand problem. A giant tidal wave forms, not a splash, a full screen-filling wave. The wave crashes. The tidal wave soaks the background adults completely, but not the main kids. This is intentional. It keeps the kids' models consistent, lets the adults be the slapstick victims, and preserves continuity for the next scene. And the fish in the hat gag, where a fish lands in a man's hat, is the funniest micro gag in the episode. And then the comedic cue plays again, not during the wave, not during the splash. It plays after the fish in the hat moment passes, the perfect comedic exclamation point. This is the second cue use, and it's funnier than the first. The thumping in the air idea is where Jetta accidentally saves the day. Jetta jokes, too bad he can't try thumping in the air. Emily Elizabeth and Charlie take it seriously. Jetta's reaction, it is? I mean, of course it is. Peak Jetta, proud, flustered, delighted, and pretending she meant it. It's adorable. And the Bleakman's scene. Clifford thumps in the air, and the Bleakman's yard is destroyed. Plums fly everywhere. Mr. Bleakman panics, a.k.a. Horace. Mrs. Bleakman complains, aka Violet, and the wind becomes hurricane level. This is the biggest environmental gag in the episode. Charlie realizes, face Clifford away from the Bleakmans. This solves everything. Clifford gets scratched. Clifford is happy. Clifford creates wind. The kites fly. The festival is saved. It's a perfect resolution. Miss Lee appears not only at the end of the episode, but also during the library scenes. She does help scratch Clifford, however, and her line, Clifford always makes everyone else happy. It's nice for us to make him happy in return. This is the emotional thesis of the episode. So, the music cue debuted in That's Snow Why, Jetta's project, but these two episodes only used that epic fail tune once. Everyone Loves Clifford, this is the first episode that it's used more than once, and it's used twice. But only 3 episodes later, the cue appears 3 times in a single episode. This episode is the moment the cue becomes a recurring comedic motif for season 2. With all those comedic piano and trombone notes at the beginning, followed by some pizzicato and mute trumpets, and even tuba. I've heard that it is like one of the most funniest musical instruments used for comedy purposes, and they nailed it perfectly in this episode as well. And this is, of course, a good episode. That's because the comedy is strong, the escalation is perfect, the tidal wave gag is iconic, the fish in the hat moment is gold. I'm sorry, I just can't stop laughing about how funny this episode is, but it really is a good episode. It may not quite be fantastic or great, but it's got some good laughs thrown in there. Jetta is unusually supportive. Miss Lee adds warmth, and the music cues enhance the humor. It's not really a great episode because the plot is simple, the stakes are low, and it's mostly gag-driven. But still, it is solid enough to be a good episode, and is one of the funniest accidental chaos episodes in the series, powered by Clifford's oversized happiness and the escalating dangers and disasters it causes. With Jetta showing genuine concern, Miss Lee's warm Season 2 debut, and the iconic epic fail cue used twice, including after the tidal wave fish in the hat gag, the episode balances comedy with heart, and that's why it earns a good episode rating. Episode 46A, Clifford Grows Up. Emily Elizabeth tells the story about how Clifford grew up and the problems Clifford had along the way. Clifford Grows Up is Season 2's first origin story episode about how Clifford grew into a big red dog, continuing the lineage of several Season 1 episodes focusing on Clifford's growth, like Little Clifford and Welcome to Birdwell Island and New Dog in Town and Welcome to the Doghouse, to name but a few. But here's the truth. While Clifford Grows Up doesn't quite reach the emotional perfection of Little Clifford from the previous season, it is still a warm, beautifully structured flashback about Clifford's early life in the city, the Howard's compassion, and the moment that ultimately leads them to Birdwell Island. The episode begins with Emily Elizabeth and Clifford settling into the doghouse for bed. This framing device is quiet, intimate, nostalgic, Emotionally grounded, Emily Elizabeth asks, "Would you like to hear the story about living in the city again, Clifford?" This line signals the transition into a memory episode, and it sets the tone for a gentle, reflective narrative. And here's a fun fact. Marcello Tubert voices the coach in this episode. And it's no surprise that 2 episodes later, he comes back in the show to voice a baker and an announcer. This creates a small but noticeable Season 2 pattern of him voicing energetic, supportive adult characters. His warm, enthusiastic delivery fits perfectly into the baseball field sequence. And I think he also voiced Brutus's owner as well. Clifford's growth is the emotional core. Emily Elizabeth narrates Clifford's rapid growth. Too big for a room, too big for the apartment, too big for the entire building. The emotional logic is perfect. Clifford's size is never treated as a flaw. The environment is simply too small for his love, enthusiasm, and presence. This mirrors the emotional logic of little Clifford, but with a more Season 2 mature tone. When Clifford can't sleep, the neighbors come together. Taffy's owner brings a blanket. Brutus's owner brings a stuffed bear. Frankie's owner brings a basket. Everyone says good night to Clifford. That scene is similar to the Season 1 episode, The Big Sleepover, but that episode got to the top of the meh category because of the repetitive howling. But this episode, Clifford Grows Up, has a scene where Clifford can't sleep and everyone comes together to bring stuff for him. And this is one of the most heartwarming sequences in the episode. It shows that even in the city, Clifford brings people together. This scene foreshadows the Birdwell Island community dynamic. Emily Elizabeth takes Clifford for a walk and the city reacts. People gasp, kids cheer, adults stare. Clifford becomes a local celebrity. The coach, voiced by Marcello Tubert, says, "A big dog like that needs a big workout." This leads directly into the baseball field sequence. The baseball field scene is Clifford's first big dog triumph, and this is one of the most joyful parts of the episode. Clifford fetches balls, the kids cheer, Emily Elizabeth beams with pride. Clifford's size becomes a gift, not a problem. This is the emotional opposite of the apartment scenes. Here, Clifford's growth is celebrated. This is where the emotional turning point happens. When after Emily Elizabeth tells the story about how they used to go to the grocery store every day because of Clifford's big appetite, there's another scene where Mrs. Howard gently observes, "I'm beginning to understand how Clifford must feel living in that small backyard with not much room to move." And then Mr. Howard delivers the key emotional truth. "As hard as we tried to make Clifford comfortable here, there's just too much of him and not enough space." This line is important because it's one of Mr. Howard's most vulnerable moments. It shows the parents thinking deeply about Clifford's needs. It sets up the decision to move. This is the moment the episode pivots from nostalgia to inevitability. The decision, Clifford needs more room. Emily Elizabeth suggests, maybe Clifford could live in a baseball park. But the Howards gently revealed their real plan. "Actually, we had something else in mind." This leads to the reveal, "all the room you need to be happy." This is the emotional bridge to Welcome to Birdwell Island and Welcome to the Doghouse from Season 1. The ending is one of the most beautiful endings in the entire series. The ending is quiet, gentle, and emotionally perfect. Emily Elizabeth finishes the storybook. Then, Clifford yawns, Emily Elizabeth yawns, and they fall asleep together in the doghouse. After that, it freezes into a page in the book. This is one of the most beautifully brilliant endings in the entire series. A soft emotional landing that honors Clifford's origin. This is, of course, a good episode. Because the flashback structure is strong, the emotional logic is consistent, the Howards are beautifully written, the neighbor's kindness is heartwarming, the baseball sequence is joyful, the ending is stunningly quiet and perfect. It's not quite as great as Little Clifford, but it is still a solidly warm and nostalgic episode, regardless. Clifford Grows Up is a warm, nostalgic origin story that deepens Clifford's history while showcasing the Howards' compassion and Emily Elizabeth's devotion. With Marcello Tubert's memorable voice work, a beautifully written community sequence, and one of the most quietly brilliant endings in the entire series. It earns a solidly good episode rating. And that's all I ask for. Not every Clifford episode is going to turn out great or fantastic. Clifford Grows Up, while not quite as strong as Little Clifford, is still solid enough to be a good episode. And it's still a very nostalgic episode nevertheless. Another fun fact about this episode is that Erica Alexander voices a neighbor lady in the episode. Well, that's all I have to say about Clifford Grows Up. Episode 46B, Jetta's Sweater. Jetta tricks Emily Elizabeth and gives her Jetta's pink sweater that Grandma Ethel gave her. Here's a fun fact about this episode. Grandma Ethel is voiced by Mrs. Bleakman's voice actress, Edie McClurg, who voices Mrs. Violet Bleakman, who is Mr. Bleakman's wife. She's the same actress that voices Grandma Ethel in this episode. It's a pretty cool fun fact. This episode. There's something very fishy about this episode that I would like to discuss here. So, Jetta's Sweater is a small, low-stakes character episode built around a simple premise. Jetta gives Emily Elizabeth a sweater, then panics when she remembers it was a gift from Grandma Ethel. The episode should work as a gentle lesson about honesty, but the writing pushes Jetta into behavior that feels inconsistent, oddly motivated, sitcom-like, and not aligned with her season 2 emotional logic. And the ending contains a joke that is not only unfunny, but structurally dangerous. The kind of line the writers that wrote this episode need to be incredibly careful about including. The episode opens with Jetta showing off her sweaters. Blue, green, textured, patterned. Emily Elizabeth likes the pink one with yellow flowers, and Jetta casually gives it to her. This is believable Jetta. Impulsive, performatively generous, not thinking ahead. Jetta's mother reminds her, "Your grandmother can't wait to see you in the sweater she gave you." This is the moment Jetta panics. Her emotional logic is understandable. She forgot it was a gift. She doesn't want to disappoint Grandma Ethel. She wants the sweater back. But instead of handling it honestly, the writing pushes her into sitcom-style schemes that don't match her usual personality. This is the core structural weakness of the episode. because Jetta's behavior is a head scratcher. Jetta's season 2 emotional logic is usually clearer. She's vain, dramatic, and competitive, but she's not clueless. I guess you could say she turned into Patrick Star from SpongeBob in this episode. Here, she becomes strangely evasive. Her plans feel like something from a 1990s sitcom, not from Jetta's established character. The writing forces her into behaviors that don't fit. Instead of apologizing, explaining, or even awkwardly admitting the mistake, she launches into contrived schemes that feel out of character. She isn't malicious, just oddly written. This is why the episode feels off. Jetta's behavior isn't bad, it's just weird. It's not a Jetta being mean episode, it's a Jetta being written strangely episode. Jetta's 3 plans are mildly funny, but yet mildly off at the same time. Plan A is, it's the wrong color for you. She tries to convince Emily Elizabeth to trade sweaters. Manipulative, but not cruel. Plan B is the ice cream accident. She tries to accidentally, but I think it's intentionally, spill chocolate ice cream on the sweater. Clifford washing the sweater is the funniest part of the episode. Plan C is the heat trick. She tries to get Emily Elizabeth to take off the sweater because it's hot. This is the most transparent manipulation. And again, it feels writer-driven rather than character-driven. The fairy scene is the emotional climax of the episode. Grandma Ethel arrives. Emily Elizabeth immediately protects Jetta. She let me borrow it after I told her how much I loved it. This is one of Emily Elizabeth's best moments. Kind, socially aware, and generous. Jetta finally admits, I really made a big mistake giving away that sweater. This is the emotional repair the episode needed. If the episode ended here, it would land more cleanly. The ending is the line that could have gotten the episode pulled from broadcast. Emily Elizabeth asks for a chocolate ice cream cone, and Jetta replies, are you sure you want chocolate? Chocolate really isn't your color, you know. This line is totally wrong, unfunny, uncomfortably coded, reminiscent of outdated color jokes from early animation, and wildly inappropriate for a 2002 preschool show, or a 2002 episode of a preschool show. And here's the crucial point. This is exactly where the writers, which according to the end credits of the episode, Cynthia Harrison and Brooks Wachtel wrote those episodes. But those 2 writers needed to be incredibly careful. Even if they intended it as a fashion quip, the structure of the line echoes humor with a racist history. And PBS was genuinely lucky this moment never drew attention. It could have very easily led to the episode being pulled or banned. PBS has removed episodes for far less, and because this line is the final line, it's the most memorable moment, which makes it even riskier. This is why writers must be extremely careful about including jokes like that at the end of a preschool episode. Even harmless intent can't erase the fact that the structure resembles outdated coded humor. The impact matters more than the intent, and this line was a dangerous misstep that PBS was lucky no one noticed. This is the correct, historically aware interpretation. Now, as for the rating, I'm going to call it a meh episode. It's a mildly entertaining but uneven character episode with a decent emotional core undermined by inconsistent writing and a dangerously careless final joke. Jetta's behavior isn't malicious. It's simply a head scratcher driven more by sitcom plotting than her usual emotional logic. The ending line is tonally off, uncomfortably coded, and the kind of thing that could have gotten the episode pulled if anyone had noticed. That's why it's a meh episode. But you know what? I'm glad nobody at PBS or PBS Kids noticed that joke at the end. But still, writers have to be incredibly careful because those jokes are very reminiscent of what happened in 1930s and very early 1940s cartoons, like some Looney Tunes cartoons or very early Disney shorts from the 30s and 40s as well. But either way, aside from that ending and a couple of writing flaws, there's nothing else wrong with this episode. Episode 47A, Big-Hearted T-Bone. T-Bone makes a very difficult decision and keeps his promise he makes to look after Cleo's niece Kiki while Cleo takes a nap, even though Mimi visits and he wishes he could see her. Big-Hearted T-Bone is one of Season 2's most emotionally coherent episodes, where Jetta's sweater stumbled with inconsistent writing and a dangerous final joke. This story is the exact opposite. It is emotionally sincere, character consistent, grounded in kindness, and built around one of the hardest decisions T-Bone has ever made. It's a story about love, loyalty, responsibility, and keeping a promise, even when it hurts. And it works beautifully. This episode is one of a few episodes that uses the 2002 PBS Kids Snow Globe ident, one of the rarest idents in Clifford's Season 2 rotation. Here's what happens in the ident. Dash ice skates on a teal frozen pond surrounded by green winter trees. He wears earmuffs, a white jacket, a scarf, mittens, and skates. He starts twirling. Snow begins to fall as he skates toward the camera. He jumps, spins, and lands and feels the ground shake. He looks up, confused. The camera zooms out to reveal he's inside a yellow snow globe. Dot, the girl who is tinted blue to match the environment and the background of the snow globe ident, holds the snow globe and giggles with the doink sound, which is actually the same doink sound that they've used in the fishbowl ident as well. Then snow wipes the screen into the PBS Kids Dot logo on a powdered blue background with snowflakes falling down. It's one of the most elaborate Dash and Dot idents ever produced. Sometimes the snow globe and fishbowl idents do not have the URL. In this episode, Big-Hearted T-Bone, and its sister episode that's paired with it, the snow globe ident does include the pbskids.org URL. And the same PBS Kids Snow Globe ident also includes the URL 6 episodes later with a T-Bone-centered episode, another T-Bone-centered episode, paired up with the really bad Jetta journal reading episode as well. However, 3 episodes before Big-Hearted T-Bone, which was the episode Stinky Friends, it used the PBS Kids Fishbowl counterpart from 2002 without the URL. But 3 episodes after Big-Hearted T-Bone, which we will get into eventually, the Fishbowl ident returns, except it includes the URL. This confirms PBS had 2 separate masters of the Fishbowl ident. It is also possible that either this episode, Big-Hearted T-Bone, or the very first episode, That's No Lie, from Season 2, were the very first Clifford episode to ever use the Snow Globe ident. And if That's No Lie was the first episode to include the PBS Kids Snow Globe ident, it might have been the only episode where the Snow Globe ident aired without the PBSKids.org URL. Since I have not seen any program breaks from its original broadcasts because it has not been surfaced yet. This is consistent with PBS Kids' staggered ident rollouts, early URL-less versions of the ident, and station-level insertion differences. It's a historically plausible scenario. But in addition to using the new 2002 Primal Screen PBS Kids idents, the Fishbowl and Snow Globe idents, Season 2 also continued to use the 1999 dot running and dash thinking idents. These carried over from Season 1 and still appeared in some episodes of this season, Season 2. But they also brought back the 2000 dash transformation and dot transformation idents after last being used in the Season 1 episodes Mech's Secret Dog Club and the Dog Park, and Fluffed Up Cleo and Team Spirit, both of which aired in 2001, with Mech's Secret Dog Club and the Dog Park using the dash transformation ident, and Fluffed Up Cleo and Team Spirit using the dot transformation ident. Season 2 reintroduces them into rotation for the first time since early 2001. This gives Season 2 a 4-family ident mix, or a 3-family ident mixed. The 1999 idents, the 2000 transformation, and 2002 Primal Screen PBS Kids idents. No other Clifford season has this level of variety. Now back to the episode itself. Cleo's niece Kiki arrives with infinite energy and Cleo is completely worn out. Kiki wants to play, to run, to go to the park, to go everywhere, to do everything. Cleo tries to negotiate a nap, but Kiki refuses. This is one of the best Cleo fatigue portrayals in the series. Funny, relatable, and grounded. T-Bone's offer is the heart of the episode. T-Bone sees Cleo exhausted and immediately offers, "Why don't I play with her today so you can get some rest?" This is the emotional core of the episode. T-Bone sees someone he loves struggling, steps in without hesitation, takes on a responsibility he doesn't fully understand, and does it out of pure love. This is peak T-Bone. The conflict. Promise versus desire. T-Bone makes a promise, "I'll take Kiki wherever she wants to go." But then Mimi arrives and suddenly T-Bone faces one of the hardest emotional dilemmas in the entire series. He wants to see Mimi, he promised to stay with Kiki, but he can't do both. This is a promise versus desire conflict, and the writers handle it with surprising maturity. The anxiety spike that T-Bone gets is a critical emotional beat. When T-Bone asks, "Kiki, would you like to go?" "Huh? Where'd you go? Kiki! Kiki, wait!" This isn't just a gag, it's a severe bout of anxiety, and it reveals several things. T-Bone takes responsibility seriously. The instant Kiki disappears, he panics. His anxiety shows how much he cares. He isn't overwhelmed, he's protective. This moment raises the emotional stakes. Before this, the conflict is comedic. After this, it becomes real. It makes his later decision even more meaningful. He isn't just keeping a promise, he's protecting someone who depends on him. This is one of the most emotionally honest T-Bone moments in the entire series. Instead of Clifford and Cleo giving advice, the emotional logic works exactly like the two mini-brains from the Arthur episode Brain Shocking Secret. Except there are two T-Bones on the left and right side of the real T-Bone. The evil T-Bone on the left side is the impulsive, shortcut-loving, desire-driven bulldog with a very tough voice. He delivers the exact lines from this episode. You're bigger than she is! Listen, do you want to see Mimi or not? This is the voice of impatience, frustration, selfish desire, and wanting the easy way out. He represents the part of T-Bone that wants to break the promise. The good T-Bone is on the right side of the real T-Bone, and he is the loyal, responsible, emotionally mature version of T-Bone, with a very mature, quiet voice. He delivers the moral truth. You promised to take Kiki wherever she wanted to go. T-Bone, you know what the right thing to do is. This is the voice of empathy, responsibility, love, and integrity. He represents the part of T-Bone that wants to keep the promise. The real T-Bone in the middle is caught between desire, duty, love, and responsibility. This internal debate is one of the most sophisticated emotional logic devices in the entire series. Kiki is a perfect catalyst. Kiki is adorable, chaotic, unpredictable, fast, demanding, and genuinely sweet. She drags T-Bone to the lighthouse, to the beach, to the playground, up slides, down slides, through fish bowls, or actually through a basket of fish, and into chaos. She is the perfect emotional foil for T-Bone's gentle nature. The emotional peak, T-Bone chooses love over desire. T-Bone sees Mimi at the dock. He wants to run to her. He aches to see her, but he promised Kiki, and he keeps that promise. This is one of the most emotionally mature decisions T-Bone ever makes. It's not dramatic, it's not flashy, it's not loud. It's quiet, difficult, and deeply loving. The resolution is earned, warm, and perfect. When Mimi finally finds T-Bone, he apologizes. I really wanted to come see you, but I promised Kiki we would do what she wanted. Mimi responds with one of the sweetest lines in the episode. You kept your promise even when it was really hard to keep. This is the emotional payoff. Kiki loves him, Mimi loves him, Cleo appreciates him, and Clifford respects him. T-Bone wins by not by getting what he wants, but by doing what's right. Charlie and Emily Elizabeth make a brief cameo before Mimi even arrives. But Big-Hearted T-Bone is a warm, emotionally grounded story about loyalty, love, and keeping a promise, even when it hurts. T-Bone makes one of the hardest but most loving decisions of his life, and the episode treats that choice with sincerity and respect. And this is a good episode.
Woof!
Episode 47B, Cleo's Valentine Surprise. Cleo gives Clifford and T-Bone a special Valentine surprise with a little help from KC. Cleo's Valentine Surprise is one of Season 2's strongest Cleo-centered episodes, a story that takes the jealousy themes of two previous jealousy-themed Season 1 episodes, which were Who, Me Jealous? And the structural framework of Baby Makes 4, and finally makes them work. Who, Me Jealous was about Cleo's insecurity with Susie and jealousy, and Baby Makes 4 was about Jetta's pride-driven jealousy with Baby Cosmo. However, the previous two jealousy episodes landed in meh territory, but this one is finally strong enough, consistent enough, and emotionally coherent enough to actually rise above meh territory entirely. This is the episode where the jealousy formula finally clicks. This episode, of course, is paired with Big-Hearted T-Bone, and it uses the 2002 PBS Kids Snow Globe ident. Of course, I'm not going to go over the full ident breakdown as I already did when I covered the previous episode. But Cleo has spent an extremely long time planning a gigantic Valentine's Day surprise for Clifford and T-Bone. She has hidden tummy yummies, hidden red hair ribbons, hidden decorations, mapped out the island, rehearsed the reveal, and built up enormous emotional expectations. This is Cleo at her most ambitious, dramatic, and lovably extra. KC is the perfect co-star in this episode. KC returns, and like in Hooray for Cleo, he is supportive, grounded, funny, and emotionally stabilizing. He helps Cleo gather supplies, guard the treats, distract the garbage men, and stay focused. He also gently challenges her assumptions later, which is essential for the emotional resolution. Casey is one of the best additions in Season 2. This episode is packed with great comedic beats, and the physical comedy is especially sharp because it's rooted in Cleo's personality. Cleo is the one who slips, falls, tumbles, and gets tangled in her own plans. Cleo hiding in a barrel, Cleo panicking about tummy yummy takers, the frog fake out, the garbage man laughing at Cleo's antics, and the giant heart reveal. Cleo's physical comedy works because it's tied to her over-the-top enthusiasm and dramatic energy, not random slapstick. It's one of the funniest Cleo episodes in the series because the humor grows directly out of her personality. Cleo's jealousy is earned. This is where the episode shines. Cleo expects Clifford and T-Bone to give her a Valentine surprise, something big, something thoughtful, something that matches the effort she put in. And when they don't, her jealousy is earned, reasonable, emotionally grounded, and completely justified. Unlike Who Me Jealous, where Cleo's jealousy is insecurity-driven, and unlike Baby Makes 4, where Jetta's jealousy is the focus, here, Cleo's jealousy comes from a long time of planning, genuine emotional investment, wanting reciprocity, however you pronounce it, wanting to feel appreciated. And this is realistic emotional logic, not exaggerated cartoon jealousy. This is why the episode finally rises above meh territory. Cleo's giant Valentine heart filled with tummy yummies is adorable, thoughtful, creative, and perfectly in character. Clifford and T-Bone love it. Their tails wag, they laugh, they celebrate. It's one of the most wholesome reveals in Season 2. Cleo's jealousy peaks when she says, "I go through all this trouble, and where'd they get me? What'd they get me? Nothing." And Casey gently reminds her, "Didn't you tell me you really like doing this stuff for your friends?" This is the perfect emotional correction. Cleo realizes she did get something. Clifford and T-Bone's joy is her gift. She loves making others happy, and her friends appreciate her deeply. This is the corrected version of Clifford's big heart. The emotional logic is tighter, cleaner, and more satisfying. The final moment is a perfect Valentine's Day. Clifford and T-Bone tell her, "This is the greatest. We wish we had something as nice to give to you." Cleo beams, she shares the treats, and everyone celebrates. It's a warm, sweet, and emotionally earned ending. Cleo's Valentine surprise is a warm, funny, emotionally grounded story that takes the jealousy themes of Who Me Jealous and the structure of Baby Makes 4 and finally does them right and much better. The previous two jealousy episodes landed squarely in meh territory, but this one is absolutely strong enough, consistent enough, and emotionally coherent enough to lift the jealousy formula out of meh territory entirely and I'm happy to report this one is solid enough to actually be a good episode.
Woof!
And I'll explain why. Because Cleo's jealousy is earned, justified, and resolved with sincerity. Unlike the 2 season 1 jealousy episodes, where Cleo's and Jetta's jealousy were not nearly as justified as they are here. The episode also fixes the emotional flaws of Clifford's big heart, uses KC perfectly, and delivers one of the best Valentine's Day sequences in the entire series. I would highly recommend watching this episode. Episode 48A, Embarrassing Moments. Vaz accidentally rips his pants at school and everyone talks about their embarrassing moments. Oh my goodness gracious! What can I say about this hilarious episode? Oh well, this is the first season 2 episode where it is a much stronger episode than the other good episodes on the list. In fact, it's not just a good episode, it's a great episode and absolutely hilarious. The episode takes a simple embarrassment setup and builds a full anthology of character-driven comedy around it. The opening to this episode is very similar to the SpongeBob SquarePants Season 1 episode, Ripped Pants. Vaz scores, and Vaz celebrates, but the moment that Vaz rips his pants, that's when this episode becomes very similar to that SpongeBob episode, Ripped Pants. Because after Vaz rips his pants, everyone laughs at him, just like everyone laughs at SpongeBob at the beach after he ripped his pants at Goo Lagoon. But Vaz is completely mortified when everyone laughs at him, and it's the perfect embarrassment catalyst. Alright, so, first of all, we get a present conflict where Vaz rips his pants. The soccer scene is loud, chaotic, and joyful. Over here! Go, Vaz! I did it! And then comes the pivot, when Jetta laughs at Vaz and goes, "Your pants ripped, Vaz!" And then Vaz goes, "Huh? I ripped my pants? Oh, no!" Jetta leads the laughter and goes, "That is the funniest thing I've ever seen!" And this is the emotional spark of the entire episode. So, one more thing to note is that, yes, this episode is very similar to the Clifford the Big Red Dog Season 1 episode, Mimi's Back in Town, just 9 episodes earlier. Because in that episode, Cleo embarrassed T-Bone. In this episode, Jetta, embarrassing moments, Jetta embarrasses Vaz. But what's different is that this episode is slightly better than Mimi's Back in Town, which already was a good episode in and of itself, but it wasn't quite as strong as this episode is. And more importantly, just like T-Bone calls Cleo out for her behavior, in the first moment, Miss Carrington realizes that Jetta laughed at Vaz. She also calls Jetta out for embarrassing Vaz. And that's right after Jetta retells the story in class, still laughing. And that's when Miss Carrington delivers the first correction of, "Perhaps you should consider if Vaz thought it was funny." This is perfect adult reframing. It's calm, empathetic, non-shaming, emotionally intelligent, and it stops the teasing from escalating. The first flashback comes when Miss Carrington tells the story about how she lost her wig in high school in a talent show. She loses her wig during a talent show. The announcer, who surprisingly is voiced by Marcello Tubert, who comes back to voice an announcer in this part of the scene and a baker later in the episode. And it's really cool to have him come back to the show after 2 episodes earlier in Clifford Grows Up. The guitar blast knocks her wig off. This is like so totally embarrassing! She can laugh about it now, and that's the point. The second flashback comes when Dan tells the story of his embarrassing experience when he accidentally brought his sister's pink flowered sneakers. Dan accidentally wears his sister's shoes. This adds light humor, relatability, thematic reinforcement, but Jetta still insists nothing embarrassing has ever happened to her. And at recess, that's when the emotional hinge begins. Outside, Jetta laughs again. Almost as funny as Vaz ripping his pants! And Vaz pushes back and goes, "Today, I still don't think it's funny." This is where the episode could have become repetitive if there was no second call-out. And before Vaz says, "Today, I still don't think it's funny," that's when Jetta gets called out a second time. The first time was by an adult, Miss Carrington, the teacher in the school. The second time Jetta gets called out for her behavior is by a kid in Miss Carrington's class. And it is Emily Elizabeth's best friend Charlie that calls Jetta out. The second time Jetta laughs at Vaz. When Jetta keeps laughing at Vaz, especially at recess time, after the story of Dan's embarrassing experience, that's when Charlie actually becomes very frustrated with Jetta and says, "Jetta!" This just shows that Charlie does not like it when people are teasing or bullying other people about their embarrassing situations. This was the right move for Charlie, and what he did was completely justified. So, it's the peer-level anti-bullying intervention, and Charlie's moment where he calls Jetta's name out sharply but calmly is protective, justified, emotionally grounded, and perfectly timed. It prevents the episode from slipping into repetition fatigue. The third flashback is where Charlie accidentally shows up at school in his pajamas a day early. And his reaction when Emily Elizabeth tells him, "Today isn't pajama day, Charlie. Tomorrow is completely priceless." His tiny choked, "Tomorrow?" is a perfect near-crying embarrassment beat. The fourth flashback, which is the final flashback of the episode, is about Emily Elizabeth's embarrassing experience. Emily Elizabeth gets gum stuck in her hair. Her mom has to cut it. Picture day is tomorrow morning. "But my bangs are so short!" Emily nearly bursts into tears. This is the emotional climax of the anthology. After that flashback, there's another present conflict involving Jetta. At the bakery, the baker, who is also voiced by Marcello Tubert again, calls her "Sir." Why, of course you can, sir. She discovers the whipped cream mustache. Oh my gosh, a mustache! This is the perfect karmic consequence for laughing at Vaz. She actually gets her comeuppance for that type of behavior, and that is perfectly earned for Jetta after all the humiliation that she put on Vaz for embarrassing him after he ripped his pants. Vaz praises her and goes, "You're a pretty good sport, Jetta. This is character growth." Clifford, for the most part, only barks in most of the episode, but outside the bakery, he only has one dialogue where he speaks. His only line is, day-old donuts, my favorite. He says this because he is sniffing the day-old donuts inside the trash can, which sets up his final gag. This is a rare episode where Clifford is mostly silent, and it works because the kids carry the emotional and comedic weight. Clifford follows the donut smell, sticks his nose into the trash can, gets stuck, bangs around, and becomes the final embarrassment of the episode. This moment, where Clifford gets his nose stuck in a trash can, mirrors a similar scene 4 episodes earlier in the episode He's Wonderful Mr. Bleakman, where Clifford tosses an inner tube high up, plays with it, and it falls onto his nose, gets stuck, and he flails around. Eventually, Mr. Bleakman had to take the inner tube off of Clifford's nose by pumping air off of the inner tube to rescue Clifford. Both scenes use the same comedic structure. Object gets stuck on Clifford's nose and he flails. It's a perfect callback in the ideal final beat for the embarrassment anthology. The epic fail tune plays 3 times in this episode. It punctuates Vaz's ripped pants, Miss Carrington's wig flying out of her hair after the guitar riff, and Emily Elizabeth getting her picture taken with the short hair that her mom cut off. And it becomes a running gag. Of course, as I mentioned, Marcello Tubert returns, and he voices the announcer and the baker, and his timing adds polish and energy. The ending music is surprisingly almost the same as the ending music for Jetta's Sweater, where Clifford was wagging his tail and Emily and Jetta were laughing about the joke of chocolate really isn't your color, you know. That joke was not funny. The audience isn't laughing with the kids in that case, but for embarrassing moments, this is an episode where you're allowed to laugh with the kids at the end. As I've said, Mimi's Back in Town was already a good episode, but Embarrassing Moments is slightly better because Jetta does the same thing Cleo did, which was embarrass somebody, yet the episode builds a much stronger structure around it. In Mimi's Back in Town, Cleo embarrasses Mimi, Cleo is called out by T-Bone, Clifford shares a similar experience. The episode teaches a strong lesson, but there are no flashbacks. It's good but simple. In Embarrassing Moments, Jetta embarrasses Vaz. She is called out twice. The episode uses 4 flashbacks. The pacing is faster. The structure is more ambitious. The karmic payoff is stronger. The ending is funnier, and Clifford's trash can gag mirrors his own inner tube gag from the episode He's Wonderful Mr. Bleakman. It's the more complete, more layered, and more entertaining version of the same core idea. And that's why Embarrassing Moments is the first true great episode. However, if there was only one of those aspects or a few of those aspects, it could have changed the rating, and it would vary depending on what would happen. If the Rip Pants gag was used alone but nothing else happens, it would have been a light Big Bad Dog episode and would be very boring and tedious. Flashbacks alone would at least give it a meh. One call-out only would at least give it a meh. Two call-outs only would give it a good episode rating but not great. The present conflicts alone would give it a meh. If you put them all together, ripped pants, adult correction, too early flashbacks, recess escalation, peer correction, two final flashbacks, a mustache payoff, Clifford's trash can payoff, which is a callback to the inner tube incident, the epic fail tune being played 3 times, and Marcello Tubert's dual rules. These elevate the episode to a great episode. And it's the first season 2 episode to achieve that rating. At least in season 2. Episode 48B, Lucky Charm. After Emily Elizabeth loses her lucky charm, she also loses confidence until her friends help her understand that she's a great skater with or without her lucky charm. Lucky Charm is one of Season 2's gentlest, simplest, and most emotionally grounded episodes. It earns its rating because it tells a clean, focused story about losing confidence, relying on a comfort object, and rebuilding belief in yourself, all while showcasing Charlie at his absolute best as a friend. This episode also briefly echoes 2 other episodes of different PBS Kids shows where characters lose their good luck throughout the episode, such as Arthur Reed in the Arthur episode Arthur's Lucky Pencil, when Arthur loses his lucky pencil in the middle of the episode, and Ord in the Dragon Tales Season 2 episode Lucky Stone, where Ord loses his lucky stone. But those are just quick parallels. The Clifford the Big Red Dog Season 2 episode Lucky Charm stands on its own because the emotional focus stays entirely on Emily Elizabeth. Emily starts the episode at her peak. She skates beautifully. Clifford barks, and Baz and Charlie cheer and admire her. And she feels unstoppable. Then she falls on the quarter pipe. She brushes it off until she realizes, my lucky stone, it's gone. This is the emotional pivot of the entire episode. Emily admits, I know it's just an old painted stone. I just like having it with me. This is the same emotional logic as Arthur's pencil and Ord's stone in those Arthur and Dragon Tales episodes, respectively. Charlie is the emotional backbone of the episode. Charlie has been a good friend throughout the series, but Lucky Charm is one of the episodes where he is at his absolute best. He checks on Emily immediately, reassures her, encourages her to keep skating, never dismisses her feelings, never pushes too hard, leads the plan to restore her confidence, paints the fake lucky stone, delivers the emotional explanation at the end. This is Charlie's strongest supportive friend performance in Season 2. Vaz is quiet, but also an important part of the story. Vaz gives one of the most grounded lines in the episode that Vaz falls off all the time. And this normalizes Emily's feelings and shows that even logical, loving Vaz has comfort rituals. And Charlie even says to Emily, I've got my special shirt I always wear for look when I play soccer. He also helps paint the fake stone, a small but meaningful contribution. Emily tries to skate without her lucky stone. She hesitates. She second-guesses herself. She falls. She blames the missing stone. She can't even get a drink of water without panicking. This is emotionally accurate for a kid who's lost a comfort object. This episode never mocks her, it treats her feelings with respect. Clifford is supportive but not dominant. Clifford tries to help by giving Emily a new lucky stone. It's huge, it's sweet, it's not wearable. Emily appreciates the gesture, but it doesn't solve the problem. This is correct emotional logic. Clifford can support Emily, but he can't fix her confidence for her. The plan is a fake lucky stone. Charlie, Vaz, and Clifford paint a new stone to look like Emily's old one. Charlie's reasoning is perfect. Emily just thinks she needs her lucky stone. All she really needs is her confidence back. This is the heart of the episode. The reveal is where Emily learns the lesson. Emily skates beautifully with the fake stone. Then she discovers the truth. This isn't my lucky charm. Charlie and Vaz explain, we just wanted to show you that you don't need anything to give you luck, that you're a great skater, all on your own. Emily realizes, I just need to believe I can do it on my own. This is the correct emotional resolution. Emily keeps the fake stone anyway. And because she says, because this stone will always remind me that I have the best friends in the whole world. This is the perfect ending for a friendship-focused episode. And it's cool because it parallels two other episodes of different PBS Kids shows. In the Arthur Season 2 episode, Arthur's Lucky Pencil, Arthur Reed loses his lucky pencil throughout the episode and temporarily believes he can't do well in school without it. In the Dragon Tales episode Lucky Stone, Ord from Dragon Tales loses his lucky stone almost throughout the episode. And that's all they need, just short thematic echoes. Lucky Charm, this is a good episode because it's emotionally clean, simple, but effective. It has strong character work. Charlie shines, being a good friend to Emily Elizabeth. Vaz contributes meaningfully. Clifford supports without overshadowing. Emily's emotional arc is believable. The lesson is universal and well-deserved. And it fits nearly into the PBS Kids Lost Luck micro-genre. It's not a great episode because it's intentionally simple. No flashbacks, no structural layering, no comedic density, no secondary conflict, and it's not as ambitious as Embarrassing Moments. Lucky Charm is a strong, simple, emotionally warm episode. It stands proudly alongside the Arthur episode, Arthur's Lucky Pencil, and the Dragon Tales episode, Lucky Stone, as one of PBS Kids' best lost luck stories. Charlie is at his absolute best, Vaz is quietly excellent, Clifford is supportive, and Emily's emotional journey is believable and satisfying. Episode 49A, Princess Cleo. Cleo becomes a very bossy princess and orders her friends to do everything for her. Princess Cleo is one of the first episodes of Season 2 that I found to be not only not good at all, but genuinely mean-spirited in tone. It's the earliest point in the season where Cleo's behavior crosses from simple bossiness into repetitive and mildly emotionally damaging behavior that actively strains the friend group. Even though the episode has a cute beginning and a slightly better ending, the middle becomes so tedious, exhausting, and unfair that it overwhelms everything else. The beginning is surprisingly strong. The opening is charming. Cleo's baby photos that Mrs. Diller shows her, Queen Anne's crown, the idea that Cleo's grandmother was royalty, the dogs reacting with curiosity. But the moment Cleo puts on the crown, the episode shifts into a single repetitive joke stretched far too long. Once Cleo decides she's a princess, her behavior becomes bossy, demanding, self-centered, dismissive, unfair, and repetitive. And the episode stays in this mode for almost the entire runtime. The repetition problem. Cleo repeats the same pattern again and again. She refuses to get dirty. She refuses to follow the rules. She makes others do her work. She demands special treatment. She uses "I'm a princess" as justification. This loop happens too many times with no escalation, no variation, and no comedic payoff. This is why the episode becomes boring and tedious, and why the repetition eventually becomes emotionally damaging. The emotional damage is mild but real. This is one of the first Season 2 episodes where the emotional strain is noticeable. Clifford is uncomfortable, T-Bone is confused and hurt, Mac is genuinely irritated, the group dynamic collapses, Cleo's behavior feels unfair and exhausting. It's not severe emotional damage, but it's mild emotional harm, enough to make the episode unpleasant to sit through. This is the exact point where the episode cannot qualify for a meh rating. A meh episode can be boring, repetitive, and structurally weak, but a meh episode cannot contain emotional harm. Mac is the most upset character. Mac delivers the emotional turning point. Cleo is acting like a completely different dog, just because she's wearing a crown. This is the moment where the episode officially crosses the line into emotional damage territory. The leaf pile scene is the turning point. Cleo sees the others playing without her. She realizes her behavior has consequences. But the apology comes too late to undo the emotional drag. The ending is better, but it's not enough. Cleo apologizes, the group forgives her, the tone improves, but the middle has already done enough damage. Yes, the beginning and ending of Princess Cleo are better than the rest of the episode. The opening is cute, and the ending becomes a little bit better once Cleo apologizes. But the problem is that Cleo's behavior doesn't just stay repetitive, it crosses from repetitive into repetitive and mildly emotionally damaging. And once that line is crossed, even the good parts cannot save the episode. Cleo's bossiness becomes exhausting, unfair, emotionally draining, hurtful to Clifford, T-Bone, and especially Mac, and repeated so many times that it stops being harmless annoyance. The repetition becomes so relentless that it creates the emotional damage. The friend group is clearly upset. Mac is fed up. T-Bone is hurt. Clifford is uncomfortable. And the viewer feels the strain. And yes, the episode is a bit frustrating, but not extremely infuriating. It's nowhere near the emotional catastrophe of the Season 1 episode Special Delivery, which remains one of the most damaging episodes in the entire series. Princess Cleo is much more tolerable than that, but tolerable does not mean harmless. Even with a good beginning, a slightly better ending, and a sincere apology, it is not enough to save the episode from the emotional harm caused by the middle. And despite these good scenes, they are definitely not enough to save this episode from being a
big bad dog episode.
I'm sorry, But I have to give it a big bad dog because that rating is absolutely earned for its main problem and reason. Cleo's behavior crosses the line from repetitive to mildly emotionally damaging, and that shift is what strains the entire friend group. Oh, and that's all I have to say about Princess Cleo. It was relatively close to meh, but ultimately, Cleo's behavior crossed the line and ultimately got this episode locked up in big bad dog territory. Episode 49B, Basketball Stories. Everyone tells their basketball stories to Charlie while he recovers from his cold. Basketball Stories is one of the strongest episodes of Season 2. A warm, imaginative, emotionally grounded story that brings back Skyscraper Jackson, who was last seen in the Season 1 episode Shortchanged, and once again uses him perfectly. The episode balances humor, heart, and creativity, while giving Charlie a storyline that is sympathetic, gentle, and fully repaired. This is the kind of episode where the emotional logic is clean, the characters are kind, and the storytelling structure is clever. The episode begins with excitement and anticipation. Emily Elizabeth spotting Skyscraper Jackson on the ferry, Clifford barking with joy, the kids cheering, Skyscraper greeting everyone warmly, and remembering Clifford and joking about wanting him on his team. This cameo is handled with charm and continuity. It immediately elevates the episode. Charlie is thrilled for the charity basketball game, but he's clearly sick, coughing, feverish, trying to hide it. Mr. Howard asks, "Charlie, are you feeling all right?" Charlie tries to pretend he's fine, but then Samuel, Charlie's dad, checks him and delivers the key line. "I'm sorry, Charlie, you have a fever. I can't let you go to the game today." This moment is emotionally perfect because Samuel is not mean, he is responsible, he is protective, he is doing the right thing. He is preventing Charlie from spreading his cold. And most importantly, Charlie is sad, but the sadness is handled gently. He's disappointed, he's missing out, he knows he won't get to see Skyscraper Jackson play, but the episode treats his sadness with empathy, kindness, reassurance, and emotional safety. There's no shame, no guilt, no emotional harm, only care. The storytelling structure is amazing with 3 imaginative retellings. Emily Elizabeth, Vaz, and Jetta each write a story about the game to cheer Charlie up. This is the heart of the episode. Emily Elizabeth's version is warm, grounded, and funny. Her story is grounded, team-focused, emotionally sincere, and closest to reality. And it includes one of the best cameos in the episode. Mr. Bleakman's brief appearance. In Emily Elizabeth's imagination, Mr. Bleakman falls off the ladder, laughs, and has fun. This is exactly how to use Mr. Bleakman in a fantasy sequence. No anger, no frustration, no negativity, just harmless slapstick and laughter. It's a perfect example of emotionally safe humor. Vaz's version is exaggerated and harmless. Vaz's story is heroic, silly, self-inflated, but completely harmless. His running the wrong way on purpose moment is hilarious. Jetta's version is dramatic, but not mean. Jetta's story is dramatic, self-centered, over the top, but not mean-spirited. Her ego is funny, not harmful. A perfect use of Jetta. Charlie's reaction is warm, graceful, and repaired. Charlie loves the stories. He feels included. He feels remembered. He feels valued. This is the emotional repair the episode needed, and it delivers. Skyscraper Jackson's visit is the perfect payoff. Skyscraper arrives with the game-winning ball signed, "Let's get together and play some one-on-one the next time I visit Birdwell Island." This is kind, generous, emotionally restorative, and a perfect gesture. Charlie lights up, Clifford barks with joy, and the group laughs. This is one of the best emotional resolutions in Season 2. And of course, the episode ends with one final and hilarious gag. The basketball landing on Clifford's nose after he barks is funny, harmless, perfectly timed, and a classic Clifford ending. It closes the episode with warmth and laughter. And this episode is not only good, it's a great episode. And it's because Basketball Stories, it gets the same rating as Embarrassing Moments, believe it or not, because it is really just as good as that episode, but for a completely different reason. Where Embarrassing Moments earns its rating because of emotional logic, nuance, and boundary testing teasing handled well, Basketball Stories earns the same rating for a completely different reason because of Skyscraper Jackson's perfect return, Charlie's illness being handled with kindness and responsibility, Charlie's sadness being treated gently and repaired, Emily Elizabeth Vaz and Jetta telling imaginative, harmless stories, Mr. Bleakman's cameo being funny, safe, and joyful, the warm, creative, emotionally safe tone, and the perfect comedic ending with Clifford. Both episodes are great, but they reach that score through entirely different emotional pathways. And this is a great episode, and another one that makes its return of Skyscraper Jackson. Episode 50A, Doggie Detectives. Clifford, Cleo, T-Bone, and KC solve a mystery of who took the merry-go-round and the playground equipment. Doggie Detectives is another KC-centered highlight, and the first official mystery episode in the series that actually follows the Kibble Crook model instead of the To Catch a Bird disaster model. It's fun, harmless, imaginative, and emotionally safe. Exactly what a Clifford mystery should be. This episode is also noticeable for a few things. One, the return of the 2002 PBS Kids Fishbowl ident, except with the PBSKids.org URL at the bottom left corner of the screen, and it is one of the 3 episodes storyboarded by the great Barry Caldwell, whose chapter closed a few months ago in March of 2026. His pacing, comedic timing, and clarity are unmistakable here. And unfortunately, it is a shame that Barry Caldwell's chapter closed a few months ago. But back to the episode itself. Casey and Detective Mike are the perfect setup for this episode. Casey reading his Detective Mike book is the ideal opening. Dramatic narration, Casey fully absorbed, the dogs impressed, the tone playful and energetic. This is the perfect emotional setup for a mystery episode. Casey is inspired, excited, and ready to apply detective logic to real life. And yes, this episode absolutely gives a Scooby-Doo vibe, but in a good way. A missing object, a group of friends investigating, comedic misunderstandings, red herrings, sneaking around, tailing suspects, and a harmless reveal. It's the Scooby-Doo formula, but softened for preschoolers, and without the fear, panic, or emotional harm that made To Catch a Bird such a disaster. This is the Scooby-Doo energy done right, fun, silly, and emotionally safe. The mystery begins with the missing merry-go-round. The dogs race to the playground. T-Bone falls off the merry-go-round, except the merry-go-round is gone. This is a great hook because it's surprising, it's harmless, it's a perfect mystery for the dogs. It immediately activates Casey's detective instincts. Casey's excitement is contagious. He's thrilled to have a real mystery to solve. The Detective Mike logic, KC, leads the team. KC introduces the rules of detective work, stakeouts, tailing suspects, investigating clues, and listening through walls. Not only does it give a Scooby-Doo vibe, but it kind of gives us another vibe to another preschool show that aired on Nickelodeon under the Nick Jr. block. If you want to know what that was, it was Blue's Clues, which I'm not too crazy about that show. Steve is a great host. I didn't really like Joe as much as Steve, however, and I prefer Clifford over Blue's Clues, but you get the idea. And the dogs misunderstand every single one of the rules that Casey makes for detective work in the funniest ways. Cleo thinks stakeout means eating steak. T-Bone brings snacks just in case. Clifford hides behind a tiny tree. Charlie's crabs scare Cleo, and T-Bone falls asleep during the stakeout. This is classic Clifford humor, harmless misunderstandings, character-consistent jokes, and no emotional harm. Cleo overhears Charlie say, "They took the merry-go-round already." She misinterprets it as evidence of a crime. This is a perfect red herring because it's believable, it's innocent, it drives the plot, it never becomes emotionally damaging. Casey handles it with curiosity, not panic. Exactly the right tone. The investigation is fun, safe, and clever. The dogs follow tracks, hail Charlie, and investigate his crate, leading to the crab gag. Then they discover Bruno's truck, Sheriff Lewis helping, the equipment being repainted. This is the emotional payoff. No one stole anything. Bruno and Sheriff Lewis are repainting the playground. The mystery is solved and the emotional logic is perfect. No one is accused unfairly. No one is hurt. The misunderstanding is harmless. The reveal is satisfying. KC gets his detective moment, and the group celebrates. KC and the other dogs howl triumphantly after KC says, "We did solve a mystery, just like Detective Mike." It's a joyful, energetic ending that reinforces teamwork, curiosity, imagination, harmless mystery fun, and it closes with the same upbeat tone that defines the best KC episodes. And here's something very important. There were 2 previous episodes of season 1 that had the dogs cracking a case and solving a mystery. The Kibble Crook and To Catch a Bird. The Kibble Crook was an absolute masterpiece from start to finish, whereas To Catch a Bird was a complete disaster through and through, because Jetta never got punished for anything. Emily Elizabeth was the one that had to unfortunately suffer all the emotional weight, and that was not good about To Catch a Bird. But Doggie Detectives is the first official mystery episode after those 2 that actually gets the formula right. I did come up with a fan-made season 3 episode of Clifford the Big Red Dog called The Stolen Sandwich, where Clifford, Cleo, and T-Bone and KC and Jeffy solve a mystery of who took Emily Elizabeth's peanut butter and jelly sandwich at the school, but that does not count because it's not an official episode. It's a fan-made episode used specifically for my imagination, so it does not count. This makes Doggie Detectives the first real mystery episode in the show's canon that follows the Kibble Crook emotional logic model. This is not just a good episode, it's a great episode. And here's why it earns that rating. It gets the same rating as embarrassing moments, and basketball stories, because it is just as good as those episodes, but for completely different reasons. Where those episodes succeed through emotional nuance, that's for embarrassing moments, and imaginative storytelling and warmth, that's for basketball stories. Doggie Detectives succeeds because of KC's excellent lead performance, the fun, harmless mystery structure, the perfect comedic misunderstandings, the satisfying reveal, and being one of the only 3 episodes storyboarded by Barry Caldwell. The upbeat, emotionally safe tone, and the Scooby-Doo style mystery energy done correctly. This is one of the most purely enjoyable mystery episodes in the entire series. Episode 50B, Camping It Up. Jetta thinks camping is going to be boring unless you bring stuff from home. Camping It Up is a warm, scenic, and gently emotional episode that explores the tension between nature and distraction, with Jetta's behavior serving as the emotional pivot point. It's a strong episode with a strong message, beautiful visuals, and a surprisingly heartfelt emotional beat centered around the butterflies. Easily the best moment in the entire story. The episode earns its rating because it balances humor, scenery, and character growth without ever crossing into emotional harm. The episode opens with Jetta struggling to understand why anyone would want to go camping. Jetta misses the comforts of home, is skeptical but loyal, and tries to set up their tent, and the kids are excited for the adventure. This is a charming, grounded opening that sets up the contrast between Emily's family, who loves nature, and Jetta, who brings her entire bedroom with her. Jetta's tent is fully furnished, filled with electronics, powered by a battery pack, complete with a VCR and computer. This is classic Jetta. Not malicious, not mean, just missing the point of camping. Emily tries to gently redirect her toward nature, but Jetta is locked into her own world. The hike to the waterfall is filled with woodpeckers, mockingbirds, raccoons, and quiet forest ambience. And then Jetta zooms by on her scooter, drowning out the nature sounds. This is the first sign of the episode's central conflict. Jetta is physically present, but emotionally absent. The butterfly scene is the emotional heart of the episode. This is the best moment in the entire episode. Emily's dad spots eastern-tailed blue butterflies, and the kids gather quietly to admire them. With soft music, gentle animation, and a rare moment of natural beauty. Emily whispers, "Jetta, you're missing it!" But Jetta is too focused on her video game. Then she wins. "Ahoo! I did it! Yes!" And the butterflies scatter. This is the emotional turning point. Emily is heartbroken. She sadly goes, "Jetta, I see you playing your video game all the time, but I've never seen so many butterflies, and now you scared them away." And Jetta's response is perfect. "Huh? But Only the first 3 words are heard, but the emotion is clear. She didn't mean to. She feels bad. She realizes she messed up. She genuinely regrets it. This is why the moment is forgivable. It's careless, but not cruel. The waterfall is fun and full of energy. The waterfall sequence is joyful. Charlie and Baz feel fish nibbling their toes. The kids splash and laugh. Clifford barrels into the water. The energy is pure fun. Meanwhile, Jetta sits in her heated porta pool, missing out again. Clifford and Mac have only one piece of shared dialogue, and this is the only moment Clifford and Mac speak directly to each other. Clifford says, "I'm glad you decided to come in and play with me, Mac." And Mac goes, "Me too. I think maybe Jetta and I have been missing a lot of fun around here." This is the emotional repair for the dog side of the story. Dinner in Stars is Jetta's turning point. Jetta tries to cook indoors, but Mac smells the outdoor food and leaves. Jetta follows him out and finally notices the smell of pine, the campfire, the stars, the laughter, and the beauty she's been missing. She whispers, "I've never seen a sky like that in our backyard." Mac can also smell hot dogs in this episode, which he also enjoys the smell of. And this is her quiet realization and the emotional payoff. The ending is where Jetta rejoins the group. Jetta finally joins everyone outside and says, "Thank you for inviting me camping, Emily Elizabeth." It's sincere, warm, and fully repaired. This is a good episode. And here's why it earns that rating. The butterfly scene is one of the most beautiful nature moments in the entire series. Jetta's mistake is careless but fully forgivable. Emily's heartbreak is gentle and emotionally honest. Jetta's remorse is clear and sincere. Clifford and Mac share a rare, meaningful moment. Charlie and Baz's fish nibble scene adds charm. The waterfall sequence is joyful and energetic. The ending brings everyone together. It's a warm, scenic, emotionally grounded episode. It's not a masterpiece, but it's still a solidly, genuinely good episode. Episode 51A, Cleo Gets a Cone. Cleo can't stop scratching and is told that if she doesn't stop, she is going to end up in a cone. Cleo Gets a Cone is one of those rare Clifford episodes that is frustrating in a good way, much like an itchy patch, where an itchy patch from the previous season focuses on Clifford's discomfort. Cleo Gets a Cone focuses on denial, embarrassment, and learning empathy. It's not quite as strong as the season 1 episode, An Itchy Patch, but it's still a good episode with a clean emotional arc and a satisfying payoff. The dogs see another dog wearing a cone. Mac mocks her in a fake, cool dog voice. T-Bone and Clifford join in the judgment. Cleo nervously laughs along. This sets up the theme. It's easy to judge until it happens to you. During hide and seek, Clifford notices, "There's a big red spot behind your ear, Cleo." This is the turning point, the moment Cleo's denial becomes impossible to hide. And this is where Mac's line belongs. Mac, in that same cool dog voice, goes, "You better stop scratching, Cleo, or you're going to end up in a cone." This is the correct placement because it's the moment Cleo realizes the cone is a real possibility. It triggers her panic. It sets up her denial arc. It mirrors the earlier judgment of the other dog. Clifford grounds the moment with, "I'm not sure you can make yourself stop. When you have an itch, you scratch." And T-Bone gives the right advice. "You should go see Dr. Din, Cleo. She can help make your itch go away completely." Cleo refuses. This is the good frustration, watching her try to fight something she can't control. Cleo tries to hide the itch. She lies. She avoids her friends. She hides behind excuses. She tries to control herself. This denial is the emotional core of the episode. The breakdown is where Cleo can't hide it anymore. When Clifford and T-Bone find her wearing the cone, Cleo is embarrassed, she feels ashamed, she expects judgment. This is where the episode becomes emotionally honest. The empathy lesson. Cleo understands. Cleo admits, "Now I feel terrible that I was staring at that other dog and saying she looked awful." This is the emotional repair. She understands the other dog's experience. She realizes she was unfair. She learns empathy through lived experience. This is why the episode works. The cone basketball sequence is the best gag in the episode. The dogs help Cleo learn to play with the cone. She misses the ball. She bonks into things. She tries again. She finally succeeds. The cone basket gag is the comedic highlight. The Mac reversal is the perfect ending. Mac sees Cleo in the cone and freezes, going, "Cleo, you've got a cone, and you're out in public." Cleo gets very frustrated and angry with Mac and goes, "Yes, Mac, I have been wearing a cone in public. I've had an itch, I couldn't stop scratching, so Dr. Din put it on to help me get better. Now, if you've got a problem with that, you can just go and play with somebody else." That moment was completely justified for Cleo. One thing that could have been a great addition is after Cleo says that line, Clifford could have additionally said, "That's right, Mac. Either you be nice to Cleo, you can go and play with somebody else if you still have a problem with that, or you can't play with any of us at all until you can be respectful to Cleo, Mac. You need to learn to be nice." That line can reinforce group solidarity, protect Cleo, give Clifford a leadership moment, and gently correct Mac. Then Mac softens and goes, "Yes, I want to play with you." And then Cleo playfully teases him at the very end of the episode with, "Got an itch, Mac? Don't worry, you're gonna look great in a cone." It's a perfect ending. This episode works because the frustration is intentional and effective. Cleo's denial arc is funny and emotionally grounded. Mac's warning line is perfectly placed after the red spot reveal. Clifford and T-Bone give supportive, realistic advice. The empathy lesson is clean and satisfying. The cone basketball gag is a highlight. The ending with Mac is perfect. And that added moment, it would not change the rating at all, but it would be a cool addition nevertheless. But either way, it's a good episode with or without that addition. It's not quite the emotional powerhouse of an Itchy Patch, but it's still a strong, good episode with a clear message and a warm payoff. Episode 51B, A Job Well Read. Jetta looks after her baby brother Cosmo, and Emily Elizabeth reads him a story. A Job Well Read is one of the rare Jetta-centered episodes where she is not snobby at all. Instead, she's responsible, caring, and genuinely trying her best, which makes her over-exertion arc feel sympathetic rather than self-inflicted. And this episode is historically notable for PBS Kids continuity. Cosmo speaks for the first time. Debbie Derryberry voices both Cosmo and the grown-up Shellboy. Cosmo's voice is similar to JG the Jet Plane, but the grown-up Shellboy's voice is exactly the same voice Derryberry used when she voiced JG the Jet Plane right after Mary Kay Bergman left the show because her chapter closed unexpectedly in 1999. This creates a subtle but meaningful PBS Kids voice actor crossover. Before the babysitting plot begins, we get a short but important cameo. Mr. Bleakman helps Mrs. Handover with her garden party. He delivers flowers, and he proudly declares, "There's nothing prettier than a perfectly planted petunia." This cameo anchors the episode in Birdwell Island reality and foreshadows his role as the giant in the Shellboy story. Mrs. Handover is overwhelmed preparing for her garden party. Cosmo is energetic, chaotic, adorable, and non-stop. Jetta volunteers to watch him. Mrs. Handover hesitates correctly because Cosmo is a handful, but Jetta insists. This is the beginning of her overexertion arc, mirroring Cleo in Limelight Fright. Cosmo wants again, constant motion and constant attention. And here's the cross-show gem. Cosmo's again is a tonal echo of the Teletubbies' iconic chant used by Tinky Winky, Dipsy, Lala, and Poe. And musically, the Kurzweil digital grand piano that was used in Clifford the Big Red Dog for both the previous season and this season was also used to make music for Teletubbies and JJ the Jet Plane as well. This creates a subtle preschool TV musical crossover. Jetta tries to keep up. Horsey rides, running, lifting, and spinning. She grows visibly more exhausted with each cycle. Emily and Charlie arrive and offer to help. "We love playing with Cosmo." But Jetta refuses, not out of pride, but out of determination. She wants to prove she can handle it. She wants to help her mom. She wants to be responsible. This is a healthy Jetta flaw. Overcommitment, not ego. Emily suggests reading to Cosmo. Jetta insists he's too young, but Emily and Charlie explain. Clifford loves being read to. Charlie loves being read to. Reading calms energetic kids. Jetta finally agrees. This is the moment the episode shifts from chaos to creativity. The story of the Shellboy is the highlight of the episode. The casting is perfect. Charlie is the fisherman. Emily Elizabeth is the fisherman's wife. Jetta is the shoemaker. Mr. Bleakman is the giant. The voice Derryberry uses for the Shellboy as the Shellboy first hatches is the same voice she used for Cosmo. But as the Shellboy grows up, Debbie Derryberry uses the voice she used for JJ the Jet Plane in this episode. And here's the PBS Kids continuity gem. I said Cosmo's voice is similar to JJ's, but the grown-up Shellboy's voice is exactly the same voice used for JJ the Jet Plane. And if I'm not mistaken, the same voice also used for Tad in some of those Leapfrog videos from the 2000s as well. This is the only Clifford episode where a character speaks with the same voice used for another character in another PBS Kids show, in that case being JJ the Jet Plane. And the story itself is imaginative and funny. The fisherman's absurdly long name, which is, I'm going to say it slowly, Fisherman Phineas Flounder's one and only amazing abalone seashell boy from the Lost Lagoon. So, the story itself is imaginative and funny. The fisherman's absurdly long name, the shoemaker's elf confusion, the giant sleepy grumpiness, the magical mobile, and the golden egg chicken. It's one of the most charming story within a story sequences in the entire series. After all the running, lifting and spinning, and before the reading, Jetta collapses to the ground from exhaustion. But unlike Cleo, Jetta's motivation is purely caring. She wants to help her mom and take care of Cosmo. That's what happens before the story. And the ending. After the story, Mrs. Handover returns and praises Jetta. "You've done a great job looking after Cosmo. Cosmo refuses to leave. No, go! No, go! More stories!" And then the perfect ending. Cosmo wants Shellboy again. And Jetta, exhausted but smiling, agrees to read it again. So, what is interesting about this episode is that JJ the Jet Plane is another show on PBS Kids. And when I saw that show, after the credits of that show, I saw the 1999 PBS Kids Dot the Girl ident. However, when I saw a couple of episodes of JJ's Mysteries, one episode I saw used the PBS Kids Snow Globe ident from 2002, and the other used the PBS Kids Fishbowl ident from 2002. Now, here's the catch. Because A Job Well Read features the exact voice that Debbie Derryberry used for JJ the Jet Plane as the grown-up Shellboy, you would expect one of those free associated idents used in the show JJ the Jet Plane. But that's not the case here, unfortunately. None of those free appear. Instead, it uses this episode, when paired up with Cleo Gets a Cone, uses the 2000 PBS Kids Dash Transformation ident, which is not associated with JJ the Jet Plane at all. But it's still a very interesting episode. However, the next episode, episode 52, according to a program break, episode 52 used the 1999 PBS Kids Dot ident at the end, after the end credits, according to a program break, with the correct audio and no mismatch. So the ident that would have made sense for A Job Well Read shows up one episode later instead. I also saw the 1999 PBS Kids Dot ident after episode 46, according to a program break, that being Clifford Grows Up and Jetta's Sweater. And believe it or not, there is another audio hiccup in a later season 2 episode that I actually caught that error myself when I watched it on TV in the early 2000s. But one episode of season 2, I believe it episode 60 or episode 20 of season 2, or episode 60 of the entire series, uses the Dot Transformation PBS Kids ident, but with the Snow Globe audio. Anyway, back to the episode A Job Well Read. I think this is a good episode.
Woof.
It's because Jetta is not snobby at all. Cosmo's first speaking appearance is adorable. Cosmo's voice is adjacent of JJ the Jet Plane's, but not exactly the same. The Shellboy's voice is exactly the same as JJ the Jet Plane's voice. Mr. Bleakman's cameo anchors the episode. The fairy tale casting is perfect. The story within a story is imaginative and funny. Jetta's overexertion arc is emotionally grounded. The ending is warm and satisfying. And that's all I have to say about A Job Well Read. It may not be quite as good as episodes like Basketball Stories or Embarrassing Moments, but there's a much better episode that also uses the same formula about 8 episodes later. We will get into that later. Episode 52A, When I Grew Up, Clifford, Emily, Elizabeth, Charlie, Vaz, Jetta, Cleo, and T-Bone all talk about what they want to be when they grow up. When I Grow Up is one of the most human-centered episodes in all of Clifford. The dogs appear, but the emotional weight sits squarely on Charlie, Jetta, Emily, Elizabeth, and Vaz. And the episode becomes even more interesting when you take a look at who wrote the episode. Barry Baz Hawkins wrote this episode. And Clyde Kusatsu voices Mr. Kobayashi in this episode. And he is a Star Trek actor. Basketball Stories featured Michael Dorn as Skyscraper Jackson, who is also a Star Trek actor. And interestingly enough, Barry Baz Hawkins also wrote Basketball Stories. He also wrote Clifford Grows Up 6 episodes earlier, and this was his first season 2 episode and establishes his signature, human-centered, emotionally grounded, adult mentorship themes. In season 1, he wrote several episodes but was credited only as Baz Hawkins, and these include episodes like Clifford's Big Heart, Clifford's Hiccups, and Little Clifford. In season 2, his credit expands to Barry Baz Hawkins. It makes the start of his Star Trek micro-continuity. The episode begins with Charlie practicing karate. Emily Elizabeth praises him. Charlie responds, "Thanks, Emily." This is Charlie's emotional beat, not Vaz's. Jetta asks what sensei means, and Vaz answers, "Sensei means teacher in Japanese." This is classic Vaz, quiet, factual, respectful, observant. It reinforces the role as the group's soft-spoken knowledge guy. Immediately after giving the explanation, Vaz tries a karate move himself. He does not lose balance. He does not stumble. He performs the move confidently, but his arm motion accidentally knocks into the popcorn bowl, sending popcorn flying all over Jetta. Her reaction is instant and perfect. This gag works because it's harmless, it's timed beautifully. It contrasts Charlie's real skill with Vaz's enthusiasm, and it gives Jetta her first comedic frustration beat. Jetta cycles through careers in a very specific order. We see her flashback as president, but future flash forward as president. But we do not see her flash forward as doctor, fashion model, or martial arts master. But this is important. Martial arts is the final career she names, and she says it directly to Charlie right before the ending. Her logic is simple. Important jobs equals jobs that sound impressive. Her fantasy of being president is theatrical, self-centered, and hilarious, but not cruel. Emily Elizabeth wants to be a veterinarian inspired by Dr. Din, who handles Clifford's actual medical care, as well as the other dogs. The scene where she checks Clifford's heartbeat is adorable. Perfect! Nice and loud. Clifford beams with pride and barks. Even though this is a human-centered story, the dogs get great comedic beats. T-Bone and Cleo both panic when they think Clifford is hurt. T-Bone wants to be a dog food tester. Cleo imagines being a first dog doctor that is really a dog, just like the professionals do it. And Clifford imagines being a firehouse dog. There's also a scene after Clifford imagines being a firehouse dog where Vaz takes a picture of all the kids doing their karate kick positions. Jetta starts falling and losing her balance before the picture is taken, before she completely falls over. The same thing happens to Charlie slightly earlier. After that scene, we get a scene where Clifford imagines talking to Cleo and T-Bone about what else he wants to imagine. And Clifford imagines being a herding dog this time. And these scenes break up the human plot with warmth and humor. Charlie checks out a stack of martial arts books. And Jetta mocks him. "What are you going to do? Chop the books in half?" Charlie calmly explains, "If a person is serious about something, they have to work hard and learn everything they can." This is the emotional core of the episode. Dreams require effort, not just imagination. The karate class with Mr. Kobayashi's wisdom. The class is led by Mr. Kobayashi, voiced by Clyde Kusatsu. He teaches discipline, control, and respect. And even though he does not tell Jetta, "You could be very good if you learn to control and focus your talent," Charlie mentions what Mr. Kobayashi told Jetta. He does not quote Mr. Kobayashi directly, but he does tell Jetta what Mr. Kobayashi said about her. He proudly explains that Mr. Kobayashi told her she has real potential if, and only if, she learns to control and focus her talent. This matters because it shows Charlie internalized the lesson. It shows he values the praise. It shows he's taken his dreams seriously. It reinforces the theme of effort plus discipline. This is the emotional anchor of the episode. Right before the ending, Jetta delivers her last imagined career. "I think I'll be a martial arts master someday too." This is the first comedic beat between her and Charlie. And after she says, "After I finish being president, of course," comes the ending. The kids laugh together at Jetta's dramatic declaration, and then Clifford gets the last beat of the episode. Clifford hits the dojo gong and barks proudly. It's the perfect closer. A dog-centered comedic button, a tonal echo of Charlie's karate journey, a final burst of Clifford charm, and a reminder that even in a human-focused episode, Clifford gets the last joyful note. This is definitely a good episode. And if you want to know what that sound effect was, that was indeed the sound effect of Clifford hitting the gong and then barking. That is the sound effect that I use specifically when I say every time that each episode is good. And here's why When I Grow Up is a good episode. Charlie gets a rare spotlight. Jetta's arc is meaningful and funny. Emily Elizabeth's veterinarian scenes are adorable. The dogs add perfect comedic breaks in between the human story. Vaz's popcorn gag is a top comedic moment. Jetta's correctly ordered career fantasy of becoming president lands perfectly. Mr. Kobayashi is a standout one-off character. Clyde Kusatsu's casting adds Star Trek depth. This episode is brilliantly written by Barry Baz Hawkins, in addition to the episode Basketball Stories and Clifford Grows Up. Clifford's final gong moment is the perfect closer, and the episode reinforces the value of dedication, humility, and respecting others' dreams. It's a good, warm, aspirational episode with a lot of heart. Episode 52B, Not Now, I'm Busy. Casey has a very important job to do, and the dogs look forward to hang out with him. This episode, Not Now I'm Busy, I can actually relate to. I love doing things I enjoy, but just like KC, I also have important responsibilities I can't ignore. For me, that's orchestra rehearsals every Wednesday night, where I play tuba in the orchestra, of course, and I have multiple practice sessions before shows on Friday and Saturday. So when KC keeps saying he's busy, I understand exactly what that feels like. Wanting to play, wanting to be with friends, but needing to take care of something important. This connection makes the episode hit harder. The episode starts with a fun, imaginative sequence. Super T-Bone, evil fluffy face, dramatic poses, and the honk interruptions. It's kind of controversial if you think about it, because it almost sounds like the dogs are actually cursing because of the foghorn sound interrupting their sentences. But it's silly and energetic. It's the perfect contrast to the emotional story that follows. Bruno arrives, and with him, KC. The dogs are thrilled. They want to play immediately, but KC says, I can't right now, guys. This is the emotional seed of the episode. Cleo asks the question every kid and adult has felt. What could be more important than playing with us? This is the episode's thesis. Red light, green light, and still no KC. T-Bone becomes the light. Clifford and Cleo play along. Casey arrives, and again, I really can't. I'm busy right now. The dog's confusion deepens. Cleo notices KC's cape. She builds a theory. Along with Clifford and T-Bone. They think that KC is a superhero, the cape is his uniform, and the sticks are X-ray sticks. The face licking gives him super strength. It's adorable and a coping mechanism because Cleo is scared. The dogs follow KC around the island. They see him walking with Mrs. Young, fetching sticks, keeping her company. Cleo interprets it as, he doesn't like us anymore. This is the saddest moment in the episode, and it's painfully relatable. Clifford decides to ask KC directly. KC finally explains, I'm an assistance dog. He tells them he went to a special school. He helps Mrs. Young. She needs extra support. He still loves his friends, but his job comes first. This is the heart of the episode. And it mirrors real life, including mine. Cleo says, I just think he doesn't like us anymore. This is the emotional low point, and it's honest. Because when you're busy, your friends sometimes feel left out, even when you still care. After seeing KC help Mrs. Young, the dogs finally understand. Cleo apologizes. KC reassures them. The friendship is restored. In the final scene, the dogs help carry some groceries. T-Bone with Sheriff Lewis, and Cleo with Mrs. Diller, and of course, Clifford with Emily Elizabeth. Clifford barks, takes Emily and her parents home, and carries a stack of groceries in his tail. It's a warm, wholesome ending. Although I think this is a good episode, I do have an idea to make the episode slightly better. My idea is to add 2 or 3 short human scenes, each about only 30 seconds to a minute, where Jetta worries that Charlie doesn't like her and Emily Elizabeth anymore, mirroring Cleo's fear about KC. Here's scene 1. Jetta sees Charlie helping at his dad's restaurant. He waves but says he's busy. Jetta looks confused. Scene 2, 45 seconds. Jetta quietly asks Emily, "Do you think Charlie doesn't like us anymore?" Emily reassures her that that is not true. And the final scene with humans, Charlie explains he still likes them. He's just helping his dad at his restaurant. Responsibilities matter, just like KC's job. Then Jetta relaxes. These scenes wouldn't replace anything. They'd simply be added as quick cutaways. In the sister episode, When I Grow Up, the story is mostly human-centered, but it includes occasional dog cutaways that mirror the human emotional arc. My idea is to do the same thing here, but reversed. Since Not Now I'm Busy is mostly dog-centered, adding a few short human cutaways would create the opposite effect of the sister episode while keeping the original story intact. This gives the two episodes a beautiful structural symmetry. It is a relatable, warm, emotionally honest episode, and it works as it is, as it originally aired, but it would work even better with the idea of a mirrored human subplot sprinkled here and there. But regardless, this is still a good episode. Episode 53A, Special T-Bone. T-Bone is skeptical about what makes him special. This is a sweet, memory-driven episode about what makes each dog special. It has that warm, nostalgic tone where the dogs reflect on their identities, and the episode gently walks through what makes each of them unique. The episode begins with snoring, whistling, yawning, Clifford waking up, and Cleo reacting, and no dialogue from the dogs for almost a full minute. But it's intercut with something meaningful. Emily Elizabeth is looking through the good times she's had with Clifford and taking notes for her class project about what makes them special. That emotional grounding balances the sleepy dog sequence and keeps the opening from ever becoming meh-level dull. Even though the dog side is slow, the Emily Elizabeth cutaway keeps it from dragging. It is a little bit tedious and boring, but it's not boring enough to drop the rating. Once Cleo speaks, however, the episode immediately picks up and stays strong. The dogs discuss what makes them special. Cleo proudly declares she's a natural-born leader, and the bone hunting scene is classic Cleo, confident, bossy, wrong, but somehow right in the end. Her "follow me" energy is perfect. Mac talks about awards, looks, and modesty. Mac lists his good looks, his intelligence, his posture, his tail wag, his ears, his awards. Cleo gently teases him. "Your modesty?" Cleo is the gentle teaser to Mac, affectionate, never mean-spirited, and perfectly matched to his dramatic personality. Clifford talks about being big, helpful, and kind. Clifford says, "I'm big." But T-Bone reminds him he's more than that. He's nice, he helps people, he's dependable. T-Bone listing Clifford's qualities sets up the emotional pattern he'll later use to discover his own specialness. This leads directly into T-Bone's self-discovery arc. T-Bone begins his self-discovery. Still thinking, T-Bone asks, "How am I special?" Clifford, Cleo, and Mac answer, "Nice, cute, spots." T-Bone replies, "But lots of dogs have spots." He pauses, then decides. Clifford tries telling T-Bone that there are lots of things that make him special. But T-Bone interrupts him and says, "Don't tell me. I want to figure it out myself. I'll come back later and let you guys know what it is." This is the emotional turning point. T-Bone wants to discover his identity on his own. Fire Chief Campbell is the first real clue of what makes T-Bone special. T-Bone wanders off, still thinking. He sees Fire Chief Campbell and another firefighter finishing a long day. Campbell brightens. "Oh, look who's here to cheer us up. You always brighten our day, T-Bone." This is the first external confirmation of T-Bone's specialness. The audience sees the answer before he does. Jetta and Emily Elizabeth is T-Bone's second clue. Next, we cut to Jetta and Emily Elizabeth struggling to jump rope, Jetta wishing they had someone else to twirl, T-Bone stepping in, and the girls cheering for him. This is the second clue. Another moment where T-Bone makes people feel better without even trying. The third clue comes from his owner, Sheriff Lewis. And Sheriff Lewis comes home exhausted. T-Bone runs to him, and Sheriff Lewis says, "I sure could use one of those nice big T-Bone hugs." T-Bone instantly lifts his spirits. Then Sheriff Lewis checks the time. "Uh-oh, look at the time. Gotta get back to work, T-Bone." "See you tonight, T-Bone." This is the strongest clue. T-Bone's presence genuinely helps people. The girls notice him again, a small but important callback. As T-Bone walks past the same girls from earlier, Jetta calls out, "Hey, there's the champion jump roper." A tiny but meaningful reinforcement. Another reminder that he made their day better. Then he bumps into Clifford. Right after passing the girls, T-Bone turns a corner and bumps into Clifford. Clifford says, "I was just going to play ball. Want to join me?" This leads directly into the realization what makes T-Bone special. T-Bone proudly says, "I figured out what makes me special." Then he lists every example. Fire Chief Campbell, Emily Elizabeth and Jetta, and Sheriff Lewis. T-Bone tells Clifford all those things in one big, helpful, kind moment, listing each example as he pieces together his identity in real time. Then he says the defining line, "I make people feel better." Clifford responds, "You sure do." It's a warm, VeggieTales style-like ending. The whole What Makes Them Special theme has that classic VeggieTales countertop vibe, the same identity lesson rhythm Bob the Tomato and Larry the Cucumber used when helping kids understand their worth. It mirrors the VeggieTales structure. A character feels insecure, supportive friends offer partial answers, the character discovers their value through kindness. The final realization is simple, warm, and affirming. It's Clifford doing a Bob and Larry style identity lesson, wholesome, gentle, and emotionally clear. This is a good episode. Warm, sweet, and full of heart, with only a slightly slow opening that's balanced by Emily Elizabeth's project scene. And that is a really sweet way to make an episode of Clifford the Big Red Dog. Episode 53B, Jetta's Sneak Peek. Jetta reads Emily Elizabeth's journal even after she tells Emily Elizabeth not to read Jetta's. This is an episode that does something extremely rare to its rating. It sits on the lighter side of where the bad Clifford episodes go, but only because of the apology. That almost never happens. Usually, when an episode is on the lighter side of the bad category, the emotional damage is mild or moderate, but not here. In most episodes that land on the lighter side of the bad episode category, the emotional damage is actually pretty mild. A few boundary violations, some discomfort, nothing extreme. That's why those episodes can sometimes climb back up to a meh rating if the apology is strong enough. But not this one. The emotional damage here is not mild. It is severe. And that's exactly why even a perfect apology cannot lift it out of the bad episode category. The episode begins with Jetta trying to write, Mac chewing loudly, and Clifford's only spoken line of, hop on, because he and Emily are about to go play fetch. Everything up to this point is totally harmless. Jetta fussing with her purple, pink, blue, green, and orange pens, harmless. Max slurping and being asked to chew more quietly, still harmless. Emily trying to write something amazing, harmless. Even when Jetta says she hasn't written anything yet, still harmless. Even when Emily and Clifford leave to play fetch, still harmless. Clifford does appear later, but the line, hop on, this is his only spoken line. He is not part of the conflict at all. The episode is still safe, still mild, still boring, still not emotionally dangerous. And that's exactly why what happens next hits like a truck, because the episode lulls you into thinking it's going to stay harmless. Clifford and Mac run off to play fetch, and the instant Jetta is alone with Emily's journal, she opens it. No hesitation, no pause, no asking, no boundaries. She just reads it. Emily's journal says, and I won an exciting trip on a ship to Hawaii, but I'm only allowed to bring one good friend. The question is, which good friend do I bring? Jetta immediately reacts with, wow! Emily Elizabeth is going to take a friend to Hawaii. She has to take me. She just has to. Of course not. You can't just take a sneak peek of somebody else's journal. This is a deliberate violation of privacy. The instant she reads that line about the Hawaii trip, she doesn't feel guilty. She doesn't feel ashamed. She doesn't even pause. She jumps straight to entitlement. She has to take me, as if reading the journal somehow gives her the right to the trip. That is the moment where the viewer snaps, because this isn't curiosity, this isn't confusion, this isn't a mistake, this is a choice, a selfish, invasive, boundary-shattering choice. If anything, Jetta deserves a long time of being grounded, not a trip to Hawaii. Reading someone's private journal is one of the most severe emotional violations you can commit as a kid. That is not something you reward. That is not something you overlook. That is not something you shrug off. And here's the thing. Jetta goes right back to her season 1 behavior in this episode. Full regression. This isn't season 2 Jetta with softened edges. This is season 1 Jetta. Selfish, boundary-breaking, hypocritical, and emotionally harmful. Vaz and Charlie do nothing bad in this episode whatsoever. Not a single thing. They are completely innocent bystanders. They don't cause any emotional damage. They don't create conflict. They don't even contribute to the tension. Which means all all of the emotional damage in this episode comes from one person, Jetta. Later, outside of school, Charlie says, "So, Emily, can I read you the poem you wrote about Clifford?" Emily then goes, "I don't think so, Charlie. The stuff I write in my journal is really just for me." Charlie then goes, "Okay, here you go." That is how you respect someone's privacy. Charlie asked politely, Emily said no, and Charlie gave it right back without hesitation. Perfect boundary respect. Earlier, Jetta had said, "Macadamia nuts come from Hawaii, you know." Vaz replies, "Really? I didn't know that." Of course he didn't know that, because Jetta wasn't supposed to know it either. She only knows it because she violated Emily's privacy and read her journal. She is using stolen information to look smart, to look impressive, and to manipulate the situation. Seriously? Are you even kidding me, Jetta? Why on earth would you read Emily's journal just after you told Emily not to read yours? That is completely hypocritical and a stupid thing Jetta did here. What Jetta did is so severe that if she were an adult, she could very easily get arrested by Sheriff Lewis for invading someone's private journal. After reading the journal, Jetta brings Emily macadamia cupcakes, offers to clean her room, pretends to be tidy, quizzes her, angles for the Hawaii trip, uses stolen information to act like a perfect friend. Jetta uses information she stole from Emily Elizabeth's private journal to manipulate her. That is emotional damage on top of emotional damage. This is the only time Emily Elizabeth gets angry at Jetta, and her anger is completely justified. And what makes it even worse, Jetta never gets punished for it. Not even a little. The apology is perfect, sincere, direct, and fully accountable. But even a perfect apology cannot erase the severity of the violation. This episode is, without question, a big bad dog episode. The severity of the privacy invasion alone locks it into that category. No apology, not even a perfect one, can erase the emotional damage caused here. I'm sorry, but this episode blew it. I literally cannot give the episode any more chances. After all the bad things Jetta did here, this episode blew it. It crossed the line, it shattered the boundary, and it never earned its way back. If you compare the episode to Friends Morning, Noon, and Night from the previous season, Cleo caused 4 boundary violations, and she instantly apologizes, but the boundary violations were nowhere near as bad as they are here in Jetta's sneak peek, and that's why that episode got a low meh rating. Here in Jetta's sneak peek, the boundary violation is so severe and it creates instant emotional damage that I cannot even give it a meh rating even at all. This episode is very, very, very frustrating to watch. I cannot even believe an episode on the lighter side of Big Bad Dog territory has severe emotional damage. That almost never happens. This episode is a Big Bad Dog on the lighter side because privacy invasion is extremely severe, emotional damage, and cannot be ignored, even with a perfect apology. This episode was dangerously close to becoming completely catastrophic, like Special Delivery, because Jetta never gets punished for her behavior at all. If the episode had kept everything from the original, the perfect apology, the emotional logic, the character reactions, and added a severe but well-deserved punishment for Jetta's behavior, then, and only then, could an episode with emotional damage this extreme be taken out of Big Bad Dog territory and actually be really good. That is the rule. Severe emotional damage can only be redeemed by a perfect apology and a severe appropriate consequence. Without both, the episode stays in Big Bad Dog territory, no exceptions. I'm sorry. It's just, this episode, I can't take it anymore. It's really unbearable to watch until the very end. Ratings are earned for the reasons that are justified enough to earn them, and this episode earned its rating for all the wrong reasons. And that's why I am not letting this episode off the hook compared to Friends Morning, Noon, and Night, which was off the hook. And without the apology, it would have been completely catastrophic, like Special Delivery. Wow. Just wow. But the good thing is, this episode was at least very interesting to talk about, even though it was definitely not interesting to watch at all. And here's the truth. If Friends Morning, Noon, and Night had no apology, that episode also could have become completely catastrophic, like Special Delivery. It depends on how many boundary violations they are, whether they deserve to be in Mad territory or Big Bad Dog territory. Friends Morning, Noon, and Night had 4 boundary violations, but a perfect apology, but fortunately, that apology was thankful enough to take the episode out of Big Bad Dog territory, but not with Jetta's sneak peek. The emotional damage is very severe in that one. And the boundary violation is, instead of 4 minor violations, it's 1 very severe violation. That keeps it in Big Bad Dog territory. That's why Friends Morning, Noon, and Night is not emotionally damaging and in the lower side of meh territory, because Clifford stops Cleo's behavior just in time before it escalates into emotional damage because Cleo apologizes. But for Jetta's sneak peek, the emotional damage was very severe even before Jetta gave a perfect apology. That's why Friends Morning, Noon, and Night got a low meh episode rating. Jetta's sneak peek gets a light Big Bad Dog episode rating because of a rare combination of severe emotional damage but a perfect apology that keeps it from being a catastrophic Big Bad Dog episode. Hopefully, the next episode after this is much better. Episode 54A, Vaz Goes Down the Tubes. Vaz watches too much television instead of doing the White House project with the other kids. This episode is not emotionally damaging. Not even a little. It is completely safe. But it is also slow, repetitive, and missing something important. The pacing drags because Vaz's TV obsession repeats the same beat over and over again. It's not bad, it's just boring. The episode begins with Clifford and the kids playing soccer, Vaz shouting, "Wacka wacka doo!" and Emily Elizabeth explaining that it's from the Brody Brood every time somebody does something great. And this matters because Emily identifies the reference. She's the one who recognizes the parody. The Brady Brood is a straight-up preschool parody of the Brady Bunch. The name, the tone, the family sitcom structure, it's all there. Vaz's shouted line of "wacka wacka doo" might be a partial reference to Fred Flintstone's "yabba dabba doo." The same rhythm, the same celebratory energy, the same retro TV vibe. So the moment works on two layers. Emily identifies the in-universe parody of the Brady Bunch, and Vaz delivers a meta wink to classic Hanna-Barbera energy. Vaz checks the time and leaves mid-game. This is not emotional damage, it's just distraction. The kids' reactions are justified. They're disappointed, not hurt. Vaz proudly announces, "We can get over 632 different TV channels." And this is where the pacing problem begins. The satellite dish becomes the engine of the episode's tedium. It gives Vaz too many options, and the episode keeps repeating the same beat. Vaz promises something, Vaz leaves to watch TV, Vaz forgets, the kids wait. It's harmless, but it's repetitive. Jerry Bouncer is absolutely a reference to Jerry Springer. Even the name Bouncer hits at Springer's on-stage security guards. It's a kid-safe wink for adults. This reinforces the idea that Vaz's new satellite dish is exposing him to a whole universe of TV genres, sitcoms, talk shows, music videos, and that's exactly why he gets overwhelmed. The episode is missing one thing that would have made it genuinely good: an adult stepping in with a clear, firm, responsible message. Vaz's parents, or Mrs. Martinez from the episodes Then Came Bob and The Big Fetch, could have told Vaz, "I'm sorry, Vaz, but too much television is not good. No more television for a while. It's time to take care of responsibility and do your homework to work on the White House project." And in Spanish, it would be translated to, "Lo siento, Vaz, pero demasiada televisión no es buena. No más televisión por un tiempo. Es hora de hacerse cargo de las responsabilidades y hacer tu tarea para trabajar en el proyecto de la Casa Blanca." This is not a stereotype. It's simply a bilingual line that reflects the reality of many Mexican-American families and teachers, and it would have grounded the episode's message. Vaz shows off his TV-inspired sandwich, a noodle doodle sandwich, a super-duper noodle doodle sandwich. It's funny, it's charming, but it's still part of the repetition. Another example of TV replacing real-world engagement. Vaz says, "I can only stay for an hour. The Stars of Pop channel is showing a new video." Again, harmless but repetitive. The pacing drags because the episode keeps hitting the same note. The kids begin painting the White House project without Vaz. They try, they engage, they put in effort. But without the white paint, the project literally cannot look correct. There's one scene in the episode where Clifford even tries to engage with Vaz by jumping and barking. And he goes, "Wow, it seems like Vaz hardly ever comes outside anymore. Hey, maybe if I start playing, he'll come out and join me." And then when that attempt doesn't work, he goes, "Well, that didn't work, but there's got to be some way to get Vaz to come outside. Hey, look at that. It's the white paint for the White House project. Maybe if Vaz sees the paint can, he'll remember that he was going to help work on the project today." He barks again, and then he goes, "I don't think he can hear me. I'll have to bark louder." And then he lets out a full-on howl that unintentionally scares birds and lots of people. But what Clifford did was actually justified. He was trying to get Vaz to come outside and engage with other people. His howling causes the TV to malfunction, which is perfect karmic payback for Vaz's obsession about television. Eventually, the antenna completely gets knocked off of the roof, and Clifford comes in and gets the antenna back where it belongs. This is the part where Vaz realizes that he's really late. He's caused a lot of delays with the too much television obsession, and he's determined to make it right. So he asks Clifford to give him a ride. That part comes before Jetta looks at the half-painted project. Then Clifford arrives carrying Vaz, and that's the turning point. The kids hear Clifford barking, they turn, they see Clifford running toward them with Vaz on his back. This is the rescue moment and the emotional pivot of the episode. Vaz gets off Clifford and says, "I'm really sorry I was so late today, guys. I was watching TV and I just lost track of time." Then, too much of anything, even a good thing, is just too much. From now on, I'm only going to watch my really favorite TV shows. This apology is perfect. It's sincere. It's accountable. It shows growth. And it's one of the main reasons the episode stays in meh territory. And here's the wild part. The Arthur episode Brain Gets Hooked didn't air until late 2009. Clifford's episode aired in late October 2002, just 8 days before Halloween. So Clifford did the screen time addiction plus neglected responsibilities plot first. Arthur did the older kid, more dramatic version 7 years later. But here's the full parallel. In that Arthur episode, Brain watches too much Junior Island. Fern warns him about screen time consequences. Brain completely forgets his Magna Carta project. Mr. Ratburn gives him a C. Clifford is the preschool version. Arthur is the middle grade version. Same lesson, different age bracket. And here's the fun part. Ulysses Kiradra, Vaz's voice actor, also voiced Twister on Nickelodeon's Rocket Power. That means he was already in the Nickelodeon talent pool. And this means he could have been a great cast star in Dora the Explorer, which premiered on August 14th of 2000, and Clifford the Big Red Dog premiered 3 weeks later on September 4th, 2000. And Go Diego Go premiered on September 6th of 2005, where Jake T. Austin voices Diego. Diego rescues animals, he teaches Spanish, he models responsibility, and if Diego had been introduced in season 1 of Dora instead of 5 years later, Kiradra would have been a perfect fit for the role. His voice has the exact energy Diego needed, adventurous, empathetic, bilingual, and confident. He could have voiced Dora's older brother, or Diego himself if Diego had debuted earlier in season 1. It's one of these paths not taken that actually makes total sense. Well, it is Vaz Goes Down the Tubes. It is definitely a much better episode than Jetta's sneak peek, but that doesn't make it good. It's harmless, it's safe, and it never crosses into emotional damage, but it's still boring, repetitive, and missing the adult voice it desperately needed. It's a meh episode through and through. Without those engaging scenes or that apology, it would have been even more boring and tedious and gotten an episode rating on the lighter side of Big Bad Dog territory. But with these engaging scenes and the perfect apology, it keeps it into a perfectly average meh episode. And as far as Dora the Explorer goes, well, it's one of those shows where people either like the show or hate the show. I remember some friends of mine liking the show and some hating the show. Me, I'm perfectly split in the middle. I don't really hate the series, but I don't really like the series as much either. I prefer Clifford the Big Red Dog, Arthur, and Dragon Tales and other PBS Kids shows over shows like Dora the Explorer. Anyway, that's all I have to say about Vasco's Down the Tubes. Episode 54B, Cyber Puppy Problems. Mac is jealous about Jetta's new electronic dog named Cybo, and he thinks she likes Cybo more than Mac. So let's be very clear about this episode and start with the most important truth. Jetta is not the problem in this episode. She behaves exactly like a kid on her birthday, excited, enthusiastic, and proud of her new present. She even gives Mac tummy yummies. She's not rude, not dismissive, not braggy, and not cruel. The episode's issues come from Mac's jealousy and the story's inability to choose a focus. It feels like the episodes Who Me Jealous and Baby Makes 4 all over again. The episode's core flaw is simple. It cannot make up its mind on where exactly it wants to focus. It keeps bouncing between two competing storylines, Jetta's birthday excitement and Mac's jealousy spiral. Because it never commits to either one, the episode becomes jumbled, confusing, and cluttered, like a messy winter storm with rain and snow mixing together. Nothing sticks, nothing builds. Everything just swirls around in a slushy, emotional mess. Jetta has the most human lines by far. She drives every human scene, the birthday excitement, the Cybo demonstrations, the tummy yummy moment, the TV scene, the search for Cybo, and the final emotional payoff. Charlie has a few lines in the opening party scene. Emily Elizabeth is present in the party scenes, but does not speak in them, and only has 2 lines near the end, which are, "No, Jetta, I haven't. I'll help you look for him if you want." This is extremely unusual. Emily is normally the emotional anchor, but here she's almost silent. And then the 2 biggest continuity problems with this episode are Jetta's baby brother Cosmo is missing, and so is her mom. This is Jetta's birthday. Her baby brother and her mom should be present. Their absence makes the party feel hollow, incomplete, and disconnected from the show's own continuity. The dog scenes are even more unbalanced. Mac and Clifford speak constantly, while T-Bone and Cleo barely speak at all. T-Bone's only lines are, "After all, Cybo isn't real. He's just a toy. Of course you can. Me neither." And Cleo's only lines are, "Don't you think you might be exaggerating just a little, Mac? So what are you doing? Sorry, Mac, but I'm not following Cybo off the end of the ferry. Maybe Cybo can't swim." Clifford speaks the most after Mac. He delivers lines like, "I don't know, Mac. I think Jetta's trying to tell Cybo to stop before he falls off the dock. We're right behind you, Mac. Look, Mac, there's Jetta." This means the dog side plot is basically a 2-character emotional loop. Mac spirals, Clifford reassures, Mac spirals again. Clifford reassures again. T-Bone and Cleo are just background commentary. The episode alternates rapidly between human and dog scenes. Human, dog, human, dog, human, dog. This creates a scattered rhythm that makes the episode feel longer than it is. The pacing becomes choppy, the emotional beats don't escalate, and the story feels like two half-finished episodes stitched together. The TV show Jetta watches includes the line from Sandy, "Go outside, take a long walk." Cybo immediately obeys the command. This is the moment where Max's jealousy spikes again. It reinforces his fear that he can't compete with a toy that never messes up. Max's jealousy resets every time the dogs appear. The loop is identical each time. Mac thinks Jetta loves Cybo more. Clifford reassures him. Mac rejects the reassurance. Something Cybo does triggers him again. This loop repeats 6 times. It's the same emotional beat over and over, which is why the episode feels tedious. And here's the real heart of Mac's arc, or at least what it should have been. Mac needed to learn patience and be flexible. His jealousy comes from wanting immediate reassurance, wanting everything to stay the same, and wanting the world to bend to his expectations. But the episode doesn't let him learn anything until the dock scene. Everything before that is just spiraling. Without the dock scene, the jealousy would have crossed into emotional damage, and the episode would have earned a light Big Bad Dog rating. Because without the dock scene, Mac would never get evidence that Jetta cares, Jetta would never express her feelings, the jealousy loop would never break, the emotional arc would end unresolved, Mac would still believe Jetta loves Cybo more, the episode would leave him emotionally harmed. This is exactly what defines a light Big Bad Dog episode. Barely harmful, but harmful enough to cross the threshold. But the reason why it is not emotionally damaging is because the dock scene saves the episode. It is the only thing that prevents the episode from becoming emotionally damaging. It forces the story to escalate, gives Mac a heroic moment, and creates the emotional opening for Jetta's final reassurance. Without it, the episode would have been repetitive, unresolved, emotionally unsafe, structurally hollow, and harmful to Mac's character arc. The dock scene is the difference between a meh episode and a light Big Bad Dog episode. Jetta says, "Cybo is just the toy. I can always get another toy, but there's only one, Mac, and I love you." This line is perfect. It resolves Mac's insecurity cleanly and gives the episode its emotional closure. Because of those really jumbled up and confusing and tedious and boring scenes, plus the ending where it actually shows some action and stakes that save the episode from becoming really boring, this episode earns a perfectly average meh rating. It is harmless but slow, safe but repetitive, not bad but cluttered, jumbled, and structurally confused, like a messy winter storm with rain and snow mixing together. The dock scene and Jetta's final line keep it from dropping lower. It's about as structurally confusing as the episode Captain Birdwell's Treasure from the previous season, but we've already covered that, and now we'll go on to the next episode, which hopefully will be a good episode. Episode 55A, Another Fine Mess. Emily Elizabeth can't find anything and her room becomes a mess. When I first saw this episode on the 2006 DVD of Growing Up with Clifford, I was honestly afraid it was going to be one of those Emily Elizabeth gets grounded and can't play with her friends or Clifford until she cleans her room episodes. I was bracing for the classic preschool show punishment arc, but I was pleasantly surprised it wasn't like that at all. Not even close. Instead of punishment, the episode chooses natural consequences, self-reflection, gentle guidance, and a self-driven solution. This is why the episode works. It trusts Emily to grow on her own. The premise is actually a lot like the SpongeBob episode Procrastination, where SpongeBob keeps putting off his boating school essay. Both episodes revolve around the same core idea. Procrastination creates chaos, stress, and consequences, but the tone is completely different. SpongeBob's version is frantic, surreal, anxiety-driven, and has a comedic meltdown. Clifford's version is grounded, gentle, emotionally healthy, and focused on growth. It's the same premise, but Clifford handles it with warmth instead of panic. Unlike the rain and snow slush of cyber puppy problems, this episode is clean, focused, and emotionally coherent. The structure is simple and effective. Summer vacation excitement. Emily's messy room causes real problems. She loses important items. She feels guilty and frustrated. She decides to fix it herself. She succeeds and restores her relationships. It's a clean arc, literally and narratively. This episode has one of the most balanced dialogue spreads in late season 2. Emily Elizabeth is the clear lead. She drives the story and carries the emotional arc. Charlie and Vaz have strong supporting roles. They have meaningful dialogue around the softball, the camera, the team picture, and expectations for tomorrow. Emily's mom is gentle, supportive, and guidance. She appears just enough to point out the mess, remind Emily not to put things off, and provide emotional grounding. Clifford has only 2 lines in the episode, but they are both perfect. The first line he has is at the very beginning when he goes, "Gotta hurry, gotta hurry." And the second line is when he says, "I wonder if Emily Elizabeth has cleaned her room up yet this morning." Clifford's limited dialogue works because this is Emily's episode. Jetta has very minimal dialogue and only has 3 lines.
That looks like fun. Come on, you guys. Let's get the game started.
And joining everyone in, here comes Clifford. She contributes warmth without conflict, which helps keep the episode focused and emotionally clean. This is one of the few episodes where Emily's flaw, procrastination, is handled with warmth instead of shame. She experiences excitement, distraction, frustration, guilt, determination, and pride, and none of it comes from punishment. It all comes from natural consequences. She loses Charlie's softball and Vaz's camera, and she realizes,
I never should have let my room get so messy. I wish I had put my stuff away in the first place.
This is exactly how to teach responsibility without fear. The episode's best strength is that Emily fixes the problem herself. The emotional highlight is that Emily chooses to get up early and clean her room, not because she's forced to, but because she wants to make things right. This is self-driven, mature, responsible, and emotionally healthy, and Clifford supports her without judgment. The opening sequence is one of the most joyful in the entire series, with the countdown, the cheering, the pond scene, the waterproof camera, the laughter, and the group photo. It's pure summer energy, bright, warm, and full of life. And after 3 episodes that were either stuck in meh or big bad dog territory, the messy winter storm chaos of cyber puppy problems, the very boring Vaz goes down to tubes, and the severe emotional damage of Jetta's sneak peek, this episode finally gets back to being in good episode territory. It's such a relief to see the show return to a clean, focused, emotionally healthy story after that rough 3-episode stretch. This episode earns its rating because it teaches responsibility, through natural consequences, not punishment. It gives Emily a chance to grow on her own terms, balances the dialogue beautifully, and wraps everything in warm summer energy. It's a clean, character-driven story, exactly what a good Clifford episode should be. Episode 55B, King Mac. Mac takes advantage of T-Bone's guilt and is mistakenly given credit for T-Bone's work. This episode is another structurally confusing entry, very much in the same category as Captain Birdwell's Treasure from Season 1 and Cyber Puppy Problems just one episode earlier, but it's not quite as confusing as those two. It's still messy enough to affect the rating, but there are more interesting scenes and more emotional clarity than in Cyber Puppy Problems. The confusion comes from unclear cause and effect, misinterpreted actions, characters being rewarded or punished for the wrong things, and emotional beats that don't line up with the plot mechanics. It's not a disaster, but it's definitely messy. The core confusion, why was Mac punished and why was he rewarded? This is the biggest structural flaw. The episode never explains why Jetta assumes Mac made the garbage mess. T-Bone made it. Mac didn't. But Jetta scolds Mac anyway. The emotional logic is fine. Mac feels guilty, but the plot logic is fuzzy. The second issue is, why did Jetta give Mac tummy yummies for something T-Bone did? T-Bone cleaned the yard. Clifford and Cleo helped. Mac slept. Yet Jetta rewards Mac with a giant bowl of tummy yummies. The episode never clarifies why she thinks Mac did the work. These two contradictions create a structural fog that hangs over the entire episode. Clifford only gets 6 lines, then completely disappears. This is the most notable thing holding the episode back from being good. Clifford only gets 6 lines, and then he completely disappears from the rest of the episode. Clifford's lines include, "You're welcome, T-Bone. We'll help you finish cleaning." And a few pirate scene lines. And then nothing. It's fine if Cleo disappears. She often does, like she does in this episode. But Clifford is the emotional anchor of the show. When he vanishes, the episode loses its grounding. This is the single biggest reason the episode can't reach good territory. Mac is the emotional engine of the episode. He drives the guilt, the deception, the apology, and the resolution. T-Bone is the moral center of the episode. He makes the mess, feels guilty, cleans the yard, tries to find the soccer ball, gets emotionally manipulated, and forgives Mac. Clifford is barely present. He only gets 6 lines, and then he's gone. Cleo is minimal, but fun. She shines in the pirate scene, but otherwise disappears. Jetta is functional, but not snobby. She scolds Mac, praises Mac, offers tummy yummies, and sets the stakes. She is not snobby at all here, just reactive and emotional. The pirate playing scene with Cleo and Clifford is easily the highlight. It's imaginative, funny, and full of personality. It gives the episode energy and charm that the main plot sometimes lacks. This scene alone lifts the episode above perfectly average, although it's not good enough to be considered good. The emotional logic is stronger than the plot logic. Even though the plot mechanics are confusing, the emotional beats are clear. T-Bone feels guilty. Mac takes advantage. Mac realizes he hurt his friend. Mac apologizes. T-Bone forgives him. This emotional clarity is why the episode is not as structurally confusing, but still not good. Yes, this episode has lots of good things. The pirate scene, the emotional arc, the apology. But these 3 issues, unfortunately, keep it from becoming a good episode. Mac is punished for something he didn't do, Mac is rewarded for something he didn't do, and Clifford disappears after 6 lines. These structural problems hold the episode back from reaching good episode territory. I'm afraid I'd have to call it a meh episode. But at least it is on the upper side of meh. The emotional core is strong, the pirate scene is delightful, and the apology is satisfying. But the structural confusion and Clifford's disappearance keep it from crossing into good episode territory. Episode 56A, Who Moved My Bone? Cleo and T-Bone have a frustrating argument about who moved Cleo's bone. This episode was off to a good start. It actually begins with one of the strongest openings in late season 2. The Super T-Bone play sequence is imaginative, energetic, and full of personality. It feels like a classic Clifford setup, warm, playful, and full of charm. It really was off to a good start. And then the bone goes missing. The episode becomes a big problem the moment the bone is found. And you know what the real problem is? The episode becomes a disaster the moment the missing bone is found. If you thought the issue was Cleo's behavior, nope. Cleo is dramatic, emotional, reactive, but she is completely in character. The real problem is T-Bone. He is completely out of character here. It is so unlike him to be portrayed as a mean character. This is the exact moment where the episode collapses. T-Bone accuses Cleo, T-Bone escalates, T-Bone threatens the friendship, T-Bone refuses to listen, T-Bone becomes hostile, T-Bone mirrors Mac-style behavior. This is not T-Bone. This is T-Bone acting like Mac. And that is the emotional logic failure that breaks the entire episode. T-Bone is supposed to be gentle, anxious, conflict-averse, loyal, soft-spoken. But here he becomes sharp, accusatory, prideful, reactive, and mean. This is Mac's emotional profile, not T-Bone's. And because T-Bone is the emotional heart of the trio, when he breaks, the entire episode breaks. The arguing is repetitive, unbearable, and emotionally uncomfortable. Once the bone disappears, the episode becomes repetitive, circular, hostile, emotionally draining, uncomfortable to sit through. The argument cycle repeats. Accuse, deny, threaten a friendship, escalate, repeat. It becomes so repetitive and unbearable that it flips the switch from mildly annoying to actively uncomfortable. This is the exact emotional pattern of To Catch a Bird, and that is not a compliment. And here's the part that makes this stretch even worse and more frustrating. On the 2005 VHS and DVD release of Clifford the Big Red Dog, Doggie Detectives, the moment this episode ends, it immediately goes to Catch a Bird, which is an even worse episode and a completely, fully catastrophic one. So the viewer experiences an episode that becomes emotionally uncomfortable, followed immediately by an episode that is emotionally disastrous. It's one of the most brutal back-to-back pairings in the entire Clifford home media lineup. You're already drained from the repetitive arguing, and instead of relief, the DVD and VHS throws you straight into the most catastrophic episode of season 1 that is based off of false accusation. And this time, Jetta accuses Emily Elizabeth. This placement amplifies the discomfort of Who Moved My Bone and makes the middle of the DVD feel like a gauntlet or whatever you call it. Clifford actually does something incredibly rare here. He reaches his emotional limit and walks away from Cleo and T-Bone because he is genuinely frustrated and disappointed. His line says everything. If the silly old bone can make you so mad at each other, then maybe you're not such good friends after all. I don't think I can help anymore. I'm going home. When Clifford leaves, the audience feels the same thing he does. I can't take it anymore. This is the emotional low point of the episode. The episode does get better once Clifford discovers who actually moved the bone. This is the turning point, the moment where the emotional fog finally lifts and the episode starts repairing itself. When Clifford learns that Mac dug up the bone and reburied it, the accusations stop, the hostility stops, the emotional tension breaks, the truth comes out, and the story finally moves forward. Once the mystery is solved, the episode finally starts behaving like Clifford again. The apology scene is the one moment where the episode finally repairs itself. It is sincere, emotionally grounded, and restores the friendship in a believable way. And the opening Super T-Bone sequence is genuinely fun. These two things, the strong opening and the heartfelt apology, are the only reasons this episode doesn't drop into catastrophic territory. It is not completely catastrophic, unlike To Catch a Bird. That episode is a total emotional collapse with no repair and a flat apology. This one at least has a strong opening, a mystery reveal, and a real apology. That's why I find it slightly better than To Catch a Bird, but still worse than Then Came Bob. This episode sits in a very specific place. Worse than Then Came Bob, better than To Catch a Bird. A better way to make the episode work is simple. Swap the roles. Have Mac take T-Bone's place, and have T-Bone take Mac's place. That may not make the episode good, but it would at least give it a meh rating. This fix would work if Mac were the one accusing and escalating. That would be in character, believable, and emotionally consistent. If T-Bone were the one who found the bone and felt guilty, that would be gentle, anxious, remorseful, and emotionally grounded. This simple character swap would fix the emotional logic instantly. It wouldn't make the episode great, but it would at least make it coherent. And that alone would lift it into meh territory. But, unfortunately, this episode isn't in meh territory. Yes, this episode has a few good things. The Super T-Bone opening, the mystery reveal, the apology, but the constant arguing, the unbearable repetition, and T-Bone acting like Mac instead of himself, unfortunately, keep it from becoming anything close to good. The argument becomes repetitive and uncomfortable enough that it deserves not a catastrophic, but a pretty severe and well-deserved
Big Bad Dog episode rating.
And while I still stand by this rating, I do think it is an episode with so much more potential. The foundation for a solid story was there. It just collapsed under the weight of the repetitive arguing and the out-of-character writing. With just a small character swap, this could have easily risen into meh territory, or maybe even good episode territory, instead of landing where it did here. Episode 56B, Clifford the Pirate King. Clifford, Cleo, and T-Bone go to a Treasure Island pirate party with the kids at Charlie's houseboat. This is the third royalty-themed episode after Princess Cleo and King Mac. And the good news is that this episode is much, much better than both of them. It immediately feels more imaginative, more cohesive, and more emotionally grounded than the previous two. One thing that makes this episode stand out is that it carries a subtle Peter Pan vibe, not in a direct reference way, but in a thematic and visual way. This episode aired in November of 2002, almost 50 years after Disney's 1953 Peter Pan film was released theatrically in February of 1953, and it unintentionally echoes one of that movie's most iconic elements, Tick-Tock the crocodile. The alligator pool toy has the same playful energy, appears at moments of surprise, creates comedic tension, lurks beneath the plank, and becomes a running gag. The plank walking scene with the gator underneath feels like a gentle, kid-friendly echo of the crocodile scenes in the 1953 film. It adds a whimsical, theatrical, adventurous energy that fits perfectly with the Treasure Island theme. And that's why this episode feels like a true pirate adventure, just like the film. It captures the same playful, theatrical energy that made the 1953 Peter Pan film so iconic, even though they aired almost 50 years apart. The alligator pool toy sequence is funny, charming, visually memorable, and perfectly paced. Clifford is excited, Cleo is energetic, T-Bone is adorable, and the kids are creative. It's one of the most delightful cold opens in late season 2. The Treasure Island Party is one of the best set pieces in the series. The Treasure Island Party is visually rich, full of movement, full of character moments, full of great sound design, full of fun pirate-themed gags. The plank walking game, the gator pit, the flag rescue, the piñata, the boat rocking, all of it is energetic and joyful. This is the kind of imaginative, kid-driven world-building Clifford excels at. Clifford's arc is simple but powerful. He wants to help, he accidentally causes problems, he feels guilty, he decides to leave, the dogs support him, the kids bring him back in a way that includes him. This is classic Clifford emotional logic, gentle, empathetic, inclusive, and warm. Cleo and T-Bone don't blame Clifford for the chaos in the boat. They respond with empathy.
We'll come with you.
We can have our own party on the beach. It was fun while we were there. This is the emotional opposite of the previous episode. Instead of hostility and blame, we get loyalty, kindness, and genuine friendship. And the best part of this episode? Jetta says,
"A party just isn't a party without you, Clifford."
This matters because Jetta rarely admits she was wrong, expresses vulnerability, and gives Clifford emotional validation. So when she is the one who calls Clifford back, it hits harder than if anyone else had said it. It's one of Jetta's most genuinely kind moments in the entire series. The buried treasure sequence is joyful, energetic, visually fun, emotionally rewarding, and the final line, "Looks like we found 2 treasures today. The chest full of goodies and Clifford the Pirate King," is a perfect ending. The only things holding it back from being an absolute masterpiece are minor animation and audio errors. Charlie accidentally uses Vaz's laugh in one scene. Another scene has Dan accidentally use Emily Elizabeth's "whoa" sound effects from the episode Lucky Charm, but in a slightly lower pitch. And Dan is voiced by Susan Blue, so the reuse sound effect stands out, whereas Emily Elizabeth is voiced by Gray Delisle. They are tiny flaws, but noticeable. While Princess Cleo and King Mac both struggle with tone and emotional logic, Princess Cleo on the lighter side of Big Bad Dog territory and King Mac on the upper side of meh territory, Clifford the Pirate King is a great successor to these 2 royal-themed episodes. This episode is definitely, not only, a good episode, but a great one. This episode is great, and I give it that rating because it succeeds where the other royalty episodes fail. While Princess Cleo and King Mac both struggle with tone and emotional logic, this episode is imaginative, warm, emotionally consistent, and beautifully structured. The only things holding it back are minor technical errors, not writing, not pacing, not emotional logic. This is a genuinely great episode with only tiny flaws. Episode 57A, Clifford's Cookie Craving. Mr. Bleakman bakes a giant cookie and Clifford can't resist taking a bite of it. This episode tackles a problem that isn't just for kids, it's universal. Everyone deals with cravings, temptation, and the consequences that come with them. Clifford's cookie craving is portrayed as overwhelming, sensory-driven, compulsive, difficult to resist, and emotionally confusing. And the episode handles it in a way that is preschool-friendly, emotionally honest, and grounded in real-world behavior. One of the most interesting production details is that this episode brings back the parade music from the Season 1 episode, Clifford on Parade. But, unfortunately, the tuba part was completely taken out of this episode. And again, 6 episodes later. As a tuba player myself, I would notice immediately the missing bass line, the thinner harmonic texture, and the reduced comedic bounce. It's a small detail, but it changes the musical feel, and not in a good way. Even though the episode never mentions diseases directly, it's impossible not to see the parallels. Cravings can lead to real health consequences, including heart disease and diabetes, even though the episode wisely avoids naming them. The episode also shows a preschool-friendly version of obesity, especially when Cleo, T-Bone, and Clifford all feel overly full, sluggish, and uncomfortable after overeating. This mirrors the real-world strategies seen in episodes of My 600-Pound Life, where cravings, emotional eating, and temptation cycles can make or break a patient's journey. It's a surprisingly mature subtext for a preschool show. Clifford's craving is shown as a real struggle. Clifford tries to resist, he tries to walk away, he tries to distract himself. But the craving keeps pulling him back. The episode shows the sensory pull, the obsessive thinking, the just one sniff logic, the slippery slope into overeating. This is exactly how cravings work in real life. The dog's decision to even out the cookie is classic Clifford logic. The moment the dogs decide, let's eat all the way around the cookie and even it out, is both hilarious and painfully realistic. It's the kind of rationalization people make when they're trying to hide a mistake, and it always makes things worse. Mr. Bleakman's reaction is one of the most emotionally honest moments in the series. This is the heart of the episode, when the cookie is revealed and Mr. Bleakman says, "Violet, look, that big red rascal ate my cookie." He doesn't get angry, he doesn't yell, he doesn't scold, he cries. This is one of the rare times the show lets Mr. Bleakman be vulnerable instead of grumpy. His emotions are justified, understandable, and deeply human. And Clifford's guilt is equally justified. Even though him eating really the cookie, I guess you could call it, was not justified. And this is one of the best emotional exchanges in the entire series. Violet's response is perfectly balanced. Violet comforts Horace by saying, "You can't really blame him, can you?" She acknowledges the cookie smelled amazing, the temptation was huge, Clifford didn't mean harm. This prevents the scene from turning into shame or punishment. The ending is warm and forgiving. Mr. Bleakman ultimately says,
"Everyone makes mistakes sometimes, including leaving too big of a temptation in front of a very large dog."
This is gentle, humorous, emotionally mature, and perfectly in character. It resolves the conflict without minimizing Clifford's mistake. This episode earns its rating because it handles temptation, guilt, and forgiveness with emotional honesty. It brings back the parade music from Clifford on Parade, even if the tuba part is missing. It presents a preschool-friendly version of overeating and cravings, and it gives Mr. Bleakman one of his most heartfelt moments. It's imaginative, relatable, emotionally grounded, and surprisingly mature in its subtext about cravings and consequences. And honestly, it's a deliciously good episode.
Woof!
Even if Clifford eats the evidence. The only thing keeping it from a higher score are minor pacing issues and the slightly repetitive middle section, but overall it's a strong, warm, and very human story about temptation and making things right. Episode 57B, Jetta's Friend. Jetta tries to make plans, but everything doesn't go quite like she expected when she hangs out with her friend Monique. This episode has a strong idea. Jetta's pen pal Monique visiting Birdwell Island, but the execution is tedious and repetitive. The structure becomes Jetta plans something, it doesn't go perfectly, she panics, the timer rings, it repeats. It's not bad, but it's slow, predictable, and lacks the charm or energy of stronger Jetta episodes. Monique is the best part of the episode. Monique is warm, friendly, flexible, open-minded, and genuinely excited to meet everyone. And the voice acting is excellent. Simbai Kaylee, I think is how you pronounce that name, is the actor or actress who voices Monique. The same actress who voices Mrs. Young, who is Bruno's mom. And Bruno is KC's owner in this Clifford the Big Red Dog TV series. And Cree Summer, Cleo's voice actress, voices Monique's mother, which is a fun little continuity detail. Monique's presence elevates the episode. Jetta's problem is simple. She wants the day to be perfect, and she wants it to be perfect her way. Her issues include over-planning, over-scheduling, refusing to adapt, panicking when things go off script, ignoring Monique's actual preferences. This leads to frustration, stress, emotional rigidity, and a complete inability to go with the flow. The seashell scene shows the episode's biggest problem. When the kids say, "We haven't found a single shell all morning," Jetta refuses to accept it because it wasn't part of her plan. She scheduled seashells. She believes she knows better. This is the moment where the episode's pacing slows down the most. It's not bad, just dull. The water fight is fun, but it breaks Jetta's plan. The water fight is playful, spontaneous, genuinely fun, but for Jetta, it's a disaster. Her picnic gets soaked, her timer gets wet, her schedule collapses. This is the first major crack in her perfect day. The lunch scene comes at the right time. Charlie suggests, "How about some fish and chips, Jamaican style?" This moment is important because it shows Monique's flexibility, it shows Jetta's discomfort with change, it introduces a cultural detail, Jamaican food. It gives the episode a warm, grounded moment. This is one of the few scenes where the episode breathes. The flat tire pushes Jetta over the edge. When Jetta's bike gets a flat tire, she finally cracks. This is where the episode's emotional tension peaks. She's behind schedule, her plan is falling apart, she's overwhelmed, she's trying to force today to be perfect. It's a realistic portrayal of a kid who can't handle unpredictability. And when Jetta says, "There's nothing to do here, absolutely nothing," it unintentionally becomes the most honest line in the entire episode, because at that moment, the pacing stalls, the plot stalls, the energy stalls, the episode feels empty. And the audience feels exactly what Jetta is saying. It's one of those rare times where the character's frustration perfectly mirrors the viewer's experience. Not in a clever way, but in a, yeah, there really is nothing happening way. When Jetta finally gives in and lets Monique go kite flying, the episode finally breathes. It's fun, colorful, energetic, social, and relaxed. And it's the first time Jetta stops forcing the day to be perfect. The ending is sweet and saves the episode. Monique says, "I did the most important thing on my list. I spent an amazing day with you." This line softens Jetta, reframes the day, gives emotional closure, delivers the moral gently, and Jetta finally admits, "You don't always have to stick to a plan." It's a good ending, even if the episode getting there is slow. And because the pacing drags, this episode is going to get a meh rating. This episode earns that rating because while the concept is strong, the pacing is tedious and the constant timer interruptions make the episode feel repetitive. Monique is a great character, the voice acting is excellent, and Jetta's increasing frustration is realistic and well acted. But when Jetta says, "There's nothing to do here, absolutely nothing," it accidentally sums up the episode's biggest flaw. It often feels like nothing is happening. The ending is sweet and delivers the moral well, but the journey there is slow. A decent episode, just not a particularly exciting one. Episode 58A, Fishing Lessons. Charlie promises to take Emily Elizabeth on a fishing lesson, but other things distract Charlie. This episode handles the keeping a promise lesson far better than Promises ever did. The key difference is that in Promises, Jetta breaks a promise deliberately with selfish intent. But in Fishing Lessons, Charlie postpones the promise because he gets distracted, not because he doesn't care. That distinction changes everything. Charlie's behavior is questionable but understandable. Charlie's actions are impulsive, curious, easily distracted, and excited by new activities, but they are not selfish or dismissive or intentionally hurtful or emotionally damaging. Charlie's behavior is questionable enough to affect the rating, but it is completely understandable for a kid his age. He wants to teach Emily. He intends to keep the promise. He just keeps getting pulled into other adventures. This is soft conflict, not emotional harm. Emily's emotional weight is much softer than Promises. Emily's line, "Charlie must have forgotten about us," is the emotional center of the episode, but the sadness is gentle, temporary, based on misunderstanding, and not rooted in betrayal. Unlike in Promises, Emily is disappointed, not hurt. There is no emotional damage here. Jetta calling Charlie out is a great moment. Jetta, of all people, becomes the voice of accountability. She says, "I told Emily Elizabeth you were never going to teach her to fish." This works because she's blunt, she's honest, she's not wrong, she forces Charlie to reflect. It's one of the rare times Jetta's directness actually helps someone. The episode builds gentle tension without dragging. The pacing is surprisingly strong. The episode makes you wonder, where is Charlie? When is he going to show up? Will Emily have to teach herself? But it never becomes boring, repetitive, emotionally heavy, because it's a soft, pleasant tension, not a stressful one. Emily teaching herself is a great character moment. Emily gathers books, studies fishing techniques, experiments, tries casting, and problem solves. This gives her agency which Promises lacked. It also keeps the episode from feeling stagnant. The final scene is warm and emotionally clean. Charlie apologizes with full sincerity. No excuses, no deflection, no minimizing, and no blaming others. Charlie says, "I don't like it when people make a promise and then don't keep it, and I bet you don't like it that much either." And Emily admits her feelings honestly. "Well, you did kind of hurt my feelings." And the repair is mutual, gentle, emotionally grounded, and followed by action. This is how a promise repair scene should be done. The big one that got away ending is perfect. The final moment is funny, is exciting, is collaborative, and ends the episode on a high note. It's a great payoff. The only thing holding this episode back from good episode territory is Charlie's repeated postponing. Not because it's harmful, it isn't. Not because it's mean, it isn't. Not because it's boring, it isn't. But because it creates a small trace of emotional inconvenience. It makes Emily wait longer than she should. It slightly disrupts emotional clarity. It's just enough to drop the rating by a hair, but not enough to cause emotional damage. This episode is a very strong one, far stronger than Promises, but it's missing just a small piece that would push it into good episode territory. Charlie's behavior, while slightly questionable, is completely understandable and never harmful. The emotional weight is soft, the pacing is good, and the premise is strong from beginning to end. It's fun, adventurous, and delivers the promise-keeping lesson in a significantly stronger way than the earlier episode. If I had to pick between Promises, and this episode, this one is much, much better. It's a strong recommendation. Just not quite a good episode yet. Just like the episode King Mac, this episode also lands at the very top and on the upper side of meh territory, right at the top of the category. Episode 58B, No Baths for Cleo. Cleo decides she's never taking a bath again. This episode has one of the most charming premises in late season 2. Cleo decides she's never taking a bath again, only to slowly realize why baths actually matter. It's relatable, funny, and perfectly in character. Cleo's dramatic declaration, "I'm never taking a bath again," is peak Cleo energy, over the top, chaotic, and hilarious. This episode is spiritually similar to Stinky Friends, but instead of all 3 dogs avoiding baths, it's Cleo alone who refuses. The twist is that Cleo thinks baths are unfair, not scary. She wants to stay dirty because it's more fun, which gives the episode a unique emotional flavor. This episode also pre-echoes SpongeBob's Gary Takes a Bath, which wouldn't air until 2003, but the comparison needs accuracy. The SpongeBob title is misleading. SpongeBob tries to force Gary into a bath, but Gary can't communicate verbally, so SpongeBob misinterprets everything. And part of the problem is that SpongeBob doesn't understand that cats, and in SpongeBob's world, snails, naturally hate baths. The emotional tone is uncomfortable but hilarious. SpongeBob's frantic attempts, Gary's deadpan resistance, and the escalating chaos make it funny, but the misunderstanding underneath creates tension. The more accurate emotional title would honestly be No Baths for Gary. Cleo's episode is gentler, clearer, and far more emotionally grounded because Cleo can express herself, change her mind, and understand why baths matter. Her musical number, I'm never taking baths, is one of the most iconic Cleo moments in the entire series. It's energetic, expressive, visually fun, and perfectly in character. And it sets the tone for the whole episode. Once Clifford and T-Bone leave for their baths, Cleo tries to keep playing alone. And the episode smartly shows she's the hero, she's the villain, she's the submarine, she's the octopus, she's the narrator, and it's exhausting. This is the emotional turning point. Cleo realizes that staying dirty isn't as fun when you're doing everything alone. Clifford and T-Bone sell the Babs Are Nice message. T-Bone's bath description is adorable. Warm water, bubbles, Mr. Quacky, tummy rubs, and strawberry shampoo. Clifford adds, it feels good to get clean. And T-Bone adds, it's bonding time with your human. This is what finally gets Cleo thinking. The moral is simple but strong. Sometimes you choose not to do something and then change your mind after hearing why others enjoy it. It's gentle, relatable, and well delivered. And unlike some Cleo-centric episodes, this one isn't grating, isn't emotionally heavy, isn't repetitive, and doesn't drag. It's fun, light, and well-paced. The ending is sweet and satisfying. Cleo finally takes a bath, not because she's forced, but because she wants to. Mrs. Diller's final line, dirty or clean, you'll always be my sweet little Cleo, is the perfect emotional capstone. This episode and the previous episode, Fishing Lessons, were the final two episodes to air in 2002. It's a strong pair to close the year. This is a good, clean episode. This episode earns its rating because the premise is fun, the pacing is strong, and Cleo's arc is handled with humor and charm. It's similar to Stinky Friends and even pre-echoes SpongeBob's bath episode, but with the corrected understanding that SpongeBob's title is misleading and the emotional tone is uncomfortable but hilarious. Cleo's story is gentler, clearer, and more emotionally grounded. A fun, energetic, very Cleo-centered story, and a great way to end the year 2002. Episode 59A, Flood of Imagination. Clifford, Cleo, T-Bone, and Mac make up a story together. The first minute of the episode is intentionally boring, and it works, but only barely. The bone, who has the bone loop is repetitive enough to feel like the dog's cabin fever, but it's also the only thing keeping this from a masterpiece. The beginning is slow, repetitive, and deliberately dull, but once Clifford says, let's make up a story, the episode transforms instantly. This is the dog's version of a story creation episode. A Job Well Read is the episode where Cosmo plays with Jetta. She becomes exhausted and Emily reads to Cosmo. It's a babysitting chaos episode with a little bit of imagination. but it's not an imagination escape episode, at least not as of an imagination escape episode as Flood of Imagination is. So the comparison is this. A Job Well Read is the human part of Emily and the others are interested in a story, and Emily reads it. Flood of Imagination is the dog's version of A Job Well Read, but much stronger. They both share the theme of storytelling, but the structure and tone are completely different. And Flood of Imagination is far stronger. The storytelling sequence is one of the best in the entire series. Once the imagination begins, the dogs create a yellow car, then a purple poodle dragster, then a rainstorm, then a built-in umbrella, then a prince, then a queen, then a knight in shining armor, then an ogre, then flying pigs, then a castle, then a rescue mission. It's pure collaborative creativity, the kind of imaginative play that defines childhood. Every idea builds on the last, and the energy never drops. The color arguments are comedy gold. The running gag, green, blue, green, blue. How about yellow? Perfect is one of the funniest late season 2 jokes. It perfectly captures Cleo's stubbornness, T-Bone's indecision, Clifford's peacemaking, the group's chaotic dynamic. It's simple, but it lands every time. The flying pigs are peak Clifford absurdity. The flying pigs are adorable, ridiculous, imaginative, and perfectly in tone. They're exactly the kind of nonsense kids and dogs would invent on a rainy day. Mac joins at the perfect moment. Mac enters right when the story needs a new character. His line, "All ogres aren't green and hideous. Some, like myself, are actually quite handsome," is one of his funniest in the entire series. He fits into the story instantly and elevates the energy. The episode balances reality and imagination beautifully. The thunder moment where the dogs scream only to discover it's just Mac is a perfect blend of imagination, reality, comedy, and timing. And the ending, where the rain stops and the dogs realize they can continue the story outside, is a perfect thematic payoff. The lesson is simple and strong and clear. Imagination can turn a boring day into an adventure. It's universal, delivered through creativity, collaboration, humor, and character personality, and it lands perfectly. Flood of Imagination is one of only 2 Clifford episodes released on VHS and DVD before airing on PBS. This gives it a unique place in Clifford broadcast history. The only thing keeping this from a masterpiece is the slightly tedious beginning. The boredom is intentional, but it lasts a bit too long. Once the imagination begins, though, the episode becomes one of the most creative in the entire series. And yes, A Job Well Read isn't nearly as strong. It is a good, cozy story creation episode, but it doesn't come close to the creativity, energy, or collaborative brilliance of Flood of Imagination. This episode is the clear standout. This is not just a good episode, it's a great episode. It earns its rating because the imagination sequences are some of the best in the entire series. It's the dog's version of the episode A Job Well Read, but far stronger, more creative, and more energetic than A Job Well Read. The only thing keeping it from a perfect masterpiece is the slightly tedious beginning. But once the story takes off, it becomes a wildly fun, beautifully imaginative adventure. A near masterpiece and a great episode. Episode 59B, Lights Out, Everyone learns to have electricity-free fun after Birdwell Island's power loses electricity. This episode is a perfectly decent episode. It has lots of good scenes. Unfortunately, there is one problem in the very middle of the episode. Yes, it has many good scenes and Mr. Bleakman's "When I Was a Boy" stories, except the one thing that takes the episode off of good territory is Cosmo's loud and a little bit obnoxious crying. That's the thesis. Everything else works, but that one section is strong enough to drag the whole thing down. The first electricity problem is the traffic light outage. The first blackout consequence is the traffic lights going out, and this is where the episode starts strong. Cars are backed up. People are confused. The island feels disrupted. Mr. Bleakman explains,
"When I was a boy, we didn't have traffic lights. We had traffic police with signs. The green sign meant you could cross. The red sign meant that you had to stop. Of course, there's a green sign and a red sign, and it needs to be really, really big so that everyone can see them."
Or something like that. Something Mr. Bleakman says like this. But this is funny, nostalgic, surprisingly helpful, and perfectly timed. It leads directly to Clifford becoming a giant traffic light. One of the most charming visuals in the episode. The Vaz scene comes next, and it's excellent. After the traffic light sequence, we move to Vaz. He's learning about the rainforest when his computer shuts off. He's frustrated. He doesn't know what to do. And this leads to the second Bleakman story.
"When I was a boy, we didn't have computers to teach us things. We read books."
This is one of the best "when I was a boy" moments in the entire series because it's practical, it's wholesome, it actually helps Vaz, it reinforces the theme of adapting without electricity. Vaz goes to the library and continues learning. A great payoff. But then comes the crying, and this is where the episode stumbles. After the Vaz scene, the episode shifts to Jetta and Cosmo. Cosmo starts crying loudly, and Jetta immediately panics. She frantically calls out, "Mom, what are we supposed to do?" This is a great character moment because Jetta genuinely cares. She's overwhelmed. She doesn't know how to comfort him. She's not being dramatic. She's scared and confused. Mr. Bleakman hears the crying and asks, "What's wrong, Cosmo?" Cosmo sadly says, "I want silly fairy tales." And Jetta explains, Cosmo wants to watch his favorite TV show, but the power is out. This is emotionally logical. Cosmo is a baby. His routine is broken. He doesn't understand the blackout. I get all of the reasons why he's crying. But even with that understanding, the crying is loud, prolonged, repetitive, pacing breaking, and yes, it is frustrating to sit through. It's not emotionally harmful. It's just annoying and it stalls the episode. The third "when I was a boy" moment comes after the crying, and this is when Cosmo finally calms down. Because if Cosmo kept crying for even just a little bit longer than it did in this episode, I could have very easily given this a big bad dog episode rating. But thankfully, it doesn't reach that level in this episode, because once Cosmo calms down, Bleakman delivers his third nostalgic story. "When I was a boy, we didn't have TV to entertain us. We put on shows and sang songs." This is wholesome, sweet, and a perfect transition, and a great setup for Jetta and Mac performing for Cosmo. It's also the moment that helps shift the episode back to enjoyable territory after that briefly unenjoyable experience of Cosmo crying. The fourth, when I was a boy moment, is about Charlie and Mary's video game. Later, Charlie and Mary explain that their video game is shut off. This triggers the fourth Bleakman story.
When I was a boy, we didn't have video games, we played cards and board games.
This is funny, relatable, and perfectly placed, a great way to connect the kids to the theme. And it leads directly to the beach gathering. The community teamwork is strong. Once the crying stops, the episode becomes much more enjoyable. The highlights include Clifford acting as a giant traffic light, the kids rediscovering non-electronic fun, the Bleakmans joining the beach gathering, the whole island choosing to spend an electricity-free evening together. It's a warm, wholesome ending that fits the theme perfectly. Jetta and Mac trying to entertain Cosmo is a nice touch. Jetta's attempt to put on a show for Cosmo is cute, in character, and surprisingly sweet. Mac joining in adds charm. This is one of the better Jetta with Cosmo moments in the series. The message is solid. The lesson is conserving energy matters and communities can adapt creatively when things go wrong. It's delivered through humor, teamwork, problem solving, and non-electronic fun. And the ending, everyone choosing to stay at the beach even after the power returns, is genuinely wholesome. This is an episode that I didn't like much as a kid, and I still stand by that, but I don't hate it. As a kid, the crying was overwhelming, the pacing felt slow, the middle felt stressful. As an adult, the crying still hurts the pacing, but the structure, message, and ending are solid, and the episode has more charm than you remembered. It's flawed, but decent, and that's why this is going to get a meh episode rating. It's meh because the crying sequence is long, loud, and pacing breaking. Everything else works. The theme, the teamwork, the four Bleakman stories, the ending, but that one middle section is strong enough to drag the episode out of good territory. It's not bad, but it's not enjoyable for that stretch of time, and that's what keeps it from being a good episode. And that's all I have to say about the episode Lights Out. Episode 60A, A Big Help. Cleo and T-Bone learn with Clifford that you don't have to be big to be a big help. A Big Help is a genuinely strong episode because Cleo and T-Bone do something incredibly hard. They rescue the kittens, Billy and Betty, without Clifford's help. And they help multiple people before they even get to the kittens. That's what makes this episode stand out. This is one of the best Cleo and T-Bone centric stories in the entire series. Clifford sets the theme. Anyone can be helpful. The opening is perfect. Clifford helps the telephone workers, the stuck truck, the people in the road, and Emily Elizabeth says, "You're a really big help, Clifford." Cleo responds, or maybe T-Bone, with the thesis of the episode, "Sometimes I wish I were big like you, so I could be helpful too." And Clifford gives the lesson, you don't have to be big to help. Anyone can do it. This is the emotional seed that grows through the entire episode. Cleo and T-Bone decide to be helpful, and they actually follow through. This is important. Cleo and T-Bone don't just say they want to help, they actually go out and do it. Their first mission? Helping Mr. Bleakman pack his car, and it's adorable. They suggest the order of items, help load the cooler, help with the umbrella, help with the chairs, help with the suitcases. And yes, They accidentally pack T-Bone in the trunk, but it's cute, not harmful. Then Clifford helps retrieve the underwear from the tree, and Bleakman says,
"They were loads of help."
this is the first time Cleo and T-Bone get real validation for helping. Their second mission is helping Mrs. Diller with the crows. This is where the episode gets fun. Mrs. Diller said, "It would be a big help if you could scare them away." Cleo and T-Bone try barking, chasing, bluffing bravery, but the crows are huge and intimidating. T-Bone is scared. Cleo pretends she isn't. They both get overwhelmed, and Clifford ends up saving them. But here's the key. Cleo realizes they only needed saving because they tried to help in the first place, and that still counts. This moment sets up the emotional payoff later. The kittens are stuck, and this is the turning point. Billy and Betty are stuck in a tree. Cleo's first instinct,
We'll have to get Clifford.
or maybe T-Bone's first instinct, but either T-Bone or Cleo reminds her,
Clifford is at the park. It'll take forever to find him. The kittens need help. Now!
and Cleo makes the brave decision.
Looks like we're just gonna have to do it ourselves.
This is the moment the entire episode has been building toward. Cleo and T-Bone do something incredibly hard. This is the heart of the episode. They calm the kittens, distract them with a game, get them laughing, get them to pretend to be squirrels, teach them how to climb down, let the kittens use them as a ladder, endure the claws, endure the pain, stay focused, stay brave, and they succeed. They rescue Billy and Betty without Clifford. That's huge. This is one of the strongest character growth moments for both dogs. The emotional payoff is that you don't have to be big to be a big help. Clifford arrives and sees the kittens safe. T-Bone says, "I didn't think we could rescue the kittens without you, Clifford, but we did it all by ourselves." Clifford says, "I knew you guys would make great helpers." And T-Bone responds with the perfect callback. "You really don't have to be big to be a big help." This is one of the best thematic payoffs in the entire series. This episode succeeds because Cleo and T-Bone help multiple people. They grow more confident each time. They face fear, they face failure, they face danger. They don't give up. They rescue the kittens without Clifford, and the theme is perfectly executed. It's a rare episode where the supporting dogs get to be the heroes. And of course, it's a good episode.
Woof!
Because Cleo and T-Bone do something incredibly hard. They rescue Billy and Betty without Clifford. They help others before helping the kittens. They show real courage, and the episode delivers one of the strongest thematic payoffs in the entire series. It's heartfelt, character-driven, and genuinely inspiring. Episode 60B, The Trouble with Kittens. Clifford tries to stop the kittens, Billy and Betty, from causing trouble and gets falsely accused by Mr. Bleakman. Now, before I talk about this episode, I'd like to mention a really interesting but also kind of funny fun fact. Apparently, when this episode and its sister episode, A Big Help, aired on PBS, the PBS Kids ident after the funding credits has an audio mismatch in that it has the 2000 PBS Kids dot transformation ident, but it plays with the 2002 PBS Kids snow globe audio. I caught that mistake when I watched those episodes on PBS in the early 2000s, around 2003, when this episode aired. And I am not kidding, or should I say, not kitten. Now, about the episode specifically, well, this episode has ingredients that would normally be a meh episode. At first glance, That's what I was actually going to call this episode. Unfortunately, after watching it again, I looked at it and Mr. Bleakman falsely blames Clifford, and that is unfortunately what caused the mild emotional damage in this episode. And unfortunately, if an episode has emotional damage, even if it's extremely mild in this episode must be given the appropriate rating of an extremely light
Big Bad Dog episode.
I'm afraid. Even though most episodes with false accusations are frustrating, this episode is an exception. It's not even close to frustrating. Instead, it's boring and dull. It's basically exactly what meh episodes are, but the added emotional damage that is extremely mild is what makes this episode a Big Bad Dog episode, but only by a hair. This episode is a snore fest. And one more thing, this is the last Big Bad Dog episode of the entire series. It's amazing that the first Big Bad Dog episode on the list is completely catastrophic and frustrating. And the last one is an episode you don't pay attention to and sleep through. It's a perfect bookend of Big Bad Dog episodes. That means it's at the top of Big Bad Dog territory. This episode is a snore fest, and that's the biggest problem. The pacing is slow, repetitive, sleepy, low energy, and uneventful. It's an episode that mostly doesn't click. Not an episode that is unbearably bad, because the kittens are cute, but the episode drags. Mr. Bleakman's accusation is stern, not harsh. When Bleakman gets upset, he says,
Clifford, I asked you to please go home. Now go.
This is stern, irritated, and mildly frustrated, but not explosive, harsh, or cruel like it was in season 1. Even when he says,
that dog is an absolute menace,
it is delivered in a tone that's more annoyed than angry. This is why the emotional damage is extremely soft, almost gentle. The emotional damage is very, very mild. The false accusation is not personal, not loud, not humiliating, not prolonged. And the apology is one of Bleakman's best.
It wasn't fair of me to assume you did it before I knew what was really going on.
This repairs almost everything. The episode is not frustrating, it's just boring. Most false accusation episodes are stressful, frustrating, and emotionally sharp. But this one is dull, sleepy, and tedious. It's a snore fest, not a rage fest. The kittens drive the plot and the chaos. Billy and Betty run around, climb everything, cause messes, get stuck. Clifford tries to keep them safe, but they cause all the trouble he gets blamed for. The action scenes add some life. The episode does have laundry basket chaos, backyard chase, water spray, and muddy paw prints. These keep it from being completely flat. The mystery reveal is actually pretty good. Mrs. Bleakman's deduction is one of the best parts. Clifford couldn't fit in the bird feeder, paw prints too small, kittens literally hanging in the overalls, and Bleakman apologizes sincerely. The ending is cute, warm, and surprisingly strong. The ending where he says,
I've got a surprise for you,
is actually quite strong. Then comes one of the cutest endings in the entire series. Clifford barks, the kittens pop out of the bones, Mr. Bleakman laughs quickly, and then Clifford gives one final bark. It's a warm, gentle, adorable ending. The strongest moment in the whole episode. The music used at the end is actually the same background music that was at the end of Who Moved My Bone, but it doesn't sound triumphant compared to that one. Music at the end does not affect ratings, even if they sound the same as other episodes that are better or worse. Because ratings are based on emotional damage, harshness, apology strength, character behavior, pacing, and tone. Music is aesthetic, not emotional logic. It's a snorefest with extremely mild emotional damage, but emotional damage is emotional damage even if it's soft. And because Mr. Bleakman falsely blames Clifford, the episode must be rated as an extremely light Big Bad Dog episode. It's the best false accusation story of the bunch, but it still qualifies. If I had to pick between the false accusation episodes, whether it's Special Delivery, To Catch a Bird, Who Moved My Bone, Then King Bob, or this episode, The Trouble with Kittens, I definitely pick this episode. Because you can actually sleep through it and remain calm and quiet and forget the accusation happened. It's the only false accusation episode that doesn't hurt. After this episode, there are no more episodes with emotional damage for the rest of the series. And that's all I have to say about The Trouble with Kittens. Episode 61A, Led Astray. A new dog named Artie causes trouble for Clifford, Cleo, and T-Bone. Artie is the central tension of the episode. He is manipulative, boundary-breaking, inconsiderate, and repeatedly pushes Clifford into doing things he knows are wrong. Here's the key truth. If Clifford did not stand up to Artie, this would have become a light Big Bad Dog episode. That's how close the episode comes, but Clifford's moral stand saves it. The casting is incredible. Henry Winkler voices Artie with perfect charm and mischief. John Ritter voices Mr. Tuma, meaning Clifford's own voice actor plays Artie's human. Wow! This is one of the most fun voice actor pairings in the entire series. Artie bursts in with, "Are you red or what? Get a load of you." He's funny and memorable, but also too familiar, too fast, and too controlling. Calling Cleo Curly is the first sign of his boundary-breaking personality. Artie convinces Clifford to dig him out. "He probably locked me in here by accident." Clifford worries about Mr. Tuma. Artie brushes it off. This is the first moment where the episode almost dips into Big Bad Dog territory, but Clifford's hesitation keeps it from crossing the line. The hedgehog scene is Artie's meanest behavior. This is the moment that prevents the episode from being higher up. Artie takes Cleo's hedgehog. "Took? No. Borrowed? Sure." He lies, he manipulates, he pressures Clifford, he gaslights Cleo by pretending to find it. This is mean-spirited, and it's the worst thing he does. The construction site is the turning point. Artie pressures Clifford into digging. "You're gonna miss out on an awful lot of big bones." Clifford knows it's wrong. He gives in. Disaster follows. Water everywhere, mud everywhere, workers return, Artie runs away. This is the moment where the episode almost becomes a light Big Bad Dog episode, but Clifford's reaction saves it. He admits he was wrong, he apologizes, he reflects, he takes responsibility. This is excellent character writing. Clifford's moral stand is the best scene in the episode. Clifford finally stands up to Artie. "If you want to play with us, Artie, you have to play our way." This is one of Clifford's strongest moral moments in the entire series. He sets boundaries, protects Cleo and T-Bone, rejects peer pressure, and chooses fairness over fun. This is the moment that saves the episode. The ending is where Artie learns the lesson. Artie tries to push more chaos. Let's hose down the lawn and make our own slippery slide. Clifford refuses, Cleo refuses, T-Bone refuses. Artie storms off, but then returns. The way you're playing looks like it just might possibly be kind of fun. He joins them, he plays fair, he follows the rules. He learns the lesson, and Artie ends with, "You are definitely right." It's a perfect emotional closure. This is an episode with boundary violations as well, much like the episode Friends Morning, Noon and Night and Jetta's Sneak Peek, but in Led Astray, they are minor. Artie's violations are social, peer pressure based, not emotionally harmful and not humiliating, and not personal. They are behavioral, not emotional. It's nowhere near as bad as Friends Morning, Noon and Night or Jetta's Sneak Peek. And here's why. Friends Morning, Noon and Night had 4 severe boundary violations, but Clifford stops the behavior enough that it does not create emotional damage, and that's why it earns its rating as a very low meh episode. In contrast, Jetta's Sneak Peek has 1 violation, but it's extremely severe because it's about privacy invasion that Jetta breaks the rule of. It does cause emotional damage and emotional harm, and it's a Big Bad Dog episode, but it's on the lighter side of Big Bad Dog because of a perfect apology. Led Astray, this episode has minor violations, no emotional damage, and strong moral ending. This episode is in a completely different category. So you would think this would increase the rating to a meh episode, right? Well, there are minor boundary violations, but Clifford not only apologizes, he calls Artie out and stands up to him as well. So, after much deliberation, I am actually going to give it a low, good episode rating. The reason why it gets a low, good episode rating instead of a meh is because the episode never becomes emotionally damaging. Artie's behavior is mean-spirited, yes, but Clifford takes responsibility, apologizes, reflects on his chores, and stands up to Artie in the strongest moral moment of the episode. That moral stand prevents the episode from slipping into Big Bad Dog territory and lifts it above the meh category as well. The boundary violations are minor, the emotional tone stays safe, and the ending is positive and fair, which is exactly what earns it a low good rating. Episode 61B, Wedding Bell Blues. All the kids express different emotions after Miss Carrington announces she won't be their teacher anymore, and Mrs. Grumbly takes her place. Wedding Bell Blues is one of the most emotionally grounded episodes of Clifford's entire run. It teaches the classic lesson, don't judge someone before you meet them. This is the same emotional logic structure as the truth about dogs and cats. Assumptions can be misleading, and people are often kinder than they appear. The episode also has a unique production distinction. This episode, much like Flood of Imagination, is another episode that was released on VHS and DVD before airing on PBS, and the only other episode to do so. The 2003 VHS of Clifford the Big Red Dog, Be My Big Red Valentine, incorrectly claims on the back cover that Emily Elizabeth worries that her new teacher will be mean. But this is completely incorrect. I've watched this episode before. Emily never says anything negative about Mrs. Grumbly. Not even at all. That was Jetta, not Emily. Emily's actual line shows sadness, uncertainty, hope, and emotional maturity. She says,
Do you think we're going to like Miss Grumbly at all? I guess we won't really know what she's like until we meet her tomorrow. Don't worry, Clifford. I'm sure Mrs. Grumbly's going to really like all of us. Oh, at least I hope she will.
That's not rumor spreading. That's healthy sadness mixed with hope. This episode is one of the most balanced emotional ensembles in the entire series. Emily is sad but hopeful. Emily is sad about losing Miss Carrington, reflective, emotionally grounded, hopeful, not angry, and not judgmental. She processes change quietly and maturely. Jetta is frustrated, anxious, angry, scared of the unknown, and comes up with exaggerated fantasies. Her line,
It's gonna be awful listening to that whistle all day,
is justified frustration, not meanness. She's overwhelmed by change, and that's normal. Charlie is empathetic with one comedic exaggeration. He comforts Emily with, I know, we're all going to really miss her. This shows empathy, sadness, and emotional awareness. His allergic to kids fantasy is comedic, not anxious. Mary only has one line, but she is just neutral and happy in this episode. Mary says,
but she did say her teacher was very interesting.
And also, she is calm, neutral, accepting. And she's not sad or frustrated. She represents the emotional middle ground. The episode uses exaggerated fantasies to show how assumptions distort reality. Jetta's strict drill sergeant fantasy, whistles, marching, rigid rules. Jetta's lots of regulations fantasy, whistle codes, strict classroom. Charlie's allergic to kids fantasy is the sneezy caricature. Emily has no negative fantasies. She stays calm and hopeful. Mrs. Grumbly's introduction is warm, human, and kind. Mrs. Grumbly is voiced by Carol Baki-Rita. And I know I didn't put this in the fun fact, but there's another guest star in this episode. Charlie Schlatter voices Miss Carrington's husband, Frank. That she announces that she's going to get married to him at the very beginning of the episode before she makes the heartbreaking discovery that she won't be their teacher anymore. So Miss Grumbly is the opposite of the kids' fears. She compliments Charlie, compliments Jetta, compliments Emily, gives brownies, welcomes Clifford, loves kids, loves dogs, coaches soccer, is warm and funny. She is nothing like the fantasies, which reinforces the lesson. The lesson is delivered perfectly. Emily delivers the moral with clarity.
It's a good idea to wait until you meet someone in person before you decide how you feel about them.
This is one of the strongest lesson deliveries in the entire series, and Clifford reinforces it with affection. The ending is Clifford's perfect emotional button. After Emily delivers the lesson, Clifford licks Emily, Clifford licks Mrs. Grumbly, and they both start laughing together. It's a warm, funny, and emotionally satisfying ending. This is not only a good episode, it's a great episode, and it earns its rating because it teaches a strong lesson. Don't judge a book by its cover. Much like the truth about dogs and cats, Emily never spreads rumors, even though the VHS description is wrong. And the fantasies show how assumptions can be misleading. Jetta's frustration is justified, Charlie shows empathy, Mary is neutral, and Mrs. Grumbly turns out to be warm and kind. The ending, with Clifford licking both her and Mrs. Grumbly, is the perfect emotional button. One thing that prevents it from being a masterpiece, however, is the absence of Vaz. If Vaz appeared in this episode, I would imagine he would definitely be heartbroken, not just sad. He would bring his camera to take pictures of Miss Carrington to remember her. He would break down sobbing uncontrollably and crying the moment she says she's leaving, and cling to his camera like it's the only thing keeping him together. And Emily Elizabeth would absolutely comfort him with emotional maturity beyond her years by going,
There, Vaz. It's okay to let your emotions out. It's not just you. I know exactly how you feel, but cheer up. Look on the bright side. She'll most likely be just as great as Miss Carrington was when she was here.
This moment would have added enormous emotional depth and pushed the episode into masterpiece territory. But this is still a great episode. Episode 62A, Food for Thought. The dogs assume Mighty Snackies will give them superpowers after seeing a Mighty Snackies commercial. Food for Thought is one of Clifford's most conceptually clever episodes. It teaches a surprisingly mature lesson for preschool TV. Commercials exaggerate reality to make you want something. The episode uses a dramatic TV hero, Rexington, Dog of the Yukon, a flashy, over-the-top commercial, a catchy jingle, exaggerated claims of fireworks of flavor, the dog's excitement and disappointment to show how advertising manipulates emotions. It's a strong premise executed with humor and clarity. The emotional arc is simple but effective. Clifford is hopeful but gullible. He believes the commercial because he admires Rexington. Cleo is excitable and impressionable. She gets swept up in the fun and the jingle. T-Bone is sweet and easily influenced. He wants to believe because Clifford believes. Together, they create a believable emotional progression. Excitement, expectation, disappointment, realization, and acceptance. The commercial parody is one of the episode's best elements. The Rexington commercial is loud, flashy, exaggerated, full of fireworks, and full of hope. The jingle of Mighty Snackies, Mighty Snackies, Mighty, Mighty, Mighty Snackies is intentionally repetitive and catchy, exactly like real advertising. This is one of the episode's strongest comedic elements. Emily Elizabeth's role is small but effective. Emily has only a few lines, but they matter. She buys the food, she gives the dogs the Mighty Snackies, she reacts to their excitement. Her presence is limited but functional. Mr. Bleakman's silent cameo. Mr. Bleakman appears silently watching the Rexington commercial. This cameo adds Birdwell Island continuity, reinforces that he watches the same TV as the kids, adds subtle humor, and keeps him present even in dog-centered episodes. It's a small but charming detail. He either watches that or a Mighty Snackies commercial. Jess Harnell voices Rexington, but he only barks but never speaks. This is a smart production choice. It keeps Rexington in the TV dog hero archetype, and it avoids overshadowing the main cast. It fits the commercial parody tone. It lets Harnell deliver expressive, character-specific barks. It's subtle but effective. The lesson is delivered clearly and honestly. The dogs eventually realize the commercial exaggerated. The food doesn't give mighty power. It tastes like regular dog food. Advertising is designed to make you want something. Clifford sums it up. Next time we hear an ad like that, maybe we should really think about what it's saying before we get so carried away. This is a strong, age-appropriate lesson, and this is a good episode. It earns its rating because it has a strong premise, a clear lesson about advertising, and great comedic energy. The commercial parody is excellent. The dog's emotional arc is believable, and the episode handles a surprisingly mature topic in a kid-friendly way. However, one thing to clarify is that the episode's biggest structural gap, Mac is absent in the episode for some reason. Mac is the skeptic of the dog ensemble. He would have questioned the commercial, doubted the claims, and grounded the dog's expectations. His presence would have strengthened the lesson. Jetta is also absent. Jetta often has occasional commentary lines in dog-centric episodes. She could have reacted to the commercial, teased the dogs, added humor, and added contrast. Their absence removes ensemble richness. This episode is the first time a new dog breed, a husky, ever appears in the Clifford episode and Clifford franchise through Rexington's sled dog design. This matters because it proves the animators could animate huskies. It introduces the husky silhouette into Clifford canon, and it creates the production logic foundation for what I like to create, a fan-made character of my own for the fan-made third season of Clifford the Big Red Dog, Jeffy. He would be an orange Siberian Husky, inspired by this episode, but Jeffy would become the first main Husky character. He would be the same size of T-Bone. He would be emotionally expressive, and, believe it or not, he would be voiced by the same voice actor who voiced Buster Baxter on Arthur. None other than Daniel Brochu. And the voice Daniel Brochu would use for Jeffy, the Siberian Orange Husky, Jeffy will use the exact same high-pitched, fully and completely sustained falsetto that Daniel Brochu used for Buster Baxter, the White Rabbit on Arthur. This voice gives Jeffy warmth, makes him instantly lovable, signals that he's a child, and fits a husky puppy perfectly. And it ties him into the PBS Kids voice actor lineage. Not to mention, I would also imagine Cinar Corporation taking over and making Clifford the Big Red Dog, in addition to Scholastic and Mike Young Productions, beginning with the fan-made third season. This is the perfect emotional and production logic bridge between Food for Thought and the fan-made third season of Clifford the Big Red Dog, which, of course, unfortunately, never happened in the first place. If Mac appeared in this episode, he would bring skepticism and logic. If Jetta appeared, she would add commentary and humor. And the introduction of a husky in this episode naturally inspires a fan-made character that I would imagine in the fan-made third season. Jeffy, an orange Siberian Husky, voiced by Daniel Brochu in the same high-pitched, fully sustained falsetto he uses for Buster Baxter. Their presence would round out the ensemble and deepen the lesson. With Jetta and Mac included, this episode could easily rise to either a great episode or an absolute masterpiece. But regardless, it's still a good episode. Episode 62B, Friends Forever. T-Bone tells the story about how he and Hamburger were good friends before he left Birdwell Island. Friends Forever is one of the most emotionally resonant T-Bone episodes in the entire Clifford series. It explores childhood friendship, separation, coping with loss, emotional memory, reunion, and loyalty. And it does so through a flashback-driven narrative, which is rare for Clifford and executed with surprising depth. The flashbacks are the emotional core of the episode. The flashbacks are the reason this episode is great. They show T-Bone as a tiny puppy, his first real friendship, his bond with Hamburger, their innocent play, their shared routines, and their emotional closeness. These sequences are warm, nostalgic, beautifully animated, emotionally honest, and perfectly paced. They give T-Bone a backstory, something very few episodes ever attempt. The sheriff station flashback is funny and innocent irony. This is one of the most memorable scenes in the entire episode. At first glance, it looks like T-Bone and Hamburger were arrested. They're behind bars, sitting in the cell, waiting for someone to open the door. But the truth is the exact opposite. They weren't causing trouble at all. They were visiting the sheriff's station, playing tag, running around innocently. Hamburger accidentally slips between the bars, and T-Bone gets stuck trying to help him. Hamburger even says the iconic line, "I'm not stuck in the bars anymore, but I am stuck in here." This line is the comedic punchline of the entire scene. Sheriff Lewis and Deputy Wilson treat it as cute, not bad. They laugh, they smile, they're not angry. They treat it like a normal puppy mishap. Sheriff Lewis even says, "You two got yourself stuck again, huh?" Either that or Deputy Wilson. I looked, it was actually Sheriff Lewis. This confirms the gentle irony. It looks like a jail scene, but it's actually just two puppies being adorable. This is classic Clifford humor. Warm, innocent, and emotionally honest. Kenan Thompson as Hamburger is inspired guest casting. Hamburger is voiced by Kenan Thompson, and this is one of the best guest performances in the show. Kenan brings warmth, comedic timing, friendliness, and emotional sincerity. He gives Hamburger a lovable, puppy-like charm that makes the flashbacks feel alive. Kenan Thompson's background is he is a longtime collaborator with Kel Mitchell. Both are Nickelodeon legends, and they worked on Kenan and Kel. And Kenan Thompson appeared in some of Disney's Mighty Ducks films. If they made D4 to Mighty Ducks, I would imagine Kel Mitchell being a part of that cast as well. His voice fits a white bulldog puppy perfectly. Phil Morris voices Deputy Wilson, whose performance adds authority, warmth, and emotional grounding. His presence in the flashbacks ties the story into Birdwell Island's adult world and gives the narrative a sense of realism. This is the last episode written by Barry Caldwell, who also wrote the episode Doggie Detectives. Oh, in that episode, not only does Simbai Kaylee voice Mrs. Young, but Kevin Michael Richardson voices Bruno in that episode. So, Barry Caldwell wrote Doggie Detectives, and he also wrote Cyber Puppy Problems. And his writing style is character-driven, emotionally grounded, comedic without being silly, and warm without being saccharine, or whatever you call it. Friends Forever is a perfect final script for him. Heartfelt, nostalgic, and beautifully structured. T-Bone's emotional logic is one of his best episodes. T-Bone is loyal, gentle, sensitive, and emotionally open. This episode showcases all of that. His excitement waiting for Hamburger is pure, innocent, and believable. His sadness in the flashbacks is honest, relatable, and deeply felt. His reunion joy is explosive, heartwarming, and earned. This is one of T-Bone's strongest emotional episodes. The suitcase plan is perfect puppy logic. T-Bone and Hamburger trying to hide the suitcase is hilarious, sweet, and emotionally honest. It's exactly what little kids or puppies would do when they don't want a friend to leave. It's one of the most charming sequences in the entire series. The ending is a perfect resolution. Before that, we get a scene where Hamburger actually sees a boat with Clifford and Emily Elizabeth, and he reacts with, "Whoa, that's one big dog," before the flashback ends. But then it leads to the ending, which is a perfect reunion. The ferry arrives, T-Bone panics, and he thinks Hamburger didn't come. And then, whoa, gotcha! Hamburger jumps up and surprises him. The ending is joyful, emotional, nostalgic, heartwarming, and Cleo's final line, as well as Clifford's, Clifford says, "You see that, Cleo? Those two are going to be friends forever." And then Cleo ends the episode with,
"You said it, pal. Friends forever."
And that is the perfect emotional button. I was originally going to call this episode only a solidly good episode, but after much deliberation, I think it deserves much more love. The flashbacks are amazing, the emotional storytelling is strong, and the voice acting from Kenan Thompson and Phil Morris elevates the episode far beyond what I first expected. This isn't just a good episode, it's a great episode, and that's why I'm pushing it up from good to great. If the episode had included a brief present-day moment between Deputy Wilson and Sheriff Lewis, or a small cameo from Mac or Jetta reacting to the flashback story, or maybe even Emily reacting, it could have reached masterpiece level. But as it stands, it's still a beautiful, emotional, and underrated episode. Episode 63A, Tie-Dyed Clifford. The dogs accidentally put tie-dye coloring on Clifford. Tie-Dyed Clifford is one of the correct examples of the dogs cause a problem formula. Unlike Special Delivery, where the dog's guilt is forced, unearned, and emotionally mismatched, especially Clifford's guilt, this episode handles the structure properly. Clifford wants a bath, Emily is too busy, Clifford tries to help, Cleo and T-Bone try to help, they misunderstand the supplies, Clifford gets tie-dyed, Clifford feels earned guilt, the dogs accept responsibility, and Emily responds with calm understanding. This is the right way to do this kind of story. Clifford's guilt is narratively deserved. This is the key difference between this episode and Special Delivery. In Tie-Dyed Clifford, Clifford's guilt makes sense. He wanted a bath, couldn't wait, tried to help, accidentally made more work for Emily, and hid the truth because he didn't want to upset her. This is emotionally honest. The dogs accept that they tried and it didn't work. They don't deny it, they don't blame each other, they don't pretend it didn't happen. They simply say, "We were just trying to help." This is mature, grounded, and believable. Cleo's hiding idea is relatable. Cleo suggests hiding the tie-dye back end, just like in Special Delivery. But here it works, because Clifford's guilt is real, the stakes are personal, the mistake is innocent, the hiding is temporary, and the emotional logic is sound. This is the correct version of that trope. The tie-dye mix-up is classic Cleo logic. Cleo shampoo logic is confident, wrong, hilarious, and perfectly in character. Her breakdown, blue equals shampoo, yellow equals slippery stuff, and the fruity, stinky, smelly stuff, that is the green, is the finishing touch. This is exactly how Cleo thinks, overconfident, enthusiastic, and completely incorrect. And the moment Clifford turns blue, then yellowish bluish, then full tie-dye, is one of the funniest visual gags in the entire series. The dog's emotional logic is this. Clifford wants to help Emily, tries to be responsible, feels guilty when something goes wrong, and hides because he didn't want to upset her. This is earned guilt, not forced guilt. Cleo is overconfident, enthusiastic, trying to fix things, accidentally makes it worse, suggests hiding, and that's classic Cleo. T-Bone is supportive, gentled, worried, and tries to help Clifford hide, but feels bad. But he stays loyal. This is exactly his emotional lane. Emily Elizabeth's reaction is perfectly handled. Emily's response is one of the best parts of the episode. She doesn't yell, scold Clifford, shame Clifford, but instead she says, "Everyone makes mistakes," and she explains the calmly.
You'll just have to wait a few weeks until your fur grows out.
This is realistic, gentle, emotionally healthy, and consistent with Emily's character. And then she reframes it positively. Or Charlie actually reframes it positively here. I think he looks very cool. Jetta even has a few lines like,
Everyone looks good in tie-dye.
along with,
Clifford must have gotten into that tie-dye stuff, Emily Elizabeth.
and even,
We're gonna be the best dressed team in the whole league in our matching tie-dye t-shirts.
Clifford becomes the team mascot because tie-dye is popular, he matches the shirts, and the crowd loves him. This is a great payoff. This ending is funny, wholesome, visually satisfying, and emotionally uplifting. And Emily's final line,
He's Clifford, my big tie-dye dog.
is the perfect button.
Woof!
This is a good episode because this is the correct way to do the dogs cause a problem formula. Clifford's guilt is narratively deserved. The dogs accept it, that they tried and it didn't work. And Cleo's hiding idea is handled in a much more relatable way than in special delivery. The tie-dye mix-up is funny, the emotional logic is strong, and the ending is wholesome. Episode 63B, Stage Struck. Mary overcomes her fear of being on stage. Stage Struck is one of the strongest human-focused episodes in the entire Clifford series, and fittingly, it is the last human-centered story before the show shifts entirely to dog-focused episodes for episodes 64 and 65. It is emotionally grounded, musically rich, character-focused, warm, and uplifting. And it gives Mary her most meaningful spotlight in the entire show. A character that rarely gets spotlighted is the main focus of this episode. That's what makes it great. Mary's stage fright is a perfectly handled emotional arc. Mary's arc is one of the most relatable in the series. She plays piano beautifully when alone, freezes when watched, wants to perform but can't, feels embarrassed, wants to be brave, needs emotional support. Emily's advice, imagining the audience as one friend, is exactly the kind of grounded emotional tool that works for kids. Mary's transformation from shaky to hesitant to nervous to brave to confident is one of the best emotional arcs in the entire show. This episode, when Mary plays piano, it features the same digital grand piano used throughout Clifford the Big Red Dog, part of the Mothersbaugh and Mansell scoring palette. And this discovery is perfect. I have recently gotten a Kurzweil SP76 stage piano. The piano that Mothersbaugh and Mansell use is a digital grand piano from Kurzweil. And it's not but my piano is not the digital grand piano from the show, but the stage piano released in 1999, I have tested it. It sounds exactly the same as the piano used in the show. This is what it sounded like in the episode. And this is what it sounds like on my Kurzweil SP76 stage piano. You see, it makes the exact same sound. This gives the episode a surprising layer of production authenticity, and it ties it directly into the Clifford musical identity. Charlie and Dan's comedy act, and Vaz does all the tricks This talent show sequence works because of the role distribution. Charlie and Dan are the comedians. They deliver the jokes, the timing, the banter, the punchlines. Their routine is intentionally corny and perfectly delivered. Vaz is the magician. He performs the illusions, the sleight of hand, the bird trick, the box of mystery trick, the key forgetting gag. This division of labor makes the talent show feel authentic and gives each boy a distinct performance identity. Dan's lines are a great comedic anchor. Dan's delivery is sharp, confident, obliviously funny, and perfectly timed. He adds levity without undermining Mary's emotional arc. The parade music is a deep continuity pull. The parade music in this episode is the same version used in Clifford's Cookie Craving with the tuba part removed, not the Clifford on Parade version with the tuba added. The version from Clifford's Cookie Craving was previously heard in Lights Out as the silly Fairy Tales TV theme before the power completely turns off. This is a rare example of the Clifford music library being reused in a meaningful way. The song from Fan Mail, Dreams Can Come True, returns here and it fits beautifully. It's warm, melodic, emotionally uplifting, and perfect for Mary's arc. This song becomes a musical motif that ties together for both the episode Fan Mail and this episode Stage Struck. And I thought this song worked so much that I even imagined a fan-made third season episode, or a couple of them, that use this particular song. Especially the fan-made season 3 episode, Concert Day at Birdwell Island. Now, the season 3 rule change is this. Compared to the first 2 seasons where the dogs only spoke with other dogs when humans were not present in the scene, and they were otherwise silent and could only bark when humans were present, the season 3 rule change is completely transformed, where dogs can now talk to both other dogs and humans confidently. Let's just say that the reason why they didn't talk in the first 2 seasons when humans were present is because they were afraid to do so, because if they did, the humans would react in a terrifying way that they would run off screaming, and the dogs would think that the humans would not love them anymore if they did that. And I think that makes perfect sense. But back to this episode. This episode's pacing is excellent. Jetta's bragging, Charlie and Dan's comedy, Vaz's magic, the bird trick, Emily's disappearance trick, Mary's panic, Mary's breakthrough, and the final performance. Everything builds toward Mary's moment. And when she finally plays and sings, it lands emotionally. The final performance is a perfect payoff. Mary sings Dreams Can Come True, and the audience gasps, cheers, applauds, and celebrates her bravery. This is the emotional climax of the episode. Emily's support is unwavering, Clifford's joy is palpable, and Mary's confidence is earned. And in fact, in that fan-made season 3 episode, Concert Day at Birdwell Island, that I imagined, Mary sings this song again, but now in D major, and with complete full-on confidence from beginning to end, in comparison to this episode, Stage Struck, where she tries to sing it confidently, but has a little bit of trouble when she starts. And my imagined follow-up is perfect. Mary would sing the song again, now in D major in the episode Concert Day at Birdwell Island. Vaz would react. He would now be voiced by the Brains voice actor from season 7 and 9 of Arthur, Alex Hood. Clifford would cry tears of joy. He would say songs about dreams coming true, warming his big red heart, and then he completely breaks down crying because he loves the song. And the parade music returns to the Clifford on Parade version in the episode with the tuba added, but at the same tempo from Clifford's Cookie Craving. This is the emotional and musical continuation that Stage Struck deserves. This is not only a good episode, it's a great episode. Because it shows Mary overcoming stage fright in a way that is emotionally grounded and musically rich. It uses the same digital grand piano sound that Mother's Bog and Mansell used in Clifford. The exact sound I can actually reproduce on my Kurzweil SP76 stage piano. Charlie and Dan's comedy act is great. Vaz performs all the tricks. The parade music returns. The fan mail song Dreams Can Come True returns. And this is the last human-focused episode before the show shifts entirely to dog-centric stories. It's warm, uplifting, and beautifully structured. That's what makes this a great episode. And before I talk about the next episode, get ready for a special surprise, because I'm actually going to be playing some notes that determine that this stage piano that I have makes the same exact sound from this show. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to episode 64A, Doghouse Rock. Clifford, Cleo, T-Bone, and Matt put on a show and named the group the Backstreet Dogs. Doghouse Rock is one of the only 4 episodes in the entire series that is perfect, exactly as aired with no alterations needed at all. It joins The Ears Have It, The Kibble Crook, and Dino Clifford, all from season 1. But it earns this status for a completely different reason. It is the only perfect episode whose perfection comes from its musical structure, not its narrative structure. This makes it unique in the entire Clifford canon. The premise of this episode mirrors Sesame Street's 25th birthday, a musical celebration in a way that is unmistakable and brilliant. In that special, Big Bird goes on a quest to find someone who can la-la with him so he can join the show, which eventually leads to a Lady Smith Black Mambazo rendition of Scene at the very end of the special. Mac's arc is different. He goes on a quest to find what he can contribute so he can join the Backstreet Dogs, which is a brilliant reference to the Backstreet Boys that actually guest starred in a special, Arthur, It's Only Rock and Roll, just 4 months before this episode aired. But both stories, the Sesame Street 25th anniversary special and this episode of Clifford the Big Red Dog, Doghouse Rock, followed the same emotional blueprint. Wanting to belong, trying multiple roles, failing at each, discovering the true contribution, joining the final musical number, and ending on a musical climax. But Clifford executes it with gentler, friendship-first emotional logic, making it feel completely original. T-Bone watches the music channel with Sheriff Lewis. That is adorable, grounded, emotionally honest, and the perfect catalyst. He's inspired by the beat. He's energized by the movement. He's excited by the idea of performing. This is exactly how T-Bone's gentle, enthusiastic personality responds to music. The band formation is natural, funny, and perfectly paced. The formation of the Pack Street Dogs is one of the most organic group-building sequences in the show. Clifford is the drummer, Cleo is the dancer, T-Bone is the singer, Mac is the wild card writer. This is the perfect emotional setup for the episode's theme. Good friends don't leave anyone out who wants to be in. Mac's struggle is funny, relatable, and emotionally clean. Mac tries singing, drumming, and dancing. He fails at all of them, but the episode never humiliates him. Instead, it leads him to his true talent, writing the lyrics. This is one of the best find your role arcs in the entire series. The song, You Are a Superstar, aka We Are the Pack Street Dogs, is a Clifford musical masterpiece. It is catchy, lyrically strong, perfectly structured, emotionally meaningful, character accurate, and musically satisfying. Every verse fits the character. Clifford's drumming, Cleo's dancing, Mac's lyric writing, T-Bone's lead vocals. This is the most polished musical number in the series. The ending is one of the best in Clifford history. This is where the episode becomes a masterpiece. The song ends, the background dogs cheer, the camera holds, it zooms out, the image freezes, it becomes a page in the book closes, followed by Clifford winking. This is brilliant. It's theatrical, it's confident, it's polished, and it's iconic. And it is the only season 2 episode that uses this technique perfectly. This freeze frame ending is brilliant because it freezes the exact musical climax. Not a reaction, not a joke, not a quiet moment. The final chord. Plus, it mirrors the ending of Fan Mail, but with a completely different emotional purpose. And it elevates the episode into musical finale territory. It feels like a Broadway curtain drop. It is the perfect final image. The Pack Street Dogs triumphant, the crowd cheering, the energy at its peak. Nothing else needs to follow. This is a perfectly good episode because it is a musical masterpiece. Everything succeeds on the first try, the band forms naturally, the final song is flawless, and the episode ends on the exact final note with cheering background dogs. The freeze frame zoom out onto the book page is brilliant and completes the episode's perfect execution. It is the only season 2 episode that joins the season 1 episodes The Ears Have It, The Kibble Crook, and Dino Clifford as a perfect, no alterations needed episode, but for a completely different reason. This is a fantastic musical masterpiece from start to finish. Episode 64B. Guess who's coming to Birdwell? A new dog named Oscar, bright like the sun, comes to Birdwell Island. So, this episode introduces Oscar Owen, bright like the sun, a world-famous show dog voiced by Mark Hamill. He's friendly, humble, and instantly likable. The kind of guest character who could have carried an entire episode. But the structure doesn't give him the space he deserves. Oscar doesn't appear meaningfully until the last 5 minutes, and the story spends most of its runtime on the main dogs trying to impress him before he even arrives. This creates a pacing imbalance that defines the entire episode. The central structural issue is Mac's bragging. Mac's bragging is repetitive, overextended, exaggerated, dominating the first half, and the main reason the pacing feels slow. Instead of building anticipation for Oscar, the episode gets stuck in a loop of, Oscar's amazing, we must impress him. This eats up time that could have been spent developing Oscar himself. This episode also, believe it or not, shares a structural flaw with a SpongeBob SquarePants episode that also has Mark Hamill in it. SpongeBob's Night Flight. In Nightlight, Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy appear in the last 4 minutes, and the Moth, who's also voiced by Hamill, appears even later. And PIEGUYRULZ gave that episode a scumbob rating because the screaming at the beginning was too much for him to handle. According to the every episode of SpongeBob Season 5 reviewed video that PIEGUYRULZ uploaded. You would think this same issue, a guest character appearing too late, would push Guess Who's Coming to Birdwell into big bad dog territory. Well, not exactly. And here's why. Even though Oscar appears late, the tone is completely different from SpongeBob's chaos. The episode is gentle. No screaming, no panic, no chaos, and no fear. Max bragging is annoying, not harmful. It slows the story, but it doesn't damage the emotional logic. Oscar's personality is warm and grounding. When he finally appears, the episode immediately improves. The emotional message is clean. Be yourself. You don't need to impress someone famous. The ending is warm and friendly. The beach scene is the strongest part of the episode. Because of all this, the episode stays in harmless, quiet, average territory. Once Oscar finally appears, the tone shifts. The pacing improves, the dialogue becomes warmer, the characters relax, the message becomes clear. Oscar's line, "You impressed me the minute you started being yourselves," is the emotional anchor of the entire episode. It's just unfortunate that it arrives so late. What would have improved the episode is if Oscar had more screen time. That's it. If Oscar had been introduced earlier, even halfway through, the episode would have had better pacing, stronger emotional beats, more character interaction, and a more satisfying arc. Oscar is a great character, he just needed more time. This episode has a great guest character in Oscar, voiced by Mark Hamill, but he appears too late, and Max bragging dominates the first half. The tone is gentle and harmless, so it avoids big bad dog territory, but the pacing issues keep it from being good. If Oscar had more screen time, this would have earned a higher rating, and that's why this is going to get a perfectly average meh episode rating. Now, this is the very last meh episode of the entire series. We are approaching the final episodes of Season 2, Episode 65A, Little Big Pup, a small dog, a chihuahua named Frankie, visits Birdwell Island. Coming immediately after Guess Who's Coming to Birdwell, this episode, Little Big Pup, feels like a breath of fresh air. Where the previous episode suffered from late guest character arrival, slow pacing, and too much Mac bragging, Little Big Pup fixes all of that by introducing the guest character immediately, giving him a full arc, integrating him into every scene, and tying the theme directly to Clifford's size logic. This is a structural rebound episode, the kind that instantly feels stronger because the previous one was so average. Frankie is a guest character done right. Frankie is adorable, energetic, curious, relatable, and perfectly cast. And the casting is genius because Frankie, the dog, the chihuahua, he's actually voiced by Frankie Muniz. The character and actors shared the same name, which makes the performance feel natural and intuitive. And when I watched this episode now, when I looked at it, I originally thought that Frankie was actually going to be voiced by DW's voice actor, Michael Kalos, when watching the Big Help DVD, and it makes perfect sense because Kalos' voice in the Finding DW podcast has the same pitch, tone, and youthful clarity. So, that confusion that I had was completely logical, but the casting in the end credits confirms it was actually Frankie Moniz who voiced Frankie, and he does a fantastic job. This episode wastes zero time. Frankie appears immediately, the size contrast is established instantly, the humor is clean and gentle, and the character dynamic is set up in seconds. This is the opposite of the previous episode's slow start. Frankie's arc is built around one of Clifford's strongest recurring themes. Being big or small doesn't make you better, it just makes you you. The episode explores this through hide and seek, climbing, reaching, running, fitting into spaces, drinking from bowls, swimming in bowls, crawling through T-Bone's window, and fitting inside a shoe. Every scene reinforces the theme through action, not dialogue. This is excellent writing. Cleo's behavior is funny, not overbearing. Cleo is competitive, dramatic, and self-confident, but she never crosses into weaponized Cleo territory. Her behavior is funny, harmless, character consistent, and this keeps the tone light and enjoyable. The dog food scene is the perfect use of T-Bone. T-Bone's belief in the commercial builds dogs' bodies 15 ways, as well as Clifford's belief in that, is adorable, in character, childlike, and believable. And the scene where Frankie crawls through the window is one of the best physical comedy beats in the episode. The emotional climax is Clifford at his best. Clifford's speech to Frankie is one of the strongest big dog comforting small dog moments in the series. He lists all the things Frankie can do that Clifford can't. Hide better, fit into small spaces, swim in his water dish, go through T-Bone's window, fit inside a shoe. This is classic Clifford emotional logic. Because everyone has strengths. Size doesn't define worth. It's warm, it's gentle, it's perfect. Frankie becomes too big from overeating dog food is what makes this a very harmless and silly joke and a perfect comedic button. And the group laughter is a clean emotional release. This episode earns its rating because it is a major improvement over the previous episode. Frankie Muniz is perfectly cast as Frankie, and unlike Oscar, Frankie appears throughout the entire episode. The size identity theme is strong, the pacing is excellent, and the emotional logic is classic Clifford. I originally thought Frankie was voiced by Michael Kalos because the voices sounded identical, especially after hearing Kalos on the Finding DW podcast hosted by Jason Swimmer, who did another voice of DW. But the casting credit confirmed it was actually Frankie Muniz, and this is a solid, enjoyable episode with a great guest star and a clean message. It is a good episode.
Woof!
And also, Cleo and T-Bone mentioned a couple of things Frankie can do as well near the ending, not just Clifford. And now, the final episode of Season 2 and of the entire series, Episode 65B, Getting to Know You. T-Bone and Clifford tell the story of how they became friends and had fun together. This episode is the final story of the entire series, and it chooses the right kind of finale. A quiet, character-driven origin story about how Clifford and T-Bone became friends. No big villain, no big event, no big spectacle. Just friendship, memory, and emotional closure. And the framing device is brilliant. The present-day freeze tag game leads into T-Bone telling the story of how he and Clifford first met, which leads back into the present for a final moment of unity. It's simple, it's warm, it's exactly what a Clifford finale should be. Sheriff Lewis is the only human in the episode. This is a rare structural choice. Sheriff Lewis is the only human who appears in the entire finale. No Emily Elizabeth, no Jetta, no Charlie, no Vaz, no Dr. Din, no Mr. Bleakman or Mrs. Bleakman. Just Sheriff Lewis, the calm, grounding adult presence, and the dogs. This makes the finale feel intimate, focused, dog-centered, and emotionally clean. It's a perfect choice for the final story. The flashback is the heart of the episode. It shows Clifford arriving on Birdwell Island, T-Bone being intimidated by Clifford's size, Clifford being too fast, too strong, too big, T-Bone trying to keep up, Clifford trying to adjust, both struggling to find a way to play together. This is classic Clifford emotional logic. Friendship takes time, patience, and understanding, especially when you're different sizes. The episode handles this with warmth, humor, gentleness, zero conflict, and zero negativity. It's pure, wholesome storytelling. Pure, wholesome storytelling. The different ways to play theme is a perfect part of the emotional logic. This is the core message. You don't have to be the same to be friends. You just have to find ways to play that work for both of you. The episode demonstrates this through fetch, swimming, running, exploring, experimenting, adjusting, and compromising. Every scene reinforces the theme through action, not dialogue. This is excellent writing. Mac's brief appearance in the flashback is funny, dismissive, classic Mac, and a perfect contrast to Clifford and T-Bone's openness. His line, "But you're so different," is exactly the kind of thing Mac would say, and it reinforces the theme. Clifford and T-Bone succeed because they embrace differences. Mac fails because he judges differences. It's subtle, but it's smart. The USS Clifford scene is one of the best moments in the series. T-Bone riding on Clifford's back like a captain on a ship is adorable, imaginative, symbolic, and emotionally satisfying. It represents trust, teamwork, acceptance, the moment their friendship finally and truly clicks. This is the emotional climax of the episode. The finale ending is a perfect closing image. Sheriff Lewis brings out the Birdwell Island Express, a toy train, and says, "I'm sure the three of you will find a way to have some fun with this together." This line is the perfect thematic closure. Clifford, Cleo, T-Bone, 3 different dogs, 3 different personalities, 3 different sizes, but they always find a way to play together. The final laughter seals the series with warmth. This episode is a perfect way to end the series. Sheriff Lewis is the only human, which gives the finale an intimate, dog-centered tone. The flashback showing how Clifford and T-Bone learn to play together is warm, funny, and emotionally clean. Frankie Muniz isn't in this episode, but the episode doesn't need a guest star. The friendship story carries it. This is a strong, heartfelt finale that closes the series on exactly the right note. This is not only a good episode, but a great episode, and a great way to bookend the entire series. And that was every episode of Clifford the Big Red Dog Season 2 reviewed. Now, let's look at the pie chart and see how many of those are good, how many are meh, and how many are Big Bad Dog episodes. So, according to this pie chart, there are 36 good episodes, 10 meh episodes, and only 4 Big Bad Dog episodes. That is a significant improvement for Season 2 compared to Season 1's statistics. So, after much deliberation,
I'm calling Season 2 another great season.
Woof!
With far less episodes, it didn't take quite as long for me to finish this. While it isn't an 8-hour video, it's still pretty long. It was almost close to 7 hours at this point. A little less than 7 hours, but still pretty long. I do have an idea though. When I go over home media releases of Clifford the Big Red Dog Reviewed, I will spread segments of this video and the Season 1 video out so that we could talk about the episodes for each of the individual releases. So, now let's look at some trivia about Season 2. So, here we go.
So, the trivia about Season 2 of Clifford the Big Red Dog are as follows. This time, the funding credits are announced by Cleo, voiced by Crease Summer, with grants from Ready to Learn Television Cooperative Agreement, U.S. Department of Education, and Public Broadcasting Service in the first part of the funding credits. And in the second part of the funding credits has Cleo's voiceover saying,
And by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and from viewers like you.
For some reason, the thank you disclaimer is not shown in Season 2, and I think it's probably because of Cleo's personality. Cleo sometimes forgets to say thank you. So, other things about Season 2 are that Kix and Chuck E. Cheese's sponsored the first 2 episodes, and then in the 3rd episode and onward, Milton Bradley was added in between Kix and Chuck E. Cheese's for the rest of the episodes this season. And the music is more pizzicato heavy this season. Charlie and Vaz's voices are much deeper this season due to Gary Gray and Ulysses Cuadra's voices maturing. And the PBS Kids idents used in this season are exactly the same as the previous season, with the 1999 Dash the Boy and Dot the Girl PBS Kids idents, and the 2000 Dash Transformation and Dot Transformation idents, but the all-new 2002 Fishbowl and Snow Globe idents are added starting this season. The Fishbowl and Snow Globe idents were also used on other television shows beginning in later seasons, like Season 7 to 8 of Arthur, and certain episodes of Sesame Street from seasons 33 to 39, alongside other shows. And now we'll talk about the episodes that use the PBS Kids idents on them for this season. First off, starting with the 1999 PBS Kids Dash the Boy ident, where Dash is thinking about something. The program breaks that I've seen recorded after Season 2 episodes were Episode 3, that is Nothing to Fur But Fur Itself and Jetta's Project. Episode 5, that is Magic in the Air and Everyone Loves Clifford. And Episode 17, that is Clifford's Cookie Craving and Jetta's Friend. I remember also seeing, I think on TV, I also remember seeing the 1999 PBS Kids Dash ident at the end of Episode 23, that is Tie-Dyed Clifford and Stage Struck as well. And all the episodes with the 1999 PBS Kids Dash the Boy ident used the correct audio. And as for the Season 2 episodes with the 1999 PBS Kids Dot the Girl ident, where Dot runs up to the front of the screen, the program breaks I remember seeing recorded after episodes with the 1999 PBS Kids Dot the Girl ident. I've seen program breaks recorded after Episode 6, that had the 1999 PBS Kids Dot the Girl ident at the end on program breaks, and the episodes were Clifford Grows Up and Jetta's Sweater. That's episode 6. And episode 12, I've seen program breaks recorded after the episode When I Grow Up and Not Now I'm Busy. That is episode 12. Also using the 1999 PBS Kids dot the girl ident at the end. And I haven't seen program breaks recorded after the other episodes. I think episode 19, which is Flood of Imagination and Lights Out, also used the 1999 PBS Kids dot the girl ident at the end. And I'm pretty sure the season 2 finale episodes, episode 25, Little Big Pup and Getting to Know You, also had the 1999 PBS Kids dot the girl ident at the end as well. Just like the dash ident, all episodes of season 2 with the dot ident use the correct audio. As for the season 2 episodes that I've seen with the 2000 PBS Kids dash transformation ident, the only program break that I have seen recorded after a season 2 episode with the PBS Kids dash transformation ident was recorded at the end of episode 11. That is Cleo Gets a Cone and a Job Well Read. Those episodes had the dash transformation ident from 2000 at the end, according to program breaks. And I think other episodes that use the dash transformation ident on them are episode 8, Embarrassing Moments and Lucky Charm. I think those episodes are the first with the dash transformation ident. Episode 15, that is Another Fine Mess and King Mac. I'm pretty sure Another Fine Mess and King Mac, episode 15, I'm pretty sure those episodes also had the dash transformation ident at the end. And episode 21, that is Led Astray and Wedding Bell Blues. And I'm sure those episodes also had the dash transformation ident at the end. And the dash transformation ident uses the correct audio on all of those episodes as well. As for the episodes with the 2000 PBS Kids dot transformation ident, the only program break that I've seen, aside from 2008 reruns of Doggie Detectives and Camping It Up, but the only one that I've seen recorded after an original broadcast of Season 2 of Clifford the Big Red Dog with the 2000 dot transformation ident at the end is episode 2, and that is Fan Mail and Hooray for Cleo. Those episodes ended with the PBS Kids dot transformation ident with the correct audio in the original broadcast, according to a program break. And I'm pretty sure other episodes with the dot transformation ident that use the correct audio are episode 9, that's Princess Cleo and Basketball Stories. I'm pretty sure Princess Cleo and Basketball Stories had the dot transformation ident with correct audio at the end. And I'm pretty sure episode 14, that is Vaz Goes Down to Tubes and Cyber Puppy Problems, I'm sure those episodes had the dot transformation ident with correct audio at the end as well. But episode 20, I actually remember vividly watching at the top of my head. Because I have seen those episodes. Episode 20, that is A Big Help, and The Trouble with Kittens. And at the end of those episodes, it had the PBS Kids dot transformation ident on it. But I heard the PBS Kids Snow Globe ident's audio playing over it at the end of those episodes, instead of the correct dot transformation audio like it should. Which is pretty weird. And I caught that discovery myself when watching those episodes on TV in my PBS station in the early 2000s. And as for the 2002 PBS Kids Fishbowl ident, the program breaks recorded after season 2 episodes that I saw with the Fishbowl ident from 2002, where Dash looks inside of a fishbowl, imagines himself as an orange goldfish, and gets eaten by Dot as a green fish. And by the way, the Dash transformation ident has Dash transforming into a caveman, scuba diver, and robot, and the Dot transformation ident has Dot transforming into a tiger, octopus, and astronaut. If I forgot to mention those, I mentioned them now. The Fishbowl ident has Dash looking at a goldfish in a fishbowl, imagining himself as an orange goldfish, and gets eaten by Dot as a green fish. The program breaks that I've seen recorded after the episodes with the 2002 PBS Kids Fishbowl ident were recorded after episode 4. That is Stinky Friends and He's Wonderful Mr. Bleakman. Those episodes did not have the PBSKids.org URL and the fishbowl ident. And original broadcasts of the episode Doggie Detectives and Camping It Up, but with the PBSKids.org URL on Doggie Detectives and Camping It Up. Later broadcasts replaced it with the dot transformation ident for Doggie Detectives and Camping It Up for some reason. And all the episodes with the fishbowl ident used the correct audio. I have not seen program breaks recorded after other episodes with the 2002 PBS Kids fishbowl ident, but I'm pretty sure the other episodes that used the 2002 PBS Kids fishbowl ident at the end are episode 16, that being Who Moved My Bone and Clifford the Pirate King. I'm pretty sure those episodes used the PBS Kids fishbowl ident at the end with the pbskids.org URL, and I'm pretty sure that episode 18, those being the episodes Fishing Lessons and No Baths for Cleo, also ended with the 2002 PBS Kids fishbowl ident with URL at the end. And I think the very last episode of season 2 with the PBS Kids fishbowl ident at the end might be episode 22 of season 2. That being Food for Thought and Friends Forever. And I'm pretty sure Food for Thought and Friends Forever had the pbskids.org URL and the fishbowl ident at the end. Pretty sure the PBS Kids fishbowl ident was used a little bit more than the other idents, with 5 appearances of the fishbowl ident and 4 appearances of the other idents for season 2, if I recall correctly. If I get any of those idents wrong for those episodes, I will give you an update. And finally, for the episodes with the 2002 PBS Kids Snow Globe ident, the only program breaks that I've seen recorded after episodes of season 2 of Clifford the Big Red Dog with the 2002 PBS Kids Snow Globe ident at the end were recorded after episode 7, and that is Big Hearted T-Bone and Cleo's Valentine Surprise. Those episodes had the PBS Kids Snow Globe ident at the end with pbskids.org URL. Another program break that I saw recorded after an episode of Clifford the Big Red Dog with the Snow Globe ident was recorded after episode 13 of season 2, and that is Special T-Bone. And unfortunately, the bad Jetta journal reading episode, Jetta's Sneak Peek, those episodes also had the PBS Kids Snow Globe ident at the end as well, with the pbskids.org URL at the end as well. And I think the only episodes that I have not seen program breaks yet, but I included on the fan-made season 2 DVD release, I put the PBS Kids Snow Globe ident at the end of episode 1, that being That Snow Lie and A Friend in Need. But with the PBS Kids Snow Globe ident without the URL, and I think those might be the only episodes that do not use the URL in the Snow Globe ident. And episode 24 with the pbskids.org URL on it. And episode 24 is Doghouse Rock and Guess Who's Coming to Birdwell. I'm sure those episodes were the last episodes to use the Snow Globe ident. And all the episodes with the Snow Globe ident also used the correct audio. The Snow Globe ident has Dash ice skating in an ice rink, feels the ground shake, the camera zooms out to reveal that he is inside a snow globe, which is held by Dot, who has powdery blue skin in the Snow Globe ident. That's what happens in the Snow Globe ident. Wow, that video was slightly over 7 hours. Anyway, I would like to give a special thanks for watching this video And I worked really hard making every episode of Clifford the Big Red Dog Reviewed possible. So, as we get into reviewing episodes of Clifford the Big Red Dog on DVD and VHS releases of the show, I will spread those reviews out so those videos will not be quite as long. But I hope you enjoyed this video, and thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Good night.